요즘 꼴은 너무 조용해. 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에. 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 다져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다. 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라. 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Now it's time, here I go. 맘을 다잡고 뛰어들어라. 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Roll it back, 다시 날 부른다. 나는 그래 악기였던 거야. So like hunters, wake up, wake up. 식어버린 협곡 텐션을 키워 수락을 눌러 다시 불을 지펴 이그나이트 We are born to be a queen Now we rise yeah Sterling, sterling, sterling you dance Run it 앞이 토끼 Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Sterling, sterling, sterling you dance Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash wake up, sterling hunters Respawn
140 regular season matches have been played, and we're at the final 10 in the 2025 LCK season. Welcome to the space, Degon alongside Wolf and Wadid as we bring in the final week of the LCK. And we've got a lot to do because there are still places to be won in both Legend and Rise groups.
We're very fortunate to have such a high stakes last week here of the LCK. It's been a whole year of LCK, starting with LCK Cup. We have our new format, right, where we go for the whole year. No break. It's just a long 15-week season. It's going to come to a conclusion right here.
Some teams are fighting for the second place, and some teams are fighting for the last place for the play-ins, and here we go.
Yeah, we take a look at the standings. Gen.G has this one wrapped on up. Hanwha Life and T1 still have to fight for that second place spot, which is going to be key, not only in this week, but today. And the Bros and DRX still battling it out for the play-in lives.
Round 2 of the play-offs is what T1 and Hanwha are battling for, so you get to skip round 1. Very important, gives you a huge advantage. In terms of player of the match, we've been following this for a long time. Chovy's basically averaging at least one a week. He's got a pretty good opportunity to make that the case here and get his 1500s here in week 15. See a lot of players very even. If you took Chovy out, it'd be a competitive race.
Speaking of competitive, it was not very competitive to Wadid's predictions. He foresaw the DNF win over the Bros, and no one could see the KT upset over T1, which prevented him from the perfect week. But it was a big, big week. It's now the crown that has been Chroniclers is now under siege. Wadid one game away from Chronicler's crown.
Thanks to Ox, you and I at 5 out of 10 looked much better. By the way, Ox predicted DNF. He got that right, and he also got the D+ spread, which most of us predicted against. If he got both of those wrong, he would have been 2 out of 10 on the weeks.
I mean, I gotta say, even though Ox is our last place, but he still got 70% correct for the record split, so it's quite impressive number.
Yeah, he predicted KT as well, just in the wrong game. Well, time for some predictions in this week's Degon's Fact of the Week.
Fact of the Week.
Now, for the first time in 3 weeks, we have ourselves a new competitor. If you know esports, you know him. His name's whispered in the halls of esports. It's Wolf! Hashtag girl dad.
That's right. I have a daughter. I hope she's watching, because Daddy's going to make you proud.
Well, he'll need to do battle against our most played competitor here in Degon's Fact of the Week. Joining us after taking a break on working his forehand, it's Wadid, who loves to VOD review his tennis matches.
I don't like those win rates being here. I think we're much smarter than those show. Let's prove it today.
I don't like the stats. I don't like the stats.
All right. Well, last week we had some bangers, a lot of bangers, and a lot of matches went 2-1. So it tied the longest week of the season in week 7. How many games were played in last week? Was it A, 25, B, 26, C,
27,
or D,
C, 27?
I gotta go with B.
Was it 26 or 27? What was the answer? Here's the answer. It was 20!
No!
Unfortunately.
Oh, Wednesday was a 2-0. Also, I thought it was a 5-gamer.
No.
Damn.
See,
I was so close.
You remember because we had the 3 in a row.
No, I
that
knew
were
6
gamers.
Yeah, I knew the 6.
The final day was a 2-0, but could you remember the beginning of the week?
I didn't. I thought
started with the
beginning was a 5 game.
What did is correct. He gets the final regular season fact of the week as we now, again, take a look at the standings here of rounds 3 through 5 specifically, because, again, those 2-1s last week and those matches last week made it very close. The unique thing here is that all the standings are the same, except T1 and Hanwha have flipped. It's been a much, much better second half to the season for T1 than it has for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, Nongshim and KT having a rough time in the Legend group. Obviously, we've talked about that a lot, but one of the big standouts to me is how it's 7-6-5-4-3 in the Rise group. It's a lot closer. And D+, despite having an amazing start to the year, we're way out in front, guaranteed that play-in spot early, are just one win over BNK ahead. And if they had lost that match to BNK on Sunday, which they did 2-0, they'd actually be in second place. So you could see that a lot can change. The Rise group saw a lot of mobility. On the Legend side, Not as much, not so much at all.
Well, most of the games are predictable in the Legend group, but when it comes to the Rise group games, it's really hard to predict.
So here are some of the percentage chances for the squads to make it into that second round bye between Hanwha Life Esports and T1. Currently standing at 60% odds because of that fantastic rounds 1 and 2 for Hanwha Life Esports. They had a big buffer, but these two teams do battle later on. And then on the opposite side, Bro and DRX. Last week's odds for Bro, 88% chance, now have dropped to 75. Same thing for DRX. They doubled their chances and now have an opportunity to make that miracle run a la 2022.
I mean, if you ever played gacha games, I would say this is pretty high percentage from DRX here. You know what? So I think they have a great chance this week. This is last week to prove themselves if they deserve in the playing spot or not. So they're going to show up with their 100%.
Now, T1 has the incredibly tough week. It's the big three. They face both Hanwha Life Esports and Gen.G. That's why I think their number is much lower. But if they overperform here and can get some dominant wins, especially against their direct opposition, they definitely can make it to that second place spot.
Yeah. All right. Well, one of the reasons why DRX were able to make it on into that kind of miracle run is because it's our Uribank Gold King.
Spoilers!
Spoilers! It was Theodore Teddy popping off. Like the old times, the old good old times. Sivir getting a ton of gold here, kind of value from last.
This was a really impressive series for Teddy. Obviously, in this game, he just sat back and positioned incredibly well to get these kills. Played the Lucian, just played against a ton of hard engage, but was super patient. And this is the long Sivir game that we had. Went basically forever, where he was finally caught after he sold his boots. So no shocker that he's able to pick it up this week, but a pretty insane performance from the AD carry.
I mean, it's still really impressive that every single AD carries are sharing those gold kings, because I remember when it was round 1 and round 2, he was aiming all over again. But right now, I think many AD carries are just sharing those coin right there.
That's right. Congratulations to Teddy, this week's Uribank Gold King. If you want the opportunity to get yourself assigned Polaroid, head on over to the Uribank app, the One app, and get yourself the predictions on in for the week. Now, last week we had a huge patch that changed things up a little bit, so we wanted to take a look at some of the champions that benefited and didn't benefit. Starting with Pantheon, the benefit is that it was played more. The unfortunate portion, if you didn't pick it, was that you were generally losing a lot because it's still very good, Wolf.
It's still really good, but I think a lot of teams, especially in the Rise group, have been able to figure out that if you give it to the blue side and get a strong 1-2 on red, like Annie Wukong, for example, where you have strong jungle mid synergy or a strong pick that shuts down side lane, which is where Pantheon is at his best, you can answer this pick. We've seen it dominate so much. I still think it's going to be very relevant here in our final week of regular season, but it doesn't feel as infallible as it did much earlier on.
I mean, I still think Pantheon is pretty good when it comes to the team fight as well, because of his shield. You know, I think you can actually consume all the damage from enemy teams, so I think it's really good to disengage as well. And also, whenever you think about the Pantheon global ultimate, I think it's really easy to control the side lane, so I think it's still really strong, but I think teams are trying out to open up the card because of the BO5, because you gotta play to play-ins and playoffs, and this is kind of great chance to try it out. And I think this kind of, I'm not sure, it still feels like a gamble when it comes to the Pantheon.
Well, one where it wasn't gambled too much was Yunara. Yunara with a massive pick band draft presence, 92%. Only played once here, Wolf, and it's a loss.
Yeah, so this was played by Viper into Gen.G. Now, you'll notice this lane that he's in right here. When we take a look at this clip, he's laning into Corki and Nico. That's one of the most oppressive lanes that exists in this meta, and it's Ruler Enduro, right? So he picked this with Wukong available as well. And this was a huge risk, and I think this is just smart drafting by Gen.G, knowing that this pick is super S tier right now, but they were confident they had the answers. With all these strong picks that both shut it down in lane and in team fights available, Gen.G was like, yeah, you can have that, but we're going to crush you. And that's exactly what happened in her only game played.
I mean, on top of that, I think Viper was kind of forced to pick the Yunara in the first place, because I don't think you can give up on the red side, because Yunara is going to have counter pick support on the red side as well. So I think you can't really give up that. So I think it was really great trap card strategy by Gen.G right there.
And then our final spotlight is a duo of champions, starting with the Zir, who yet again, Wolf, has popped up right before Worlds, and 3-1, dominant, 96% draft percentage.
I mean, this pick is strong because it does well in lane, does well in the side lane. And we're seeing Ziggs picked into this a little bit more. This is something Coach Kim talked about last week. It's a pick everyone's kind of been playing in scrims. They didn't really want to show it early. Chovy ended up playing 2 games on it. And while we were pretty critical of his builds and how he decided to skill W second, he had a pretty good performance in general, skill-wise, and this pick outranges Azir in lane, and it can, of course, just outrange and sit back in team fights. I still think the Azir is insanely powerful, but I'm glad that we're seeing this new flex pick rise into the meta.
Yeah, some pokes are pretty effective against Azir. I think in the past we tried to play Xerath into Azir, for example.
Varus.
But some Varus mid in the building as well. But I think the flexibility of this champion is giving more options for the team as well, because I think whenever you pick up Ziggs in the team, I think you might just flex on the bot lane as well. So I think that flexibility on the champion gives a lot of space for the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could take a look at how Ziggs is being played a little bit around the world, more in the LCK than anywhere else, but elsewhere it's been mostly in the bottom lane. That's still true of the LCK, as you can see here, 5 games compared to 3 in mid lane. But teams like Genji can flex this so incredibly well. You have a pick like Corki that also is that Chovy can play really well, and then Ruler also dominates bottom lane with. Even if you show both the Corki and the Ziggs, enemy teams just don't know where you're going to go with it. It's strong in the bottom 2v2. It wins a lot of matchups that are super difficult to play just because you out-wave clear, you out-range, and then you go into those team fights. If you have the right draft for it, it's incredibly powerful, and I think we're going to see a lot of it here in Week 15.
Yeah. Week 15, let's take a look at the schedule that we have here. Again, coming into these big matches, because some of them have stakes. Like the very first one that we have, it's T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports, a big one, where we won't go through every scenario, because there are many, but if Hanwha Life Esports wins today, they are the 2nd seed. If T1 wins, then it kind of just matters on what they win by, how Hanwha does against Nongshim, and how T1 does against Genji. So Hanwha Life Esports have the opportunity to make this simple.
Yeah, I mean, if you are HLE fan, you just want to get a win and just lock in for the 2nd place. But if you're T1, I think you gotta try to do something today.
Notice that the win conditions, the different scenarios for T1, like double if they are able to win. And if they win with a 2-0, it's a really easy path for them. So 100%, if T1 wins today, it could change everything.
Now let's take a look at the Rise group here, because the Bros, they have way more outs than other teams. However, it's not done yet. They weren't able to seal the deal last week. DRX continued to stay alive, and again, if Bros lose next week's match, or their next match, that means that DRX versus Bro match at the end of the week could be the decider.
When you look at the percentages here and you look at the amount of Bro win cons, it takes into account a lot of things. But for me, I think Bro fans should be a little bit concerned about their recent form and also the recent form of DRX. D+ also looking much better. What looked like a pretty easy shoe-in 2 weeks ago, even last week, now you start to feel very worried about your chances just with current form not looking so great.
Speaking of pretty easy shoe-in, that's what we thought about our prediction king, who, had that massive lead and now is just a 1-match prediction away by Wadid.
So yeah,
these predictions, Wadid, you got a couple of chances to catch up here.
Yeah, right. So there's only 2 differences between me and Crony, and there's only 1 point to close the gap. So yeah, it's pretty close, and yeah, it can be down to like all that matters is the DRX versus Bro at the end.
Ox predicting DNF again. He got it right last time against D+ this time. Also predicting T1 against Genji. He's taking some big risks. Because while there's big stakes between Crony and Wadid, there's also big stakes for Ox to try to not be last place and to beat me. So we'll see.
Also surprising for both of you guys, both of you picking DRX once, but not trusting them overall. So a little bit of a flip-flopper here. All right, Wadid, which one is going to be the one that gets you over the hump here over Crony?
Oh man, I really don't know. Like, I think upcoming this week, it was really rough to pick the predictions, especially in the Rise group. Man, like it was really rough. Like I still don't know who's gonna win, but just hope for the best.
And that's the thing about this week, as when we take a look at the schedule, every single match across this week is competitive, it's fun, and it's a great way to close out the LCK in 2025. And it all starts with this banger, T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports, that round 2 playoff bye on the line. Let's get to it. We'll see you after game number 1.
makes me stronger. Makes me stronger. T1 fighting! T1 fighting! 하하 파이팅! 하나 세 명 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025, where we have the last regular season week ready for you. And my goodness, you saw already in the predictions how much stake there was. There were 4 stakes, as it turns out. There is, in fact, even more than that moving into this week.
Yeah, and guess what? I just made a big bowl of chili, and that didn't have nearly as much steak as this week, Atlas.
Did you make it out of pork? Oh no, you wouldn't do that. Okay,
Whatever. It was delicious, though. It was really. I already finished it. It was
amazing.
I ate way too much.
His chili recipe is pretty good, I know from experience. But what we also know is about as spicy as your chili is this week's game. Starting off with an absolute gigabanger in our very first one, with T1 taking on HLE. Having a look here, man, look, every time we bring up this sheet, oftentimes I'm very scared in the Legend group because it's often looking relatively one-sided. This time around, not so much.
I can't believe we get a Legend group game that will actually live up to the Rise group match later today. That doesn't happen often, Atlas.
No, it doesn't.
As we all know, but as you highlight...
It's also a bold statement to make, and we'll see whether it actually comes true.
That's fair, that's fair. What I do want to highlight, though, is that, shockingly enough, even though the score over the course of the year is pretty close, the actual matches really haven't been very often. It's really only that first best of 5 that they played, where we got obviously a crazy 5-gamer, ended up leading Hanwha to win the entire thing plus first stand. But ever since T1 completely swept them, Hanwha Life have not looked the same. It was T1 that inflicted that blow upon their opponents, Hanwha Life, and Hanwha Life since have just not looked the same. As Doran about to hit all 600 games. And you know what? I know it's been only 2 zeros, but I got a good feeling that Doran's going to hit that today. I think that the form of Hanwha Life has really been trending upwards. And losing to KT, we're never going to read too much into because it's KT, you know, that's just what they do sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you pair that with dropping a game to Nongshim, though. That was a little bit of a worrying week there for T1, as the god of 80 carry closing in on 2 records at a time. Closing in is a bold statement. 18 kills would be quite a lot.
Yeah, he could do that in 2 games.
Honestly, if HLE are going to win, he probably will hit about that number, as 12-0 on Vladimir. Yeah, there's a reason why whenever Vladimir is picked, I always talk about how good Viper is on the champion. But of course, that was awesome dude meta. That was a while ago, and we may not be seeing it anytime soon.
Some might delusionally still hope that it comes. That's me.
Oh, I do. Every year. Every year.
You know, the Teemos. But we have Ziggs, which is kind of the same.
Ish
as T1. versus Hanwha. There is so much history between these teams, between these players, everyone playing together as per usual.
Why is Delight mates with everyone, man? Every time. It doesn't matter who he's walking out next to.
It's because he's bro.
He's
ex-bro. That's what does it.
True.
That's what does it.
Yep.
But yeah, the narratives here. Zeka obviously playing against the team he denied a trophy. We have Peanut who played on T1, who is longtime friends and rivals with Faker. We have Doran and Zaya swap. It's just so good.
There is a lot of different narrative lines that we could take, but maybe what the main thing is to do is to focus on today. And what's going to happen, we have to remember this is the battle for second place, basically.
It is.
Of course, T1 don't automatically get there with a victory. And HLE they do, because they will be able to move that match ahead. We have to remember back, though, this is all KT's doing. The fact that these teams are actually together, and we do need to take a moment to say thank you, KT, for that one, making sure that this week is full of bangers. And these 280 carries going to be going head-to-head here as Viper has been doing a heck of a lot of damage, but Gumayushi certainly some fantastic stats as well.
Interestingly enough, I think both of these 280 carries kind of struggled recently. I think that as a just making sure we're doing well on the stairs.
Can you see the stairs?
Okay, just making sure everything's okay. But I think that round 1 and 2, start of round 3, Viper.
How did they get up there?
I don't know. With help as well, I assume.
All right.
Thank you, Ballpark staff. You're very nice. I thought that it was Viper that was ahead. Then round 4 and most of round 5, I thought Guma was pulling ahead. But then Guma, to me, was one of the weak spots, together with the rest of the team in the KT series. And Viper, unfortunately, hasn't really been able to live up, particularly in the series against Gen G and against T1, who, let's be real, that's the series where you need to perform the most.
Yeah, exactly right. They've also been putting Viper in difficult lanes as well. I think that the illustration of the one Yunara loss from last week was a perfect example of that. Yunara Rel into Nico Corky just sounds like you're never going to have a good time. And so maybe picking for a little bit more lane comfort to allow Viper to get off to a good start could be a way to draft here for HLE, especially into T1, who pick for lane almost every single time and have been for like at least 7 years or something like that. It's kind of absurd. Win lane, win game is often the aim of it.
Today's going to be a really big indicator of whether or not T1 just had a bit of a rough week, as you highlight, dropping a game to Nongshim, losing to KT, or whether we are looking at a legitimate summer T1, which I know is something that a lot of their fans have been kind of dreading. It hasn't been around. T1 has looked like they are, together with Gen G, in a league of their own. And if they end up beating Hanwha Life, especially if they get like a pretty comfortable 2-0, then that last week can easily be dispelled. But there are some troubling signs, and for me, I'm going to look to mid-jungle in particular, where I think Owner has had a couple more flubs when he is able to generate early leads, not able to hold on to those. And then I think Faker, in particular, really struggled in the last few series.
I would agree. I don't know whether Zeka is necessarily in good enough form to truly punish this time around. I mean, that is true, but it's also the fact that Zeka has been a bit of a pain point here for HLE at the same time.
So is Peanut.
Yep. And it's the top side of the map where T1 look for redemption. They look for that man to press E and then press Q, and all of his opponents die. And that's what happened when they were able to win their last couple of series. Doran really being an absolute monster on mainly the Jax, which is obviously what I was referring to, but also his Ambessa has been so incredibly good. I imagine as we get into the draft here that some topside looks will be coming into place. Of course, after a lot of the housework has been done, where you tidy up the Talias and the Azirs and the Pantheons and all those sorts of things.
Oh, yeah, when you just said E and then Q, I'm like, that doesn't really narrow it down, Atlas. I'm going to need some help.
That's only Jax does that.
Only Jax does that, all right. Champions that we are going to be looking towards, the Gwen has remained at the forefront. This to me also signals that Gwen Prio is going to be high, with the Aurora being banned away. Rumble is another that we go towards basically endlessly. Xin Zhao, I think for T1 in particular, has been a mainstay. I do think we're starting to see Xin Zhao fall off slowly and steadily, which makes sense.
Yep.
Some Sundered Sky games notwithstanding, when he does really pop off. Instead, it's going to be the Wukong, who has been one of the premier team fighters and also synergizes so well with a lot of what is still still open. If they don't pick Rumble now, you get to go that. But if you pair it with a Gwen, you're still going to be feeling great in the team fights.
Not to mention the Annie Rakan situation that they were staring down the barrel of. So they will be taking away the Annie and the Vi for Peanut. Actually, a pretty interesting one. I kind of like this. I think Peanut has had some of his better performances on the Vi in more recent weeks. So looking forward to seeing what he can actually get done here. Of course, it is a tall order to perform all that well into the Wukong, who certainly is cream of the crop right now. As Faker, a little bit of a grin on the face as he's like, I mean, I guess it's Galio time.
Rumble, Galio, Wukong is, as far as team fighting setups go,
not bad.
Pretty gnarly, Atlas.
Yeah, I would agree.
We'll see if that's what ends up coming through. And then Zeus has two options. Either he can go for like the soft counter, which isn't really a soft counter, but will be on, right? Because the Aurora has already been taken off the board.
True.
Or you just say,
doesn't scream happiness for HLE fans, I don't think.
Or you take one of the more rougher lane matchups, but you do really well in the mid to late game, which would be Gwen, or the Ambessa that we've seen come up again. We had like a period where Ambessa was permad, and a period where she kind of had fallen off, and now she's back on the up and up. The team fight for T1 is obviously kind of ludicrous. They also have decent side laning already with the Galio, which has been something that they've really relied on. And I think in the match against KT, we saw what happens when they still play the same way, but they don't have the leads they normally have, which I think KT did a really good job of using. We'll see if Humble Life can take some pages out of that book as well.
Yep, having a look now towards the bottom side of the map, the Nico and the Brad both taken away here is, of course, pretty obligatory into Carrier to be banning away the Bard. He has been so incredibly good at it. I think the only other person that can rival how Bard Carrier plays is Beryl in their most recent match.
don't even think they're playing the same champion, Atlas.
No, it's...
they're doing very
They do very quintessential Bard things, but in different ways. But it is still very Bard. You know what I mean?
I feel like Carrier's playing peak League of Legends.
True.
Whereas Beryl's playing peak Bard, which are very different things to me.
Yeah, I mean... That,
you get what I mean, right?
No, I entirely get what you mean. And both of them, I'm saying, very good at the champion. Let's just leave it at that. As the Varus is going to be picked up here by Viper, managing to make it all the way through the bans. It's kind of insane. But I think Gumiushi and Viper are probably our two best lethality Varus players that we have. If you're doubting the Viper thing, just go back and watch Worlds in 2021.
Oh, not even recently. Like, it's between those two. You know, if we take unhit Varus into the equation, all of a sudden Ruler enters the conversation.
Yes.
But no, lethality, I'm with you, as we don't really get anything too surprising to come through here. Looking at what has been picked up by either team, I think that the composition of Humble Life looks really good in particularly skirmishes, right? We're talking 2v2s, we're talking 3v3s. When you have this much burst, single target CC, and the ability to just ensure, like, we pick a target, the target dies, right? There's Hook, there's Vi, there is anything that Annie does, there is Varus to follow up both with damage and with his ultimate. All of that stuff is great. The 5v5, though, for T1, I think, is going to be lethal. There is so much CC. Carrier is playing Poppy, which by itself is a win condition when T1 is playing well. And it's kind of interesting because I do know that a lot of the champions we've seen T1 on a lot, but if you told me nameplates off, I kind of would have expected the drafts to be flipped. We've seen Hanwha focus a lot more on team fighting and T1 a lot more on pick and trying to play as aggressive as possible.
Not to mention a lot of the picks are the ones that T1 have been going for. The Ambessa for Doran, certainly one of his big picks. Varus for Gumiushi. The Annie for Faker even has been something that he's been going to a lot. So kind of interesting. HLE also taking a lot of things out of the pool, thinking ahead towards game number 2. But we have a first game here to start us off. T1 on the blue side, we'll see whether they can make use of it to get off to a good start in this series, in this battle for second place. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. HLE taking on T1. Having a look down the lanes, Chronicler, I do kind of like where HLE are at as far as bottom side of the map. I do think this Rumble matchup for the Ambessa could be difficult, and we'll just see how Zeus is going to be able to play it out.
And Atlas,
yes,
look at Viper's runes.
So as soon as the Nautilus was picked, I was like, oh, he could play on hit. But then even I thought that was a silly suggestion.
Yeah.
But he was buffed for on hit, right?
He was, yeah. And also, as you highlight, it's both the combination with the Nautilus, but also, I think one of the reasons we've seen Sivir come up specifically, because I think she does actually really well into the lethality Varus. And that is a little bit harder when the Varus actually has the ability to get up front and personal. And Varus's burst, until you get to like the very late game, but on like 1-2 items, spikes way harder than the Sivir does, right?
Yeah.
Being unhit versus being a crit AD carry. So that does give Humble Life even more power. I do think it's a really hard game to play though, because Galio, Wukong, Rumble, all these champions, if you get within range of them, are going to kind of cook you.
And, I mean, you might be saying that. I also think that this game may be impossible for Gumyushi to play as well. So maybe we just have 80 carries that are going to be absent in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
With the fact that there's, like, public execution, depth charge, and cease and desist.
Yeah,
and chains corruption, and Annie.
the champion.
Yep. So, like, actually everyone can be Gumyushi's worst nightmare, and that means that the Spell Shield isn't quite as valuable when you need to use about 15 of them to keep yourself safe. Still, T1 will be able to play Protect the President, especially with the Poppy being available, and then Wukong and Galio there with circles for days. Right now, T1 with some push priority here towards his bottom side. But pretty even. All said and done, HLE a little bit ahead as far as these lanes are concerned, because Zeus managed to get a big ol' shove. Delight finds a minion and isn't too psyched about that, as he does take a fair bit of damage back there from Gumyushi.
Not if you want to go for. Setups outside of that, Guma has gone for Ghost, which is obviously better when it comes to the team fights, giving you a lot of extra movement speed and maneuverability around the fight.
Yep.
And for Viper, it's been just about tanking the burst, and also in the... If you find a 2v2 all-in, obviously you're going to get a lot more mileage out of the barrier.
Oh, there's the heroic charge, but Carrier not actually electing to go for too much more. I believe didn't have the Q off cooldown.
I think also you want to, even though they're doing well, I do think you still, into the Varus, want to try and avoid the longer trades.
Yeah.
Unless you have, like, in this case, level advantage. I think you can go forward and not be nearly as scared, but going in on the light and just allowing Viper to stack up his passive and lethal tempo is definitely a big risk, as we do have junglers on opposite sides of the map, but one of those junglers is Wukong, so I don't really expect there's too much that Owner can do right now. For Peanut, though, could look for a punish onto Doranir, although he is pretty healthy. So it looks like instead both junglers basically basing in the same space.
Yeah, going for a little bit of an excursion and then immediately going home.
And both dropping a ward in exactly the same place.
Wow. It's like it's a set play. As Viper and Delight just going to hold on to this wave. Got to teleport back for Faker. We'll see whether there is going to be anything on the lane swap scenario. Looks like that's probably not going to happen. Neither of our top laners having teleported just yet either. Zeus certainly using his health bar as a resource here in this lane.
Yeah, I think he's chilling. He has cookies as well. I think there's a lot of junglers where you can't really get away with that. As I say that, we'll see if Owner decides to visit top. But I think that the problem with... If this was a Pantheon, you can dive this easily. Even if it was the Poppy, you can. But yeah, pre-6 Wukong just, I don't think, really has the setup.
Nope.
Particularly against a character like Ambessa, and if you have no CC, which pre-6 you're not going to have in that 2v1 dive. Just don't think you can do it. As still a cookie, still a pot, so I don't think Zeus is too pressed about this.
Yeah, looks a little bit greedy here, but does have the resources to make it happen. Gets himself the shield, and he'll be A-okay.
The cannon.
Yeah, you do probably want to be there for that.
Maybe? The tension? No, I think cannon's fine. Oh. No.
Quickly. There it is.
Big.
Absolutely incredible
Immediately, Humble Life gets the gold lead, by the way.
Yep, that's how it works.
Coincidence?
I think not. Nope. It's about 100 gold, 180 gold, I think, for one cannon.
Guess we set the...
At the same time? Yeah, no, I got it. I was right there with you. Actually, that's the entire point. Oh dear. Things are pretty slow here in this this early stage of the game. I think that both teams are probably not wanting to make the first move either. As Equalizer goes down, Doran, as I say it, immediately goes hyper aggressive, but also does double duty, right? He's able to clear out the wave. Zeus going to stick around for this one, as there is nothing to tank things up. So it'll take him a little while longer. Gives the tempo over to T1 pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it's actually interesting, because I don't know how much it'll end up mattering. maybe they can get a TP advantage out of this. We'll have to see what the wave in bot is going to do, because Viper did already answer. Also, I'm pretty sure this was off camera, but Guma used Ghost, Carry used Heal, and Delight used his Sums. So I imagine a bot lane fight took place, which is why Delight is a little bit behind the play. Will show up in mid, but I don't really think Faker's going to fall for a roam that obvious. And it looks like they did get a TP advantage out of this as, oh my god, production.
Yep, here it is.
Very nice. As, oh, it's actually aggressive.
Yeah, Delight actually just went for it.
Okay, didn't see that one coming. Guma didn't have the flash though, so I think he's not too sad about that.
Yep.
But yeah, now they still have TP on Doran, which means that it's a lot harder to contest topside. So I actually like this from Humble Life if they can get away with it. Need to be careful though. There's the TP by Carrier.
Yep, that's a big teleport in as Ona's clearing out vision. Peanut knows what's going on here, but he's actually staying on the Dragon. Let's see whether Zeus can actually help this one out as Zeka's moving in as well. And HLE standing their ground. They've got Delight moving up, but Doran's making his way in as well. No equalizer available, but there's the heroic entrance. Doesn't get any knockups as the bear goes down. Public execution, trying to get into that backline, but Ona gets himself out. First blood goes over, but both junglers are now lying on the floor, and I think Delight is going to follow as Zeus trying to get himself out of here. The Flame Spitter doing a lot of work, but Doran silences himself. Down goes Delight, as we stated. And Viper, he's chilling.
Ooh, that one's kind of hard to evaluate because the Dragon went over to Humble Life. If the Dragon went over to T1, I think it's just a straight-up win.
Yep.
But the Dragon did go over to Humble Life. A lot was invested by T1, and Viper got some time alone with the turret. So you see, even though Guma got the kill, there's not actually that much of a lead growing in the AD carry position. I'm not actually sure if Peanut immediately knew that Poppy was there, based on his movement. But then right here, almost Carrier is able to get Peanut away. Then they are able to fully dodge away. But it's this re-engage that kind of gets marked by the fact that Guma shows up, right? And even though he's just a level 5 Sivir, it still means there's a numbers advantage. The rest of Humble Life were pretty low on mana in the case of Zeka, or health in the case of Zeus. So they don't really want to fight to the death, particularly not against T1, who love that type of stuff.
Yep.
So it ends up being a play top as well as a 2-for-1 trade, but the Drake goes over to Hanwha.
Some vision coming on over here as well, as that will be swept by Carrier. And so it looks like these grubs will be safely going into the hands of T1. Certainly good to deny that from the composition with an Ambassador that could be causing some problems in a side lane.
Oh, Delight is still level 5, as he has been a little more absent from the lanes. So yeah, I think it makes sense that they're not really looking for an aggressive contest on these grubs.
Yep. And Depth Charge and the Keeper's Verdict, both pretty important skills to have. And so they will be respecting it. Peanut moves over, does spot out the fact that there is an enemy red buff here, but does decide not to take it away. Instead, going to clear out his own jungle. Playing it pretty safe here as Viper does get engaged on, but throws back the ulti, and Carrier says bye. All right, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, I think Delight thought that he was going to be targeted because he already was setting up the hook, right? With Nautilus, if you hit the hook.
Oh, aggressive heal going to be used here as Delight does hit the hook, but it's a nice spell shield there from Gumayushi.
If he has ult, might be able to force flash there, but he's just a little bit too late.
He was 1 minion away.
Yeah,
actually got it immediately afterwards.
Kind of unfortunate, but it's means that it just ends up being a heal traded for a ghost, so neither team really going to be too worried about that. As the first item spike starting to come through,
yep.
Is will pick up his Eclipse here, which obviously is a crazy power spike. And also credit to Faker. I feel like we've seen Galio, who is supposed to just like softly lose this matchup. I think the Galio into Annie as a counter is much more about what you do in the later stages of the game, how you prevent Annie from assassinating your backline, and how eventually you get to shrug the damage up. But we have seen players really struggle in lane, Faker included in some of his previous matchups, so good to see that this time around no such thing. Yep. Matchup actually going pretty even as Zeus does have his ultimate available.
Oh, actually throws it out there, but Doran just sidestepping it. Sometimes you got to make the opportunistic play, but it is better if you hit the skills.
Yeah, it would have been a kill probably, or at the very least Doran in some real trouble because Peanut was waiting.
Both flashes coming up at exactly the same time, by the way, for these top laners, so yep. They will have full information, both using it in that last team fight.
This is perfect for a first game.
Yeah, this is so incredibly close. Nice. No one really finding too many inroads.
That's usually the type of stuff we say before a team trades 4 for 0. In
exactly.
Game. But, you know, I hope that doesn't happen this time.
I'm glad that you're referring to the curse that we did just put down.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I mean, that's what you were doing.
I mean, it depends on whether
overnight.
you believe in curses or not.
Yeah, I mean, but you were just saying that, like, the curse could come true because of the thing that you said.
Well, but if I say it and it doesn't happen, then we never mention it again.
All right, so it's not quite a gotcha moment, but I'm pretty sure it was almost a gotcha moment. We'll get there.
You're
We'll get there, guys. Don't worry.
always close, but never quite there. This is
Okay.
Ozeus.
Yeah, Equalizer going to come on down here. Ozeus looking for some alcove gaming. He has no way out of this one. Does have a bunch of dashes, but Carrier does not care about that. Just throws him up into the sky. Still gets a big old shield. Ozeus really trying to play this one out, but not able to do so. And that is going to be Feats of Warfare over to T1 with a harpoon from Doran.
Nicely done by Doran with the help of Carrier, but I think this all goes back to the fact he was able to evade that previous play, right? Not get hit by the ultimate, able to make it out. As a result, Carrier has an opportunity to get back to his lane, and that's the first, I think, really big lead that we now start to see appear. Is that's a plate going over, that's a wave being shoved into the turret as well. All of a sudden, Zeus is 600 gold behind, and do you know, Doran didn't even have his Leandris yet.
Nope. Still doesn't, in fact, because he's stuck around in the lane. Peanut has started up this Dragon, though, looking for Double Dragon to begin the game.
Oh, yeah.
If HLE, and they're just not even going to go for it.
You cannot, no. Because you're behind on tempo on top. Doran is going to base and then come back with a Leandris, and your mid laner got chunked out. So I think you just let him have this one. Although I say that, T1 isn't actually pressuring to play for that Dragon yet. Might be the case down the line. But yeah, you also don't have an item on Zeka yet. You don't have an item on Viper, and they're still going to be able to get this. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, kind of nuts. T1 not really interested in the Dragon this time around. Wanting to go back for some resets, they do that. And there's a Trinity Force for Ona. And with the Sundered Sky done, Trinity Force not finished, maybe that's what they were looking at. Because, of course, Sundered Sky is so incredibly powerful if you can actually get a skirmish to happen. As it will be another Mountain Drake to come on through here. Mountain Souls, I feel like, have been making a bit of a late season comeback.
They have, yeah. Yeah, neither team likes to play in a Mountain Soul.
No.
I think out of all these champions, Sivir probably cares the least. But particularly for Hanwha Live, they are a very burst-oriented comp. So for them, would be really rough if you end up playing into one of the best anti-burst tools in the game. As we do have now a possible fight around the red buff.
Bit of a rotation over. Do have a lot of ultimates back up and available again. Peanut hasn't really made use of the cease and desist so far today, as Doran and Zek are going to be fighting. A lot of fire here towards this bottom side. As Doran is going to get stunned up and takes a fair bit of damage here, but does land that harpoon. Tibbers, be careful, Zeka. Got to make sure you can take care of your teddy bear. As Peanut rotating down towards the bottom side of the map, and Doran is smartly just getting the heck out of there. HLE have been able to somewhat stabilize this one, as the Equalizer is going to be able to get rid of most of these minions. There's one left, as Tibbers, I believe, not going to kill his own minion. Atlas, you moron.
Yeah. Bases are, I mean, that's your words, not mine.
Yeah.
Bases coming in as Herald is about to spawn, and I think we're going to get our 5v5. So another reminder, T1 is going to look to, unless Carrier sees a great angle or Ona sees a great angle, my guess would be absorb the initial blow that's going to come out from Hanwha Live, right? Try to look for a kite back and then re-engage. I think that their 5v5 in particular, when it comes around layering these big AoE teamfight ultimates and pieces of AoE CC, is really hard to deal with. And for Hanwha Live, it's legit just kill one of Doran, Owner, or Guma just in the first 3 seconds of a fight. That's kind of the peak fight for them. It is hard though, because there's Galio. Wukong, I think, is always going to do well in situations where he just gets to spin a bunch of people up. And then Carrier did also go for Mikhail's very early on.
Cease and desist has been used. Speaking of Carrier, who is taking a little bit of damage here in the river. Delight going to be rotating in as Ona does find him. Heroic Charge comes down as well, as Ona has been exhausted. There's the Cyclone. Heroic Entrance comes down as well, and there's the instant Mikhail's. That will kill Viper, and Ona is able to pick up the kill. 4-1 now in advantage for T1. And they are not stopping. It feels like that one kill on the top side of the map, tempo vibes, straight over to T1. They have not let go.
That is a very rough death, because that is both sums gone, Viper not in the fight, Herald going over. And Humble Life, you gotta know T1 is gonna be itching to fight, right? That's what they do. As they are trying to still contest here.
Yeah, speaking of itching to fight, Peanut also wanted to get on in there.
Look at the rumble.
Going aggressive. Doran getting into that backline. Cease and desist will connect. And there's the ulti out of Zeus as well. We said Gumayushi was going to struggle to play the game, but can they still win the team fight? Faker just able to ult his way out of there. Oh, actually, never mind. Didn't even do that. He just drove Shelly, and that is going to allow the double kill to come in for Doran. Faker also looking for Peanut, as not even going to die because Shelly gets rid of the turret. My God, T1. That was beautiful.
And we have seen a development in the Shelly teamfight driving meta. Last week, I think it was Lucid that did something similar.
And Doran did it immediately, like the same thing last week at the same time.
Yeah, we've been seeing a good amount of this as right here. Got to be ready for this to come through, right? The fact that Viper is not able to get away because of the great cleanse there coming through from Keria on his Wukong. This is actually ends up being a really good engage here from Humble Life. They very early on get out Guma's spell shield. Then Zeus gets in the back line, and Guma's flash just a second too late, which means that Peanut and Co get on top of him. But the real issue, as we can see here, is that Faker gets out. I actually thought he had like an arm guard or something.
Yeah, no, it kind of blew my mind as well.
And then watch what happens to Peanut here, by the way. Gets knocked up, tries to kill Faker, just doesn't quite have the damage, and Shelly kills the turret. So he doesn't even get the counter kill. That is a very, very frustrating turn of events, but it all starts with that great pick from T1, and then a great performance in teamfight. Even though Guma goes down, by that point, I think Humba are already in a rough position. If Viper was in that fight from the beginning, would have looked completely different. But they were, remember, down for most of that.
Exactly. And now a 3,000 gold lead. That is not small here at 18 minutes into the game. And so now these Mountain Drakes likely to start stacking up. Owner already in position for that one. Wave shoved in here in mid. And so HLE, I think they might still want to go for something here.
You have to try and fight with Drake, right? Because Soul Point is still a big deal.
Yeah.
If you can get it, but you can't lose it in a manner that's too convincing, because then the gold lead becomes basically impossible to hold on to. So it's a very fine balance you have to walk. They might also just decide to give it up. Wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the case. I don't know if you can hold on to this bot side turret here, Hanwan. You cannot.
No, it's a bit of a bridge too far. They will be able to take that one down. And then the teleport in from Keria should mean that this dragon is going comfortably over to T1. Peanut is still rotating down, though. As T1 are looking to start this one up. Okay. HLE not going to give this one up without a fight. I don't know whether it's necessarily the right call, but it's an aggressive one. And maybe we'll just have to respect it as Control Ward's going down into this banana brush over and over again. Equalizer right on top of them as Chains of Corruption will connect, but down goes to Light because the rest of the team just couldn't get there. And then they're like, well, that's my cue to exit. They will give up a Nautilus and a Dragon, and T1 just hold on to this game so firmly. And now Keeper's Verdict comes down. Goodbye, Zeka. And now Viper is once again alone. Taunt comes in, Cease and Desist comes down, but unfortunately, I don't think they're going to cease, and they are definitely not going to desist, although Owner is still going to die.
Yeah, I think he's happy with that, Atlas. I don't think he's too bothered. Little overzealous there, as they could have just gotten the turret. Would have been nice, but mid turret is still looking to go down very quickly. Is here. The ultimate from Doran does a great job. Then I'm pretty sure Keria also interrupts the attempted hook onto Doran. Not that it would have mattered, because I don't think the rest of the team can really follow there. And then here, they go for the play on Viper. Humble Life is able to help out a little bit because Peanut's ready, so is Zeus, but ready is, you know, valuable term, because Viper does still end up going down. Currently 0-2, and really kind of reminding us why we don't see
on-hit Varus is just a little difficult to make work in a lot of these team fights, especially when there's Gallios and Wukongs and Rumbles.
Yeah, I think there are setups where you can get away with it. You also don't really have a front line, you know?
Yeah.
So it is. It's been rough. I also want to give credit to T1, who I think had a pretty lackluster last week. Part of it was also, again, I think KT had been on the upswing for a while. We're clearly getting better by the week. But then the series against Nongshim and also just how T1 looked, particularly in the second game against KT, where they were very clearly making a lot of mistakes. I feel like they've really pulled it back in this one. We're not seeing any of the, I want to say, trademark circus moves, you know, where we're like, oh, let's just re-engage because we can. And we feel like it's actually been a very measured game here. And from this position, denying Soul Point with a really strong 5v5 composition. I think T1 in full control of this one, unless Humble Life can find a miracle pick.
Yeah, they're going to need to do something incredibly heroic this time around.
Yeah.
It's about a 4,000 gold lead. Infinity Edge is now done for Gumayusi as well, as big item spikes are coming in. Sundered Sky done for Owner as well, that 2-item spike that we talk about all the time. And so this Wukong is also very, very frightening. Probably not going to be as worried about being caught underneath turrets anymore, as the Otacon might be one of the final nails for the coffin here.
Or it's the one that...
The avenue back in.
That deconstructs it. Like, nope, never mind. We don't need that. If we have a classic Otacon... I just think the problem is that if T1 does get set up, it's already hard for you to find a good team fight, to get past Galio and Poppy. But if they are pre-set up, like... you just dive onto Poppy or Galio?
Oh, we're teleporting in, looking for a turn angle here. As Piercing Arrow going to be charged up here by Viper. He needs to try and keep himself safe in this fight, but right now they have no information about the Otacon's health bar. Keeper's Verdict just gets rid of the Ambessa as Peanut able to flash out but unable to steal away the Otacon. He'll just burn to a crisp, as this time Viper might be able to keep himself safe. Never mind. There's just no way out for this AD carry, and Zeus trying to be a hero, but unfortunately he's on the wrong team this year, and T1 looking to push even further, but that, I think, was the backbreaker.
Yeah, the back wasn't looking good, Atlas.
It was not.
It'd been kind of creaky for a while, but it wasn't well and truly broken. It is now. With that, a clean ace. Otacon going over. More turrets falling. And Humble Life are most certainly going to be looking at a 1-0 deficit here in this series, as the Wallets are doing a lot of lifting, but I want to again highlight the fact that T1's able to have Keria in the Tri-Brush, Faker in the lane, and you can't engage on either of them because it's Poppy and Galio. But if you don't engage on them, what do you do?
Yeah.
Nothing, as it turns out. You don't get Otacon, you don't win the fight. And it's now 9K. It's
yeah, it's kind of absurd. There's a 7-0-5 rumble in this
It's
game.
done, Atlas. That's what it is.
It is feeling a little done. You might be correct. 14-3 at the top of your screen as well, guys.
To get back to the stake conversation. If you'd ordered something medium and it would come in like this game, you'd send it back. Yeah. It's not okay.
No. This is way too well done. And in fact, just don't do that. You know, medium rare is probably about as far as you should ever go, if it's a good stake. Okay.
I'm not gonna. You eat your steak however you like. You know, I'm not. That's
no,
okay
just
with
don't
me.
don't get an expensive one if you plan on burning it to a crisp. You know.
Okay, but then you're still doing the. Oh, okay.
Well, we're going to
Hail Mary.
Something to a crisp as in goes Peanut and immediately just gets interrupted. Cease and desist does get him into the back line, but I don't know whether he necessarily wants to be there. Gumayusi flashes away. Equalizer on his teammates mainly, but it doesn't actually matter here because T1 are so far ahead that it is just kind of doomed here for HLE. I do respect them trying to answer with more aggression.
Oh, you have to. Yeah, again, the game was already basically done. I don't think you really get any normal avenue back in, so might as well try to look for something. They got Guma Sums.
Yep. Keria also got underneath an inhibitor turret and is likely to die. So he's obviously having a very good time. That's his first death of the game, actually. He was 0-0-14. But, you know, sometimes he's got to have a good time. Zeus is now looking for his other ex-teammate here from the bottom lane. And there's a public execution that will close the gap, and no way out here for Gumayusi. So Zeus is still gaming. He's still trying to make something happen.
They're going to look for Baron, by the way.
Wait, can they? Hang on.
No, they can.
Wait.
There's no bot lane.
Well, Faker is just going to let this dragon reset.
Doran doesn't have TP.
Hang on. Wait a sec. No, Shoal. The nail was it. We were talking about the nail.
Possible. No, I mean, even if they get it, I don't think it's enough is the problem. But if they get a good fight here, you know, Dreams Don't have to be memes, Atlas. They need to get Baron, though, and win the fight.
Yeah.
Which is hard.
Well, Zeker is also going to find Doran on this flank angle here as the Baron going down very low. The equalizer comes in. Heroic entrance from Faker out of the brush there as Zeus is going to be the first to die. And now the Walking Barbecue comes in to put them down. It was optimistic, it was cute, but it was not enough. Here for HLE, Zeka is, it's like Little Red Riding Hood walking through the forest, and there are wolves and all of those dangerous things.
That's been said about me. Optimistic, cute, but not quite enough. When I applied,
You got married, dude. It's fine.
No, I applied to the School Musical. I can't sing. It was a bit of a disaster.
Oh dear.
It was great though. I had one line. They were like, "Okay, we love this guy. We can't really give him anything." Yeah, I lived through High School Musical, but I was one of the, the background people.
Yeah, right. More in the chorus.
Yeah. Oh no, not even
than,
that.
yeah.
Don't you worry.
Okay.
But for Humble Life, you got to try something. I think plays like this. Oh, might as well give it a go. I don't even know, guys. It's okay.
Delight's giving it a go in the mid lane.
Yeah, we know the game is over. It's okay.
It's 14,000 gold. That's a big lead. Peanut is going to phase check.
Not the jungle.
And yeah, the Faker jump scare does come in as he presses R because it was up and available. And that's 0-6 now. Not exactly the greatest of times, but I'm looking at the 0-5-0 Viper who needs 18 kills to crack 3K, and I don't think it's happening in this game. Still hope for the series, obviously.
Is this where we are starting the cope? So, expensive draft for T1 in terms of Fearless.
Oh, we already went over that.
Humble, yeah, but we gotta give him something, right?
Yeah.
Are we going back to... You want to tell about one of your...
You don't need to give them something, I don't think.
You want to tell about one of your high school experiences? Like, I don't know, man.
I was just rollerblading, man. Zeka flashes in, looking for a bit of an angle, but he is just going to get melted. And it's another team fight that is going very handily over to T1 as the world's smallest keeper's verdict does send Peanut back to the fountain as Zeus will fall down. And there it is, turret's going to go down, and T1, yeah, I reckon they're feeling better after their disappointing loss to KT. Feels like a bit of that revenge has come out here in today's first game.
And it was, I think, a very solid performance of everyone on the team as well, right? I actually find it hard to pick. My first mind would be going towards Doran. I feel like he had an incredible Rumble game, but really, It was one of those games where Owner had his moments. Obviously, some of the setups from Carrier were great. I think Guma had a hard game, played it out well. Faker, as we highlighted, both in laning phase and afterwards, I think did very well. So it was an expected pullback. After definitely some messy business in the last game. For Humble Life, I don't think this is end of the world with this type of draft. I think that this game was always going to feel pretty one-sided one way or another. And as we saw, it was another, unfortunately, for them. They will be going the blue side. I hope they can bring us to a game number 3, but in that first game, T1 was doing kind of what they've been doing for most of summer.
Yep, and I think Lethality Varus was probably a better call this time around as well, having a look at how Viper did in this game. Just wasn't really able to get the autos off to make the on-hit Varus work, or should we say the on-miss Varus. But now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, gonna break down that first game and then we'll have the second. We'll see whether HLE will be able to put a series on our hands or whether it will be T1 all the way.
라인부터. 나 오공이 밀어줘. 오른쪽 선택 깔아올게. 바로 뛰보자. 에이 노플. 괜찮아? 아이도 공이요. 끝내자.
packed Lall Park. T1 did not disappoint here in game number 1, using the power of the draft to their side. It is 1-0 T1 over Hanwha Life Esports. Dagon alongside Wolf and Wadid. And if you watch the pre-show, you're a knower on how this draft plays out as we give it over to Wadid here and why it was so difficult for Hanwha to play.
So I think we already mentioned that you kind of getting forced to ban those 3 on the red side, Azir, Yunara, Pantheon. And I think T1 kind of got what they wanted to have in the blue side. They just first pick Wukong into Galio Rumble to counter the any Vi combination from the HLE. So I feel like it feels so great whenever you have Wukong and you kind of force them to pick any Vi. So that means if HLE cannot make any crazy plays in the early game, you can't really win out in the late game. So it was pretty great idea from T1 as well. And also in game plan, I think they kind of gave up 2 Drakes in the early game, and I think they just waited for the first item power spike. It was a really smart move from them.
I mean, outside of the Poppy, which you could replace with a lot of different things, it's an incredible team fighting draft for T1 with all the ultimate sync up. On the side of Hanwha Life Esports, you have on-hit Varus that was the opt-in for Viper, which makes sense into this draft, I think. But you have Annie-Vi, so you're more limited in your engage, especially with the Nautilus, into looking for single target picks. There's an insane amount of peel here in this T1 draft. The Wukong, the Galio, right? Even Rumble's ultimate is really going to mess with how you want to fight and how you're trying to set up for your Varus to be on hit. So I think that the way this works out is if T1 ever control objectives, if they can be there, not even first, they don't even have to have pry up, they can just show up. It's really hard to fight as Hanwha here, and it means your Annie needs to show up big. You need to be able to get multi-man stuns. You need to be able to set up a lot in these fights.
And when they show up is important. T1 gave up the first 2 Drakes here, decided to fight here at the Herald.
But yeah, the issue is that Annie is not here. So they are fighting for the river control, but while Zeka was pushing on top side. So what happens next is they're just gonna take the fight without Annie, which makes 0 sense. As I mentioned, I think they need to work together as a team whenever they have Vi and Annie, but here it was just simple, straight up fight from T1.
It's just kind of a half commit. Like Peanut goes in and then Delight follows up. The rest of the team is running away. There's waiting for Zeka, waiting for Zeka, waiting for Zeka. We're still waiting, but he just does not ever get there. Doesn't get his stun prep, doesn't set up for a Tibbers. So it's just not a fight you can win without him. And this affects what happens next when we move into this Herald fight. Or once again, T1 have the prio on the objective. They're already preset here. And even though there's no Galio ultimate anymore, there's just so many peel opportunities here. And the Sivir can spell shield, Delight's engage, and turn it on a dime.
And look at here, why Zeka is moving backwards here. Like Sivir has no spell shield, and your team is ready in the Herald pit as well. Why are you not flashing into Sivir and Wukong? It was such an easy and juicy targets that you can look for, but he was just moving backwards for no reason, and his engage at the end was not good enough to finish this fight cleanly, and I think that was really crucial from Zeka in this fight.
At this stage of the game, killing the Sivir here is great and all, but like to over-index like this means you lose so much more on the back end. Delight's got to be mad about that one. He's like, I got his spell shield, I sacrificed myself. You're there, you got flash Tibbers. Where's the follow-up? You've got to get that AD carry here, not deep in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and what I love about this the draft to highlight 1 is the window in which Hanwha Life Esports has to play in based off of the draft and their inability to do that in that first highlight. And afterwards, they try to find fights. Otacon is the next point where they try to find, but at this point, T1 are way ahead, and this is what the comp looks like when you're behind.
Yeah, well said, Dagon. I mean, I think in the draft, I already mentioned that you got to do something in the early game, otherwise you're going to get outscaled. And here, they already got outscaled really, really hard, and there is no options to win the fight. They already finished the Otacon. You wasted all the abilities on nothing as a Vi. Here, there's just nothing you can do about it.
I mean, even though T1 are on Otacon, the turn is so simple. It's so easy. Like I said, this comp plays itself. You just kind of walk towards them and press your R buttons, and you win. And when you're this far ahead, the game just ends, right? And for Hanwha Life Esports, I think we need to see a lot more coordination, a lot more aggressive and bold play on these engages for them to have a chance to take those fights. And Zeka just was invisible in this game, sadly. Outplayed by Faker. The Sivir gives you wave clear. You show up on those objectives first. And T1 came up with a draft here on blue side where they could basically get everything they want. Insane team fighting power. When they were at their weakest, they gave up Double Dragon. They were like, I don't need to fight that. We'll fight later when we're a little bit more powerful.
And also from me, I want to focus on AD carries as well, because this is kind of All-Pro second decider for me. You know, I'm still struggling to find out who's the second place for the All-Pro. And like, this is, again, Guma versus Viper. I think it was pretty clean game by Guma as well. So I just want to see more from Viper as well.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up because Viper was the best AD carry in the first half of the season. One of the major reasons why we're in this situation at the end of the year where Hanwha Life Esports still has a chance of being the second place team even if they lose this, but Viper hasn't had these pop-off games in the second half of the season against Gen G and T1, whereas Guma has showed up.
Viper's playing on-hit Varus with his teammates not being coordinated. He goes like, what, 0-5, I believe it was, towards the middle of that game. Might have actually taken a 6th death later. He's playing on-hit Varus, like, which I don't think was wrong, but when you're playing into this type of Wukong Galio comp, it is really hard. Like, this is a game I won't judge Viper for too harshly. I think we got to look at the big picture, but we got to see him step up. Hopefully they can draft a little bit better around him, play a little bit better around him, because in this game he looks bad with that KDA, but it's not his fault.
Yeah, Hanwha Life Esports need to find a way to bounce back. With the win here, T1 do not clinch the second place seed, but from the rest of the week, they're in a great spot to do so. Will they be able to? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is Atlas and Peabody here, ready to get into it. Do you know what's really sad? And this is something that a guy tweeted at me.
I don't understand the reference.
Have you not played Portal 2?
No.
Well, you definitely should.
No, I know I should.
It's extraordinary, but the two characters, if you play co-op Portal 2, are exactly the colors of our shirts.
Oh.
And one of them is called Atlas, and guess what? He's the blue one. So we need to swap shirts, is what I'm saying.
Well, we can get on that. We're not on camera, so it's fine.
Yeah, we'll just pretend.
Also, I just thought you were making a High School Musical reference that I didn't get.
No.
So what was our last topic of conversation?
No. I had to explain the
Have you seen High School Musical 1 and 2?
I believe I have. I may have forcibly eradicated it from my memory, though.
Terrible decision.
I mean, I choose different Zac Efron movies to really enjoy. 17 again, one of my all-time favorites. Absolutely incredible stuff. As we, in our Blanca prompter, do have a High School Musical image here. But it just never really got me. You know, I wasn't into Glee that much either, but I do like musicals a lot.
Yeah, that's why I kind of figured you'd be into it. Yeah. I hope we don't have the time to talk about my high school life.
I think we may.
I hope not. I want a game. I want a free game for Atlas.
Oh, there'll be a game. There's always time.
A competitive... Okay, that's actually... I don't know why I'm saying this to you. You'll find a way.
We can always find a way. The Nico going to be the first ban here as we jump into the draft for game number 2. And the Azir are going to be taken away once again on the red side. Does feel like Azir, Yunara, and Pantheon are our red side kind of obligatory bans, but the carrier focus is coming in pretty hard here by HLE, understandably so because he's been playing so well, but it does mean a lot of things are going to be up and available. I think an Aurora ban would fit here, get Zeus on a Gwen that isn't going to be answerable by something like a Rumble, and then you're kind of off to the races. Otherwise, you get Pantheon first pick, and you feel really good about that.
Wondering what we are going to see when it comes to the... Yeah, Aurora and then an early Gwen pickup wouldn't surprise me. The Kruglord did really dominate in the previous game.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, I feel like the head-to-head was actually very competitive, and then Carrier ganked once.
Yep.
And then it was done. We are going to get the prio pick of the Gwen here for Zeus. As you highlighted, the Pantheon did in fact come through, so it'll be what? Xin Zhao... It's Doran, so maybe Xin Zhao Jax? Could see
like
that. They can also just go towards a mid lane pick. Talia is open. So Talia Xin Zhao, I think, is a very inoffensive, doesn't give anything away type of opener. Picking up the Corki would be interesting. Is technically a flex, but I'm going to be real. I feel like Gen G is the only team that actually gets away with that.
Yeah.
I think that this should just be a pickup for Guma. Corki's been great. Very versatile pick that doesn't really have a lot of the losing matchups that we have seen. And it's going to be Ryze instead, and that preemptively also makes it Talia worse if that was what Humble Life wanted to go towards, because we've seen Ryze picked into Talia about 1,000,000 times.
Yep, it is one of the go-tos. I like it a lot more than the Ahri that we've seen running around, despite the fact that Showmaker had such an incredible performance on it the last time we saw the matchup. Xin Zhao, the double circles, looking to be a consideration here for HLE. Understandably so. But Peanut still pondering this, does finally lock it away. And now, what is Zeka going to be doing? Looks like more circles are going to be added, some spherical. But instead, he's just going to opt into the matchup. I think Talia is just very strong, especially when paired with a Xin Zhao that can follow up pretty comfortably. As there is the Jax that we all expected. Doran has been fantastic on this pick throughout most of his career, but I think even his laning phase is kind of terrifying now as well, as Doran has just gotten better.
He's just been amazing. He's just been, it's been full-on domestic Doran.
Yep.
To the point where, the All-Pro was mentioned earlier as well. I think that's actually a really interesting conversation between him and Keen right now, and it might come down to that final series.
Oh, you talking about maybe the Saturday showdown?
Oh, you know we're doing some preemptive setup work for that one. Going to be amazing to see what is going to come through there. Now, expecting a lot of AD carry bans. The Jarvan ban on the side of Hanwha does make sense, given that with the Lucian ban, we're rapidly thinning out the amount of AD carries that like to play into Jarvan.
Yep.
Jarvan is kind of an AD carry's worst nightmare. And then obviously T1 have already locked in one of the ones that does do well, which is the Corki. So outside of that, we might see more support picks as both teams have locked in most of the top side. And then it's jungler for Hanwha, AD carry for T1. So the Rel also taken away makes me think, do they want to go towards what, like...
Alistar.
Yeah, I think that is the... But then I don't know if you ban the Rel necessarily. Which is what that gives me a little bit of pause. I'm like, do you want to go towards like a Leona or something?
I think
sure.
like HLE probably want to ban Alistar and then hope that Talia is enough to disincentivize T1 from picking the Rakan. Or you just leave Alistar up and hope that they pick that one instead. We'll see what they do decide to do, because the Trundle was what they decided to take away from Ona.
I do think the Trundle ban is warranted, given how good it is into Xin Zhao specifically.
Yep.
Xin Zhao doesn't have an easy way around the pillar, and Trundle does kind of just chomp him.
He chomps.
As that is a champion that when it comes to Owner, I don't even think that he's not that great. It's just what Owner does for T1. Skarner, I'm not going to be super excited about. We've seen the matchup a good amount into Xin Zhao. Makes sense there. Xin Zhao can't really friend the Skarner he can with a lot of other AD carries, but Owner you always want to see in facilitators, right? And this is very much more of a Gen G angle. We've seen Canyon play this a ton. I think that they've been the only team that has actually made this look really good.
I think Gideon has been okay on it as well. Another one of our sort of tank junglers.
At the beginning of
I would a while back.
Yeah, back when Gideon Grubbs was all the rage.
Indeed.
I do remember that as Leona. You know, it's not super exciting. It also, even though I don't think it hard counters anymore, kind of disincentivizes the Rakan further. But it's going to just be the Lights Alistar, which does make sense. Does mean that the early laning levels are a little iffy, and even into a Talia. Looks like Keria is still more than happy. And I think they can use a good amount of teamfight CC, because the setup of just a Skarner, I think generally isn't really enough to try and fight off.
And there's also not a massive amount of AoE for the Rakan to worry about here. Of course, the rocks are going to be annoying.
That's the main thing.
But it's not necessarily as much of a, like, there's no equalizers being thrown around all over the place and stuff like that, which is kind of Rakan's worst nightmare. Pops the quickness, presses W and dies, is often what happens in that scenario. Not going to be happening this time around, but may get stopped in his tracks if Zeka is playing well. This is a champion that he has found some success on, and I think if we're looking over the HLE side, I think my biggest worry is the bottom side of the map, as Ezreal. Alistar is famously just good at doing nothing for the first few levels. But outside of that, top side of the map for HLE looking pretty strong here. I think they did make decent use of their blue side, and they will have a fair bit of team fighting power come later in the game with the come into the circle if you want to do damage or die. Is kind of how it works.
We're just in a mukbang meta. Every mascot is eating the other mascot. Look at this.
It's like, I love the images that they chose as well of Gumayusi. Absolutely perfect. This is going to be an interesting one. I think the Skarner is the biggest question mark on the T1 side of things.
I'm feeling a bit better. I'm hoping for that free gamer Atlas.
Yep. Let's see whether we can get it as we jump onto the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for game number 1 already. A little bit of biffo going on here in the mid lane, but otherwise not too much is going to come of it. And Zeka is just going to go back to get that, 100 health. Back up again. Scary not going to quite find the second Q.
So I'm actually
going to deliver a headbutt. Yeah.
I'm actually expecting an action-packed game.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to get this out of the way while we still have time.
Okay, please do.
How was your high school time?
I actually quite enjoyed high school.
Yeah, it was
you know,
good.
I feel like high school is an interesting conversation where you'll either you liked it or you absolutely hated it. You know, I feel like that's the conversation you mostly had. I actually had a great time.
Great
in high
time.
school.
Nice.
I didn't do a lot of work.
Oh, I wouldn't have expected you to.
No, but I was very good
You
at
had a good time.
socializing. Yeah.
That
And
also does not come off as surprising.
And it was frustrating because it kind of because I just sort of breezed by and everything.
Oh,
just
you were
kind of
coasting.
fine.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
you
yeah.
got to, classic.
And then I got to my first year at uni. I'm like, what? Do you have to actually do work? I never even learned how to study. I just sort of turned up for the test.
Classic.
And so that it was a bit of a rude awakening. So make sure that you do some study and learn how to do that because it's a good skill to have. If you ever want to get a degree or something like that. If you want to be an esports commentator, there's not as many degrees in that. Although there are some things that you can do. I studied TV and film for a little while.
Nice.
To help with my presentation
Yeah, there's
skills.
stuff like vocal coaching.
Yep. Although that's more of like a...
Well, that's when you
Yeah.
actually... But it can't hurt for any broadcasting
Oh, no, it's
job,
definitely
right?
a good idea. I just wouldn't call it necessarily learning. It's more like doing like a first aid training or something like that. Keeping yourself healthy. Learning to speak from the diaphragm,
Yeah.
as it were.
You know the pronunciation upsets me, even though I know you're doing it on purpose, but that's okay.
I just needed to make sure that people knew how to spell it as well.
So that they could Google it
Yeah.
and be like, oh yeah, that's a thing.
It's like draft. You know, have you noticed it like when
Hold up.
Okay, there's going to be a bit of a flick here in this mid lane.
No,
We'll go back to the draft.
Do not get
conversation.
this-
Don't worry.
Do not get distracted.
So it's a different draft. So DROUGHT is draft. But people think it's pronounced draught. And it's just not. It's just a dumb English word. But
really?
yep. It's like
I had
in
no
a
idea.
reference to like beer, like draft beer,
Okay.
for example. So you could like a draft of shadows in a video game or something like
I
that.
had no
is
idea.
like in a little bottle.
How did we get here again?
Saying
Oh yeah,
words
because
wrong.
we're talking about diaphragm.
Yeah. Diaphragm? What's that?
Oh, Atlas? Come on.
I'm going to take a draught of pronunciation so that I can know exactly how to say words properly.
Yeah.
Well, Kerry is going to get aggressed on here momentarily as Delight goes for a little bit of a ride with his headbutt. Not really going to find too much more there, though.
But I'm glad you had a good time.
Yep.
It's nice.
Yeah.
A lot of rollerblading.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of playing video games.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Played a lot of Donkey Konga back then.
Of course you did.
Game was so incredibly good.
Is that the one, the rhythm game? Or
Yeah, the rhythm with the bongo drums.
Yeah, I played with the bongo drums, the platformer.
Oh, yeah, Jungle Beat.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that game was pretty
good
cool.
stuff.
I just wanted to go back. Like, I wanted more songs in that game.
Oh, no, I
Unfortunately,
get
it
it.
wasn't like Guitar Hero where like the modded
They just kept
theme
adding.
was just like kind of massive as well.
Yeah, no, for me it was interesting because I had my first couple of years, which weren't so great, but then I had to redo a year because it was Wrath of the Lich King, so you know how it goes.
Heck yeah.
So then I had to read it, and then after that was great. I had a really good time. Is Doran already picking up his first plate here? Also feeling great about his what would be in levels? What would be the high school equivalent in League? Is it like when you get your ultimate to like level mid game?
What?
So if you have, they're not ages, right? But if you had,
Well, Faker is in a bit of
Faker?
trouble. He has to flash, and then the flash follow from Zeka is too good. And he'll be able to secure first blood and a solo kill. Not enough to drag them out of the gold deficit that they're in, but definitely a good start.
maybe as enthralled as we were with the conversation, kind of getting caught off guard there. Zeka just gets the solo bolo.
That is not the Zeka that we've been seeing.
But that's big. That already sets up Humble Life for a game that hopefully goes better than the last one.
Carrier goes in, doesn't quite find the grand entrance, but let's have a look at this one more time from Zeka's perspective. Just finds the shove.
And then sitting on only a tier, but still has the damage, making sure that there's no jungler to ruin his day. Actually, they're right there. Frets the Q in between the two minions.
Very, very nice. Rise no flash is all that he says at the end of that one. Knows that it may have won the battle. It's not going to win them the war, though.
As we do have to pay a little bit of attention here before we get back to the, like, what levels corresponds to what era in a champion's life. Like, Zeus is getting kind of pummeled. This counter pick of the Jax really paying off here so far, already sitting at a like 350 gold lead. He was proxying, by the way, which is why he's having a pretty decent tempo lead. Although it does look like Zeus was able to clear out most of the wave with relative decent timing. Not too far behind, but he still ends up bleeding a lot of minions.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Gwen should really be having this much of a bad time in the matchup. As Peanut looking to move over as Faker is going to be here. And Peanut does get put in prison, but Ona not really interested in following up on that one. And with Talia moving over, it is a scary time. Ona might be in a little bit of trouble as Zeus is going to make the first roam, but there is the knockup onto 2. Ona looks at the angle, doesn't quite get it, as now the needlework is coming through. Another shove! He's going to come down from the grave, and he's got Zeus trying to find carrier here. The flash follow immediately, but the grand entrance was already right there. Still, the Jax goes down, and Ona isn't even going to be able to take down the Gwen. HLE, a dominating first skirmish.
And we haven't finished our conversation yet. Zeus pops off in the skirmish, unmatched. No one paying any attention to the Gwen here as we're going to take another look. At first, it looks like the turn from T1 actually ends up working out, but here, Owner doesn't actually catch the Xin Zhao. He catches Zeka instead, but Zeka was relatively full health, so it actually takes him a good amount of time. And then you can see Halma Life was actually considering backing off, but Zeus says no, keeps it going, and then even stays alive there because he gets a 4-stack snip onto Owner with his Conqueror stacked, able to stay alive. And I think that was really necessary for Humble Life in this series, because if they lose that skirmish as well, it might be a mental battle that is too hard to fight from that point on, right? But instead, a lot of gold onto the right members.
Let's see whether this was also like a take a year off because of Wrath of the Lich King. You know, that might be the situation here for T1.
Hey, it was also,
And you still finished high school, so it was fine, right?
I did, yeah. Also, I had skipped a grade when I was like in elementary school, so it actually was really funny. Me and my best friend got back into the same grade because of that.
Oh, that's excellent.
So it actually, balanced out nicely.
There you go.
It was good, yeah. Second half of high school was great. Oh, wonderful time.
Also, taking a year off for Wrath of the Lich King is pretty big.
Well, we still went to school.
That was the year after I graduated.
Ah, nice.
So that was pretty big.
Yeah, classic.
That was my first expansion as well. Maybe that was the biggest issue with the whole studying situation, was the beginning of World of Warcraft.
Even back then, we were making the same mistake.
There we go. All right, Kerry Gamushi will be able to clear out this wave pretty comfortably as Doran and Zeus just whacking on minions. But Zeus feeling a whole lot better in this matchup, as you can see. Still down a little bit, but that last team fight certainly helping out. 600 gold going to be the approximate advantage here for HLE. And I think a lot of eyes are going to be turning towards Zeka in this game after that first blood, picking up a couple of assists in that last fight as well. And even though he fell down, still 500 gold in the lead on this Talia that has been a pretty highly coveted pick.
Yeah, and for Zeka in particular, I think it's a big deal because we've been seeing some of the kind of old narratives creep up with Zeka being like he can only play melees. I think this summer he's just hasn't looked good on anything. I don't really think it's champion pool related because we have Zeus maybe in some trouble.
Yeah.
Does have the snip and the ult, so it looks like he's going to be fine.
Yeah, but just does a donut and leaves.
Because I think in 2024, and 2023 were kind of the years where he started adding more champs to a champ pool. And he just looked good on everything.
I mean, his Talia and Azir were already just kind of good.
Well, but that's,
even in 2022.
Yeah, but I think that he still upgraded. And it wasn't quite the level where his, his Akali and his Silas would be, but or Yone, but it was still a lot better. But I think that this year he has just really struggled in general. Isn't really a champion pool thing. So for him to have a good game on Talia would be a big deal now. The gold lead is not... We're not even remotely to the point where we'd start talking about anything off topic. We would never.
Oh, Light just going...
Right, Atlas?
Yeah.
No.
No. It's not really about that. We're very serious professionals
Always.
here at the LCK.
Yes.
and we
That's what we
never
are.
want
That's
to
what we are
deviate.
known for. I argue the English broadcasts are
Yeah.
constant level of high.
It's just high tier analysis and
Yes.
staying on point.
Always.
Is really, it's our calling.
Yes.
I, in fact, really struggle when things get off topic. So
Oh, no, you
I
are
really
a-
appreciate you keeping us in the zone.
You are a stickler for structure
Oh,
and
yeah.
sheets.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
follow
yeah,
the
yeah.
sheet.
Hi, I'm Brendan Valdez.
If you don't get the reference, watch Pog State. It's
Yeah,
great.
you certainly need to.
No?
Doran might need to also do a
think-
bit of watching,
no,
but does have some
there's,
teammates.
There are there's both Rakan and Skarner.
Yeah.
And Humble Life's like, I don't know about this one. Maybe Zeus an issue?
Yeah, does find the counter-strike. There's the grand entrance as well. And Zeus, I mean, Delight's there to watch, but he is just dead. No making his way out of that one.
And that's a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah?
As it was Humble Life looking for a setup, they decide to abandon the play. Peanut, or I think it was Peanut, or maybe it was Zeka, already was gone. Delight was still in the area, but it's just Carrier shows up. And that's the end of it. We just get a kill onto Zeus, another gold lead. Back into harder to deal with territory, approaching 600.
80 carries parked by themselves in the mid lane at this point in time as well, which is why you see Alistair sort of hanging around the Gwen. He
Neither.
teleported back down towards the bottom side. We'll see whether Doran does pull the trigger on the same thing, but I don't think he needs to.
Ooh.
It's a big wave.
That's Triforce done. That's such a big spike for Jax. Actually, a champion now is Faker.
Yeah, could be in a bit of trouble. Does have the grand entrance there from Carrier to try and peel, but still HLE are on the march. Ono looking to make his way over, and they will see the Scorpion and look to back away. Or will they? Looking for maybe a bit of an angle, because even Peanut is doing a lot of damage with that first item completion. And he has a huge CS lead as well over the Skarner that does struggle to farm the jungle all that quickly. Also just can't feel safe as much as Xin Zhao can in the earlier stages of the game.
Yeah, Peanut's been one of the other players on Humble that has really had a rough go. Really, I think starting that reverse sweep.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I think a lot for Hanwha, we kind of go and look back to that as a turning point. The reverse sweep from Genji in the road to MSI, the subsequent 3-0 by T1, and the team just hasn't really looked the same since. But thus far, on the Xin Zhao, great early skirmish, has Sundered Sky, and we have seen it really Lucid, I think, show off how truly disgusting it can be.
Yeah, Lucid and Owner, I think, really do epitomize it.
With Owner, I think mechanically, he is the cleanest Lee Sin we have. With Lucid, it felt more like a madman taking out like a lot of anger.
Yeah, or just abusing the fact that this item's pretty broken, and
He
he
was,
certainly did that.
He was berserking.
Yes.
He was going in on everything. I think Owner is generally a lot more restrained, but then when he does go in, it always looks very, very good. But yeah, for Peanut, would be big if he can continue this early momentum, but T1 still insanely well-scaling opposition. They have a really big threat in the side lane. They have good side lane support with the Rise as well. And then Corki obviously is going to be looking to play the game from 2 items onwards, as Zeus did. Faker was there, but he is phase rush, so
Yeah, just runs away.
just runs away.
Still going to be able to interrupt the back, and so that is certainly going to be good. As Viper does look for a W on the carrier here, as when it comes Lightning, Peanut able to lock down the crab, and Viper takes a whole bunch of damage here from a big one out of Gumayushi. They are even on items, but Gumayushi does have some free socks that he did manage to put together. There's now possible fight around the Herald. Could be coming on through here. We are 1 objective away from feats of strength here for HLE. So the Herald could certainly be a place to gather that one. Next Dragon going to be a Cloud. So the likelihood of double Mountain Soul in this series is very high. Because T1 often gets Earth, Wind, and Fire. Don't tell me why. It's just a thing. All right, Peanut looking for an angle, but Ona finds him. The Impale comes on down. The Crescent Guard did come on through, and Peanut stayed alive for a little bit longer than he otherwise would have, but still, Delight is going to die as well, and that is 2 very quick picks for T1. Back in the driver's seat in an instant.
I want to see how they got behind him there. Because obviously you're expecting him to look for an engage, right, when you're threatening and you're pushing positioning in River. But what exactly happened there?
I feel like Ona was waiting in that brush
No, he
for
was
a very long time.
Well, he's in the banana brush. I'm just kind of surprised as to how they didn't get vision in the banana brush. Because you know that that's most likely where someone is going to hide. So I hope we can get a replay of that, because that was, I think, the fact that really cemented their death. Normally engaging onto his Zinza is always something that comes with a big risk, because if you don't kill him as cleanly as that, he ults, and you waste tools on a champion that will auto you twice, and then be at half health again. So yeah, just didn't check it. Flash E.
Yeah.
So clean, and even though the ult goes off, you can see it doesn't matter. The Impale's there. The follow-up of the Rakan, very clean as well, and the Delight goes in trying to salvage the play, create some space. Not gonna be the case, and now that Herald, as we are now learning slowly, also a valuable teamfight tool.
Yeah, it's a defensive teamfighting.
Let's look. Yeah.
As Peanut thought that he knew what was going on. But he didn't.
No, that's...
Just wanders past. That is going to be the Rise actually picking up the Drake here, as Peanut not able to find a steal. And like I said, it's going to be a Mountain Soul as Faker once again phase rushing. That's going to help him out. And does find a Rune Prison onto Zeka here, who's looking to slow down Ona, but Carrier gets into the backside and will be able to find the Talia. Seraph's not going to keep him alive. And it's Ona that actually gets the kill. Not sure about this one, Gumiushi, as there is an exhaust, but the rest of the team make their way over. Peanut gonna be cleaned up by the Scorpion.
Oh no, not the TP!
Yep. And the triple kill now for Ona, as Zeus looking to try and salvage the play, but instead I think he's just lining the pockets of his former teammates, and Viper is dead as well. That is a clean ace, somehow, for some reason, at 17 minutes.
And just like my 4th year of high school slipped away, this game might be slipping away from Alpha Atlas, as the turnaround is immaculate. Take another look here. Try to look for Owner. Obviously, he's able to get out. But it's this long flank from Carrier that just catches them off guard. The route from Faker starts it off. And then, I think, just give up Zeka.
Or flash into the Dragon Pit with your teammates.
Yes. And then, Hamalife, you can't be falling for this. Guma going in like that. Come on!
Yep.
That's too juicy. That's obviously bait. As you highlight, it's just a clean ace, and now they are at a 5k gold deficit.
Yep, the game has just disappeared for HLE. One thing to note, though, is that there are 4 players with the same scoreline, which is pretty cool.
I do truly appreciate your ability to see that kind of angle in a game that I'm now very afraid is cooked, Atlas. Oh, come on now. That's not...
Oh, no, I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah,
We've seen worse.
Atlas, give me worse.
Okay, so have you seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Yes.
You know the Black Knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like gets his arms and legs chopped off.
Yeah, it's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, just a flesh wound. This game, very similar to his opinion on stuff, you know? And with Optimism, you never know what you can achieve. As Delight's going to have to press ult, just don't know whether it's going to quite be enough. Does get missed by the Impale, as Zeka trying to do damage where he can. In goes Peanut, looks for an angle onto Gumiushi.
But just don't have the damage.
Yeah.
If Gwen's not there and Zeus can't be there, then they don't have the damage.
Now teleport.
He's dead.
Oh, dear.
Come on.
Well, he may have a circle, so I think he might be all right, as it's Carrier that makes his way in. Faker is inside the circle, though, ready to do damage.
Okay, he's not dead. Sorry, I was getting a little... Oh, he's dead.
He is some dead. However,
Unless...
he does have a very nice shove.
A chance, Atlas?
And you were talking about lacks of damage. I see Owner's name on the screen, and I'm like, someone gonna die. But not when he's playing Skarner, necessarily, and Doran wasn't able to follow up quite enough there. Still, doesn't really matter. It's 5.3k gold the lead, and so with all this poking and prodding being done by T1, they will still just be able to put on that pressure, make things happen, as Owner with item number 2 now complete as well.
Yeah, and, you know, game number 1 for me was mostly about Doran, but now I'm seeing this, I'm like, we haven't had one in a while, could be an Owner POM.
Could be. I mean, this is
this
most
one
impressive Skarner performance that we've seen, I think, almost ever.
Yeah.
Since, like, Skarner was broken and, like, first picked every year.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Remember Top Skarner?
Oh,
when he would just W people?
Yeah.
That was so silly. Silly old Scorpion.
Yep. He was a little strong.
So,
looking for Otacon.
I guess they're now 5k gold up, so they can just start Otacon on spawn and not care.
Yep.
And they're just going to get it.
looks like HLE are not going to be able to do anything about it.
No, they don't have second-hand spikes, so they can't really contest this.
Yep. And Faker is only going to get more and more
Atlas,
terrifying.
I feel robbed.
Yeah, I know. We were supposed to get a 3-gamer. It was supposed to be happening. The draft looked fine, but then they died all at the same time, and that was a negative play, as it turned out. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Got to put numbers in the first and third columns, not the second one.
I don't know. I'm not great at math.
It's more just like location observation.
Oh, I know.
You know, just
I know.
doesn't matter what the number is. Just put it in the outer column.
1 or 3. That's, you know, we're still using numbers. Come on, give me a break.
I mean, it's, but okay. First or third. Oh, I guess it's still numbers.
Left or right?
Left or right. There you go. There you go.
No middle.
Yeah, no middle. Don't don't go. It's not as Aussie rules football.
There's a lot of middle gaming for Hanwha Life Atlas.
Yeah, a little bit too much middle gaming.
They are holding on to those 1-2-2 KDAs, though. Really only Viper's lagging behind.
Yeah, so Viper needs to die another time, grab a couple of assists and a kill, while the rest of his team doesn't get any.
Why can't... That doesn't work, because if he gets
that's still the task, okay? Zona could be in a little bit of trouble here, but Gumayushi is there to defend. Takes half the health bar from Viper in an instant as the redemption comes down to try and keep them safe. Teleport's coming in, they're on a timer now as the cleanse out from Viper. He's keeping himself alive. Gumayushi now right in amongst the enemy team with 0 mana. He'll be dead as now Carrier off to the side and Doran gets in, finds the counter-strike onto Viper. The flash out though, and Viper is fine. The snip comes through the blast cone though, gets Doran back in the fight to dominate HLE, and now Peanut having to run his way out. That's a seismic shove though, that's going to help out, and he finds the big rock. Down goes the Jax, and now Peanut realizes that maybe it's safe to go back in and do battle, and it in fact is, and it's an even fight for both teams, but T1 gets the Drake, and so theoretically still a bit of a trade up, but look at that money. It is down about 2K.
That gold lead is shrinking. That's all we could. That's all we could ask for.
Yep.
That's all we want. As in game 1, we did not see any circus performances, but in this one, bring in the trumpets because we are having some fun as the entire team collapses, trying to save the play, making sure that Owner doesn't just die. Well, that part works, but Guma, way too deep, ends up going down. And then it's, even with Viper going down the door in there, he stalls for so long, which
if
allows...
If blast cone wasn't here, it would have been, like, completely over for T1, but instead, Doran gets to go back in.
I think the situation is always really hard, and he does have, like, Leap Strike would have been up relatively soon, right?
Yep.
But it does mean that they're able to keep him in the pit. But with Zeka getting the flick, taking down Doran, even though it was just barely, the game's still not in a great spot, but it's, you know, it's better. It's only now like a...
And, it's also like a fight like that, despite the fact that they're not ahead.
Is it time?
It's the tempo vibe.
It's the tempo vibe.
That's what you can salvage. T1 still has the majority of them, but HLE, you get that taste of victory.
I actually wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on, despite your monumental discovery in league analysis, none of the other regions have seemingly picked this up yet?
Oh, that's okay. Seismic Shove is going to push back Owner here. I prefer not to talk about it because I was quite distressed with the fact that we did make leaps and bounds, but no one else has really read the scientific paper. But that's okay. Seismic Shove pulls back Owner, but he is incredibly tanky, so he'll be absolutely fine.
Why did that get published, the paper?
The paper was in my journal. Because that's where they get published, you know, the scientific papers, the journals.
Yeah.
And so I put it in my journal. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Where can we find that?
It's at my place.
So you're talking about a physical journal?
Yeah, I put it in my journal. That's what you're supposed to do. What do you mean?
Gold lead staying stable right now.
Did you hear about like when people like think that they've discovered
up.
Ways of treating certain cancers and stuff like that, and they put them in the journals?
In the journals,
yeah. That's what I did, Chronicler. Don't make me out to seem stupid. I'm not.
You know what scientific journals are, Atlas. I'm not letting you get rid of this.
They're like mine that I have at home.
Who did the peer review?
That was my cat. Yeah. And he was really good at it.
The line, no!
The cow, not doing so well.
He can't review anything, he's dead!
No. Oh dear.
don't-
That's also the same.
Oh
as
god,
the
don't.
cats.
Atlas, no! Oh, Baron might be gone soon.
I had to do it too. I'm so sorry. It was right there.
I'm so it's fine. It's fine. Fine. Two can play that game, Atlas.
Well, T1 can play the Baron game. They are very good at it. They're going to start this one up right now. Zeus looking to try and stop it, but they have no information.
TP's coming in.
Yeah. Well, at least Peanut is going to be able to make it towards the pit. But
just
Doran
gone.
gets in, goes golden, and that is enough space bought here. Zeus now trying to do some of the needlework, as Delight's also made his way back through. But that is going to be an impale only onto a cow. But I think T1 are okay with just giving over their Scorpion, if it does mean securing the Baron.
Ooh, this might mean though that the Hololive get Dragon. If only they had another Drake and they would have gotten Soul Point. That might actually, like, between mid turret, you take out Owner, which means that they don't get to be out on the map for the next 30 seconds. Maybe it could have been like kind of okay, but now I don't think it is. Besides, it's T1, so maybe they just still contest the member down. I could see him do it. Wouldn't shock me one bit.
Yep, might go for a bit of an angle as Carrier is moving on
They
over.
should go to Hanwha. They're a member up. There's no Smine on the enemy team. There's no jungler.
Or T1 just goes and takes this inner turret. I mean, they're probably going to get that one anyway because, of course, they've got Baron, and it had about a sliver of health. So they are just going to give the Drake, but it's about what else they can take on this map. And you can see already Faker is moving over towards that top side. Unfortunately for T1, they've kind of taken the majority of the easy turrets so far in this game. It is 5 turrets to 2.
They are suffering from success.
Yeah, it's a fair
rough.
bit of suffering from success. They've cashed in on all of that money as, yeah, this was just Faker realm warping his way in, the rest of the team already being there.
Yeah, so someone has to walk up and reclaim vision, right? And unfortunately it was the light, which is what sets up the Baron play. Great job there by Carrier and Doran, zoning them away, not allowing Peanuts to get anywhere near. And then here, Owner probably in hindsight could have played it a little bit safer there. I don't think he had to die in this sequence, given that it looked like Doran was already able to get out. And, still had flash available as well. But it's just a Dragon for Hanwha Life, and they took like what, half a minute off of this Rebel Baron power play, but it's still not looking good, Atlas.
It is not. They're going to have to go for another fight, I think, if something is going to be positive here for HLE. As T1 still looking to play aggressively. Siege Minion still being troublesome here around this last remaining inner turret, as Viper doing his very best to avoid getting hit by the rockets and the rocks and all sorts of stuff that's being thrown his way. That's all right.
They're holding on, though.
They certainly are. Like, I don't think HLE think that they've lost the tempo vibes completely. They're still playing like they can keep themselves in this series.
And if they believe, that means that they're there.
Exactly. That's the point. It's about the vibes, not about the reality of the situation. That's in my journal. I can bring it in tomorrow.
Please do.
If you do want to check it out.
I mean,
I did illustrations.
I'll take your word for it. Those I can't wait to see.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
I'm not a gifted artist, but I do like to use pencils.
I'm sure anything you draw would be wonderful to look at, Atlas. I'm not worried at all.
Oh, I'd probably add a little bit of worry if I were you.
No. No.
That's fine.
Because it's made by you, so I'm going to appreciate it anyway.
Oh, thanks, Mom.
Yeah.
Don't appreciate it.
Come on now.
That was the energy that you were giving
No,
out.
I
It's
know.
just a
I do
little
that.
too
That does
much.
happen a lot.
Yeah. All
You
right.
think Hanwha Life actually is going to come back? Because I really want to believe,
okay.
but I don't know if I'm being a little bit
I don't think they
delusional.
will, but I do think they can. They have it in them. Son, you've got the potential.
That's you talking to Hanwha, right?
No, that was my parents talking to me, and it made me very upset. Sorry. Yes. That's what.
Atlas,
yeah.
you're on the LCK. You won an Emmy. You don't get to play that card. Get out of here!
I mean, it was relevant back when they said it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, ancient history. Don't bring that up.
Yeah, and then I reached my potential. It was great.
You were a
Didn't like it
potential
at the
man,
time.
but you actually reached it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, T1, they have the potential to win this team fight as well, but the rocks are down. There's the closing on to Faker, but he goes golden. There's the double impale, but the redemption is there to try and keep them alive. Carrier's going down low, but they've already lost the jungler and the cow. Now Viper is trying to fend off Doran, but I don't like his odds in that fight, and Kumiyushi stays alive. And now Doran is just inside the enemy base, as he is wont to do. I don't know whether it's necessarily a good idea, though, because this counter-strike is going to do nothing, and then he's going to die. As T1, they do win the fight, they do lose 2 in the process, so it's not necessarily a wash.
Yeah, it was looking like that fight was really gonna just go their way without so much as a H could even be a game ender, but I want to see what actually... So the stalling that comes through from the Redemption is big. It's also, these are the two tankiest members, right? The Light and Peanut, so they don't actually go down that quickly. And then I guess it's just Zeus actually being able to both draw a lot of attention, and even though he doesn't get... He got so close to killing Guma, by the way. If Guma doesn't have flash there, he just ends up dying.
And it's probably a double kill as well, because Gary is not exactly going to be able to fight a Gwen.
No, that was very close, because then, all of a sudden... they are down Guma, they are down Keria, and then maybe Doran wouldn't have gone quite as crazy, right? Because I think Doran also went more aggressive than he had to.
I think he was in the middle of going crazy.
Yeah, I don't really quite know
what
the timing there was. But that could have been an actual window back. Still not bad for Hanwha, because do remember, as long as this game goes on, this gold lead, as long as it stays the same, loses relevance, right? It's just going to mean less and less as we get deeper into the game. I think the next team fight, though, that's going to be the big difference maker. That's going to tell us whether we're going to a game number 3 or not. And I'm looking at the item spikes atlas, and I'm not feeling too hot. Hanwha Life do have 2 stopwatches, or 2 arm guards, rather. But that item up on Guma, that is tough to deal with.
Not to mention Doran as well, as True Shot Barrage not going to quite find the mark there, as Nice Seismic Shove is going to connect, but Owner is very tanky. As you were saying, he gets redeemed as well, which... He gets hit by the Redemption for the heal. Saying redeemed really doesn't help sell what was happening in that situation. Is nice flick over the wall there onto Owner once again. He's going to have to flash to get out of that one.
Tekka.
And I mean, if you hit him with 3 in a row, then you probably do kill him.
Yep. 2 was enough to force him to retreat into his jungle. Just a Scorpion. I guess you can't lick your wounds because he's a Scorpion, so I don't think that really works.
I was about to ask, do Scorpions have tongues?
I imagine they don't, but again, we don't know enough about biology to have this. That's never held us back before.
Yeah, that's not in my journal.
Are we getting... Oh, that's nice.
I did recently...
Okay, yeah, I was about to say. So Viper got it with the...
Yeah, nailed it.
That was nice.
And then Peanut got... Yeah, very, very cool. Okay.
By the way, yeah, we're past...
Yeah, we're past... I was looking at the clock, and I'm like, hang on a second, it's past 25
Yeah, I guess you
minutes,
just want to make
fine.
sure Viper gets to his 4th item, which they're not actually going to hit. Would have been big if he had it for this upcoming fight.
He gets a bit more ability haste, so there's something. But still, not exactly the greatest position. You're exactly right.
But you also can't take Dragon and give them Nash, because you don't have Soul. So that's never a trade you want to take.
I think you also want Zeus to be on an extra item. Looks like he's finishing Zhonya's as well. Does have the needlessly large rod. Hadn't actually broken his arm guard yet, so I think he was almost able to go for Magic Pen instead, but decides not to, as T1 just grouped up with full vision of this Baron area.
Yeah, they might just want to send, who is currently pushing the top wave, you might just want to send Zeus because he's the only one that can actually make a play. But look at Faker as well, hiding in the fog, looking for a Realm Warp angle. So the moment that Hanwha Life overextend anywhere on the map, like Team 1's going to go for a snap play, right? Either towards Dragon or towards Nash. But because Hanwha Life got that last Dragon, T1 can't go for the classic, we just overload Drake and you get Nash but we get Soul, in which case it's still worth it. As are we just, is that just the whole game now? Like trying to flick Owner over the wall? Yep. This exact spot?
Trying to collect yourself a Scorpion, much like they did in the first episode of Alien Earth, which I quite enjoyed.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but I'll get to it. You've been praising it a lot, so that means a lot.
It was very good. Actually, I did quite like the sort of like Scorpion alien metaphor.
Oh, there you go.
At the very beginning.
That's what we wanted to see.
Oh,
and then Zeus knows his old team as well, so he's like, yeah, I can't actually do this because they're gonna start Nash, which they're not. But Hanwha don't know this. Don't forget, there's no vision for Hanwha in the pit right now.
They were using Peanut the human ward to make sure they knew exactly what was going on.
They take control back. One ward still going unseen, but Banana Brush control taken back. And look, T1, another ward there in that pit on the Dragon, making sure that it's not getting snuck away.
Yep, absolutely fantastically done. Another wave getting picked up here by Zeus as well, getting closer and closer to 3 items himself. As Faker lying in wait, seeing whether anyone is going to take the bait, see whether the Rise is over there taking the Dragon himself. And this vision battle is being won by T1 right now. They've got so much extra information. As that Banana Brush ward, definitely going to be a good one.
These item finishes, Atlas, they're imminent for a number of the members. Doran, I think, should be getting close to Maul. Zeus, obviously, has a slew of components, although he doesn't really need to finish his is Zonya's until he breaks the arm guard. Void stuff done for Zeka, but it's Viper that we're really looking towards.
And here's the back from Zeus as well. What is he actually able to put together? That is going to be the question as he's in base. And the Void Staff is actually done. He keeps the components.
Big.
That's fantastic. That was a hefty price tag that he had to put together.
And both supports also just have to continuously back right because we're just running out of wards. We're going in, dropping wards.
Yep, dropping wards, clearing wards, going back, getting more wards, dropping wards, clearing wards, and going back and getting more wards. And now we've got double vision for both teams on the Dragon as well.
Oh, there it is. Cyrilda's done for Viper. That's a huge spike. A lot of extra damage available now for him, and the slow can get a good amount of value into these short-range carries on T1.
He's actually taking free damage, kinda. Is he taking free damage? Is he taking damage?
Yeah,
he was taking damage.
But so did Owner, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But not as much as Viper. And he doesn't have a lot of sustain, so that's actually not a great trade there.
Celestial opposition going to be broken here for a moment.
That's a big deal. If he had BT, I think it wouldn't have been an issue, but Owner, more than happy to give up a little bit of health, also gets it back a lot easier.
Yep. Well, they are going to be able to clear our vision once again. And look at all of this deep vision for T1 as well. They know exactly where HLE are.
Zeka's on a ward. So many wards here.
Yeah, trying to clear things out. Standing on this blast cone. And not actually going to use it. True Shot Barrage connects onto Gumayushi. That does a lot of damage. When becomes lightning, but doesn't become hitting the Corki. So.
Attention, Atlas!
Oh, yeah. This is very tense. And remember, T1 still have a 4K gold lead, but it's shrinking, right? Like, it's 3.7. I need to not necessarily do the rounding anymore as the light. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a costly face check. Doesn't actually go down. Doesn't use the ultimate, but he will need to go back most likely. Does have the redemption. And these big ones are starting to hurt.
You're also just playing with the expectations. Like, T1 they are the Baron team. That's not their whole identity, but it's a big chunk of it for the last couple of years. So they are going to force you to keep face checking, and this time they've pulled the trigger for real.
Yep, there's the information going over. Zeus looking for that angle. Not actually spotted, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop this as the Baron is just taken. Now Doran going to get flicked back, but HLE can't stop T1 from getting out because they have a Realm Warp, and now they're looking for a re-engage. Arcane Shift is going to be decent, but that flick is not going to connect from Zeka. And HLE just kind of caught napping. T1, they find the opportune time to sneak that Baron away without any recourse.
It's an endless game of rock, paper, scissors, right? Like, just every time you take a vision control, force them to face check. Take vision control, force them to face check. And every time up until this point, this is the first time T1 actually pulled the trigger on Baron.
Yeah.
By the way, like, they hadn't actually started it in earnest. But now that's the Nash gone. That is Soul Point going over to T1. And Hanwha Live gonna have to hold on for the next 2 minutes.
And dear lives.
Yep. Yeah, they do, Atlas.
And man, like, I really thought that HLE were buying ground over time, but T1 were just making sure they get all their ducks in a row to take that Baron with as little contest as possible. We saw that Peanut had no way of getting into that pit.
It's just, it's both the playing with the expectations, right? Because T1 is known for this. It's also the constant denial of vision, the fact that the CC and the poke from T1 is actually quite threatening. And then it's just repeat after repeat after repeat of that same play, and the knowledge that a Realm Warp at any point can come out and engage onto your backline as well, right? If you overextend. The T1, they are not afraid to pull that trigger. Hanwha Life, if they can hold on to their inhibitors, the Baron thus far, because we used for Drake, hasn't actually gotten that much done. So if they hold on to their inhibs, I think the game will just continue, Atlas.
Yep, there might be an opportunity for HLE to actually, like, it's so difficult to siege this comp, right? You've got Talia, you can lock them in with walls.
They're all short range, by the way. Like, the siege for this comp is not great.
Yep. And if you're diving on top of an Alistair, you're not feeling fantastic. There's the flick back, not able to get Owner over the wall, as now with the Crescent Guard, Peanut looking to keep himself alive. True Shot Barrage does a lot of work, but Doran buys a lot of time as everyone's going golden. Carrier looking for some angles with this quickness and not actually able to find quite the value as Zeus almost just dies as Viper gets in front of the rocket. And Zeus keeps himself up with that arm guard. Still T1, they win the health trades. As now the Scorpions drive it in. The Realm Warp comes down as well. Viper keeps himself alive though. But still T1 have broken open the base. And man, this play is so disciplined from T1. No one dying, but look at their base. It's in shambles. The wall now going to come down, trying to convince T1 to leave. Oh. And at least at this point, they're going to acquiesce, but they're going to do so with an 8K gold lead.
Owner kind of stunting on him there, not getting hit by the knockback. Viper, the teammate that everyone dreams of, happy to jump in front. Wait, if Owner dies, that's huge. They just don't have a way. Owner just runs tunnels through that wall. As we take another look here, I think Home Alive, they know they have to go. Eventually the turret will break just from the pressure of the minions. But look what happens to Zeka off on the side here. Faker finds him.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was an absolutely ungodly amount of damage, which is what leads to this situation, even though Zeus, I think, actually would have ended up being fine because he had the stopwatch. Viper, if he doesn't catch that, and Zeus misses the stopwatch, Zeus dies, the game just ends. But because they don't have the Talia, so much zoning goes away. Then Optimistic Realm Warp there, because it does actually cost Faker his flash, but they do get the mid lane inhibitor. And now they're just going to keep on sieging, but top lane inhibitor wasn't taken yet. Doran's trying to make sure that that's not the case in Sin Zone. To Jax, it just feels bad. There's nothing you can do. And there is that second inhib Atlas. How is Zeus there?
Well, he is there. I assume he used his legs in order to get up there. I don't know. Or his mouse, I guess, as his legs are digital.
Sure.
That is how the Gwen made it towards the top lane. Still has teleport available, so didn't use that.
And now you can just overload the bot lane as T1, and people will have to deal.
Yeah.
You can just keep chipping away, and guess what? You're also setting up perfectly for the Drake in about 1:20. And Humble Life, I think we're going to have to see...
They have to win about 3 perfect team fights in a row. As we can see, though, with the fact that waves are now being shoved over and over again into HLE, if, you know, for the next minute and a half, things might be okay.
I actually think you just have to win one fight. We're getting to the point in the game where, like, one decisive fight win, and you do actually just... You can just charge up the Nexus, right? Like, we're getting to the point where the next fight probably going to take place at, what, like 43 minutes for this Dragon. If you lose, like, a 1-for-4 trade, the fight truly goes horribly for you. Could very easily end up being a Humble Life comeback and that promised game number 3, but I feel like T1 have so much control. They're playing so slow and methodical.
This is the thing, it's the discipline that they're playing with. It's just ridiculous. And yeah, that's 6 items. Full build here for Faker. The Rise is going to be so frightening. Not to mention, Ona has about 11 Zeka health bars right now, as we can see. So this Stunner is going to be so hard to get through.
He's pretty beefy. Carry has an arm guard, by the way.
Yeah, he's also doing pretty well, as HLE do manage to secure their red buff. That is actually a decently big deal. But I don't know whether they're going to be able to contest for this Dragon.
So this is the problem. Like, Peanut, you can't give over Soul, but you might lose your base if you go in here.
Yep. And Delight wraps around, does see Doran on that flank angle.
Spotted. They're on vision.
Yeah, there's a counter-strike. It just catches Zeka, and there is the Dragon going down, the Realm Warp, to deliver the rest of T1, but it's only Faker that comes in. Still, Doran gets himself out. The exhaust is onto Peanut, not exactly highest value, as Zeus will block off the entrance, and Faker just buying some time where he can, but still able to get one of these kills. Still, Zeus gets into that backline, has to go cold and not out of the woods just yet as he does flash dash, but still dies. And now Doran being a menace, but will be going down himself.
They have to keep going!
Yep, the wall comes on through as Zeker is trying to buy the space. A flick back on Ona once again, but he gets the impale. And Gumushi does so much damage, so does Viper though. Carrier uses that arm guard, and now Ona is tanking for days.
Look at the base!
And Viper is a monster. Gumushi gonna get taken down to the GA. Ona is pretty much invincible as Peanut gets out of the brush. They're able to take down the Corki, but he almost kills Viper. And Ona is immortal. He is just impossible to kill. So thankfully, they're just going to be able to back away now. And yeah, the game is likely still over because these minions are so annoying.
The game is still afoot.
I thought it was a game.
They lost Drake, so like, oh my god, if that fight goes a little different, that might be the end of it. Doran finds the angle. They're getting a lot of damage down, but it takes a while for the rest of T1 to actually show up. Faker does end up going down, and if Zeus had stayed alive for longer, that might have been enough, but he ends up getting turned on by the entire team as to stop what's very early, and then despite his flash, Carrier is able to protect Guma, keep him safe, but Delight gets Doran back in his team, and Viper just gets to shell out so much damage here. If that flickback catches Carrier, I think the fight might look completely different, because it actually sets up Owner for a pretty decent impale. Then Owner also goes in. He's actually the one that kills Saka, by the way. If he doesn't find that flash E, it might have been a disaster, but now the Hail Mary Baron!
Well, it's going down extraordinarily fast. Owner gets headbutted out, so it's Peanut that's able to lock down the Baron. Still, Doran going golden, but the knock-up will interrupt! All right, the Realm Orb to try and get T1 out of there. They will leave, but the Baron is now circulating HLE, and they have a man advantage.
So no soul. I think Hololive to have to full ascend it. Doran's dead for another 50 seconds. And it's just a regular season game, but it's much more. It's the fight for second. It's Hanwha's attempt at finally getting back to Genji, to T1's level.
Oh my goodness.
They have to keep going.
Ace goes in. Yeah, they just need to take down these turrets as quickly as possible. 34 seconds.
They have soul. You need to make the most out of this Baron push, Atlas.
Yep. Peanut, can he find an angle in here? As this is the longest game so far, I'm pretty sure, in rounds 3 and 5 in the Legend group, especially between these two teams, as T1 have 2-0'd them every single time.
Top lane Inip is back up. There's one more super minion trying his best.
Yep, there is the Weaver's Wall. Faker goes golden, but it's not going to save the turret. The Impale's only on to Delight, and they get on top of it. They got him! Down goes Faker, and now Carrier trying to be the hero gets into the backline. But my God, the damage as HLE tear through T1, and this will be a series chronicler. This is not even the series win, and we're losing our minds. This just means we get another one out of HLE and T1 here today.
The journal knew! The tempo vibes were still there for Hanwha Life!
Maybe the other regions will now listen when I bring my journal to the next international event or something and show them the pretty pictures about the tempo vibes. This is going to be an example in the book.
What a bonkers game to air. Hanwha Life, tenacious. Hold on, bring it. It's not even the series win. We're just
it's not. We're just going to game three. Yeah.
Woo!
But that's
what a game.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to celebrate an absolute banger of a game. And this, oh man, this actually does put HLE in a really good spot for the third one, right? As 60k damage from these 80 carries. That is absolutely ridiculous. Look at that lead. It was 16 minutes into the game, and T1 basically won the game-winning fight. And then HLE just held on for dear life. Oh my goodness.
Good luck, Game 3, living up to that one.
Yeah, most of the time it's a blowout in situations like that, but I prefer not to mention that here because hopefully we just get another extraordinary one as, I can imagine there will be some emotions running high here, but some celebrations, of course, on the HLE sides of things.
I think that's Zeka's mom, if I remember correctly.
Yep. Back once again. And now it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, it's going to be Digon and the gang breaking that one down, and it'll be a joy to listen to, and then we'll be there for Game 3.
발라봐. 폴키 노플이고. 타. 야, 라이즈 프레스. 야, 라이즈 뛰었어. 밀어줄게. 나 W 3초. 너무 좋아. 스카나. 야, 폴키 치잖아. 폴키 노플. 나이스. 야 끝내. 야 잭스 노전이야 노전이야 노플. 아 이겼어 이거. 야 잭스 잡을 생각해줘.
잡아. 아 잘했다. 나이스.
계속 해보자. 일단 잘했다.
The entire lane. Morgan is unrelenting. Now Raptor has found a target. Crocker does put up the wall though, and that hostile takeover didn't quite work. Still, the Cataclysm is going to come down. And Diablo this time is just bouncing around the fight. And he's continuing to dash in closer now. The red is on top, and there it is. But now everybody's getting pretty low. In goes Viper trying to take down Keen. He's like a raid boss. They finally get him. But now the front line being chipped away on some low health bars here. And G looking to continue in. Viper actually gets the flash here out of Canyon, who did not want to continue on that one. Really, it's just Toby who is super healthy. As now the bounces are coming in. Humble Esports continued for way too long. And there's the angle for Brewer as well. Jumps in and just shuts them down. Gen G take a huge fight. Essential time brewing. Nobody else is up here. We do have a TP for BDD. Peter is ghosting up here as well. Will they try to help him is the question. Yes, they absolutely will. But the ult from Perfect is actually perfect. Gonna get on the backside of the turret. And now he's got the peel from his team. The bear comes down and turns this fight around. Doran and Keria just running tail between legs. As they can't get away, Keria just trying to sacrifice himself. One by one, falling into the hands of KT once again. And they're getting the Infernal Drake. What aren't they getting off?
What a play there from KT. Perfect, handling it so well, able to mitigate the dive with that ultimate, and then everyone's there to respond.
They went to T1's house and they said, all of your tempo vibes, please, give them to me now.
And they have right now leaning towards Baron and Anakin both up the top side.
Right, Keria going to stand beside her, whether he's exactly the engaged target is there! Is Doran! He'll find the counter-strike and all of them are dead! Yeah, T1 gave away their tempo vibes for a few seconds, but said no, give them back. And there they go! Nongshim just fall apart. I'm glad we had that moment.
When in doubt, Doran.
Feels like it's been this way for the last like 10-15 minutes. The same game where we're just like waiting on a tightrope, waiting for that next objective. And double jump comes in! BDD! He wants to carry this game, and he might have just done it, but the peel is coming in. Peter goes down, but they took out Owner. Faker goes golden, but it's not going to save the turret. The Impale's only on a Delight, and they get on top of it!
They got him!
Down goes Faker, and now Carrier trying to be the hero gets into the back line, but my god, the damage as HLE tear through T1, and this will be a series chronicler. This is not even the series win and we're losing our minds. This just means we get another one out of HLE and T1 here today.
The journal knew! The tempo
That was the moment, finally, where Hanwha Life Esports, they repelled all the different attacks that T1 put together to try and close this series on out. They take the lead of the gold there and close out the game to force us to a game number 3 that many people didn't expect, especially throughout that game number 2. But Hanwha Life Esports showing the heart and the resilience that have encapsulated so many fans once more for the first time here in round 3 and 5, where it just feels exciting to be a Hanwha Life Esports fan.
When you have the Taliyah Ezreal, as long as you can survive, like anything is possible, right? Viper can get out of any situation if he can live long enough. You can defend your base, as they did successfully defend their base multiple times there. Then you can get to a situation where a Taliyah shove or a Weaver's Wall could be game warping, or if you get that prio, if you take that away for just 1 second, T1's comp becomes so much more difficult to play. Hanwha Life are very aware that if they can get to late game, they can get back into it.
I mean, I just thought that the game was over when the Hanwha Life Esports just gave up their lives in the team fight, you know? Like, I remember Viper just went in with the shift, you know, like he just gave up his life. But at the end, they just bounced back with the huge team fights. And I don't even remember, like, how many team fights we had here.
It had to be like 5 or 6, but it started with this one where we were like, okay, Zeus is back.
So yeah, this was the early game team fight, but the difference maker was Zeus here. I mean, in the beginning, I think Carrier landed such a great engage on the 2 targets, but here, just look at Zeus, how he lands the skill shots here. He was actually doing the wobbly fight. Yeah, they were just leaving.
They're like, it's over here, there's no way he clutches this. And
yeah, but he
then they're like,
it.
hold on a second, wait a second, let's go back in. And then Peanut ends up like flashing over the wall here to actually follow up. Very, very fun scenario here where we do see the clutch to come through from the side of Hanwha Life Esports. But at the beginning of this game, we were like, okay, this looks good. Zeus a little bit accelerated. Good early game team fighting. Maybe they can snowball this into a win. They have the Weaver's Wall, they have the Taliyah. The mid game went disastrously. They lost several team fights. Viper making some very aggressive calls that did not work out. Zeka making low impact Weaver's Walls are not doing anything at all. But then we get to this dragon fight and everything changes.
Yeah, I mean, the HLE already spotted Dora on the bot side as well. I mean, they still got engaged on Taliyah, but the thing is, Viper was so free to hit any single targets in the back line, and I think it was just a simple, straightforward team fight for HLE, because it was just Viper hitting 3 targets here. And again, like Faker getting caught on the side again. I mean, it just feels really weird for T1 to jump in, because it was Taliyah just preventing the Rakan ultimate here, and also Viper was just holding his abilities to carry out this team fight as well. I mean, I think during the fight, there was a case where like Corky just cleans up here, but it was such a great reverse war from Taliyah here, and I think that was just clean team fight just in general from HLE.
T1 in general in this fight were very split on the call, right? Faker goes bottom side there.
Yeah.
Zeus is holding the choke point in the tribe rush where you could see Zeka was going golden there. T1 don't want to push into the tribe rush because they know there's a Gwen there. If you fight all stacked up into that Gwen and the choke point, you're going to have a bad time. But they kind of still are thinking about, like, can we break through there? Faker goes towards the bottom side of the fight. He's the only one who realm warps in, and he gets picked instantly. And T1 are like, this fight's messy now. Like, we have a gold lead, we have the advantages. They still stick around and end up taking that fight. And it's a close fight, but it's just enough to get Hanwha Life back in control of the game. For the first time in like 30 minutes, they actually get some control. And it's moments like that where if you can control space with Gwen, you can make such a big impact.
Yeah, we've seen them take hands fights so many different times and fall short in the last half of the season. They come up big there. They then have tempo to take the Baron and force T1 into just the unfavorable position of face checking with minimal vision.
This is what I was talking about. You get to the late game. If you have prio control here, it's a little bit tough as the Skarner to get in as one of your primary forms of engage. Keria as well. One of the other options, and they try to make this collapse happen. And look at Hanwha Life. They're like, no, we have the damage. This is super late game. We're not going to turn. We're just going to burst this down. Doran comes in. They're super ready for it. Rock's on the ground. The shove comes through. He has the Zonias, but he's just going to get caught here and taken out. And the rest of T1 just know there's no feasible way to follow up, and they just realm warp out of there. This is the game-winning, or game-ending, I should say, moment.
Yeah, the issue again was while Zex was buying time for T1 backline, they couldn't do anything because of Gwen. So Gwen was just holding the position. Alisa was just joining the front line from T1 as well. So I think it was just a really, really rough situation when it comes to late game teamfight for T1 here.
Yeah, and I think the man that was under a lot of criticism in game number 1 for Hanwha Life Esports, Zeka, timing the shove right on time on Doran to stop him from getting on out. What a game that was, and a completion to the series is coming up. T1 and Hanwha Life Esports, again, to reset the stakes. Hanwha Life Esports wins, they get the bye as the second seed. If they don't, it gets a little messy afterwards, but T1 then take the control for the rest of the season. Let's see how it goes here in game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations here to Doran for 600 games. Let's see whether he can pick up a victory against his former team of last year on his 600th game. Second out of our top laners as well, as of course, Keen has been around for approximately forever, and so you're not going to be taking that one away from him until he retires.
He is ancient, yeah. And kind of insane that it's Doran. And of course, that is helped by the fact that the man keeps making deep runs.
He does.
He plays a lot of games in the LCK because he keeps making playoffs. He keeps winning titles or making it to finals.
He's also been here for 6 years.
Yep.
It's kind of crazy that, and even in 2019, it wasn't until the very end that he really started to make his way in. So I guess you don't necessarily call it 6, more like 5, but still. He has been around for a while, but now it is time. This is going to be such a test of the Tempo Vibes Chronicler because you get so many extras when you win a game with a comeback in game 2 to propel yourself into a game 3.
Oh, this is
on the other hand,
it's an observed phenomenon.
This is an observed phenomenon. On the other hand, blue side is very strong. So these are the opposing forces that are going to clash.
That we're going to study.
Indeed.
In this up-and-coming game.
Exactly right. I have a few pages prepared in my journal for it.
That's a Viper respect band if I've ever seen one. I'm like, okay, Viper, none of that. Get out of here with these, because the Ezreal performance was kind of insane. I think Viper had a really pretty rough game number 1, did bounce back admirably, and I'd say Kai'Sa is probably his next best pick, and he's been pretty insane on that, as the bans on the other side do not change whatsoever.
Orianna first.
Oh, Zeka, do it. You know you want to. Slam that Akali.
Oh, God.
Bring it back.
Wait, Zeus is thinking about Naring.
I don't know if we do it this early. We can see.
I mean, there are a lot of top laners that both of these players really like that have been taken away by Felix.
That is true. Yep.
That's it's a big deal. I think they'd be like the top 4
I think Zeus maybe is just doing some
hovering for now as the J4. So
well, they did release the skins, his own Gnar skin and the T1 Pike skin, so maybe that was a little nod there. Wouldn't surprise me, as it's just going to be Jhin and Jarvan. So Jarvan, I think, is both really good with Orianna, good into Orianna as well, as she doesn't have a dash, can lock her down reliably. And Jhin is definitely would have been the highest prio AD carry for T1 at this point, right? Like, that's kind of a no-brainer given how they play and their draft prioritizations in the LCK thus far.
What do you think about Jhin Janna as a bottom lane?
Janna?
Because that way, the acronym would be JJJ, which is a reference to an Australian radio station, Triple J.
Sure.
It would be pretty cool.
If that makes you happy.
Yep.
I don't think you picked that into Bard, though, so I think the dream is no longer there.
Well, we're hovering a Karma. I don't know whether that is going to be locked
the Bard
because there's already a Bard.
so interesting to me, as we have actually seen Tristana, I forgot who else played it, but we have actually seen it make a comeback as a bot laner. Could also be that they... Could be, I'm not sure. Could also be that they want to take that away from a possible... oh, come on, please, please, please. For game 3. For second place.
Ooh. Oh, Nico is pretty good.
It's definitely Nico, or it should be. All things considered, we have the Nocturne Oracle mode to come through here. Now, Owner has been a big Nocturne fan for a while. I feel like we haven't really seen him drop it.
Oh God, he's doing it!
He is doing it. The early laning phase, as with many Akali's matchup, is not the most fun. But late game, inside, you just... If he ever hits an E, you're just dead. Orianna just doesn't have a way to really deal with the damage that comes out. She doesn't have a way to lock down the Akali reliably. And you just can't get away from her.
Yeah.
So it is a really rough matchup once the first items come through. There's also already good setup with the Jarvan. But the team fight does look really strong thus far from T1. I wouldn't be shocked if they... What do they ban? Like, they ban Lucian here, actually.
They ban
like,
Nico, 100%.
No, I mean Humble Life. Because I think there are scenarios where when you're playing Akali, you would want to ban Xayah, which I think would be one of Guma's go-to in this situation. But I think Jarvan is so good into Xayah. And I also think Jhin is a really hard lane matchup, so they might not want to spam a ban on that. Yeah, they're banning it. Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah.
We knew that was going to happen. That one seemed inevitable.
It's interesting
Is it like
that
Nico Braum ban?
Yeah, the Braum could be a decent thing to take
I don't
away.
think Jim Braum is anything to write home about, but I do like Braum into...
I'd like to see like something a little bit more aggressive for the bottom lane to allow them to actually go toe-to-toe with the bottom lane. Because otherwise, I mean, Delight is probably just going to pick something that has engaged.
Oh, it's Rel.
Or something
he
like,
will pick Rel.
Yeah.
It will be Rel. I think is most likely, unless we get the Domon 2020 skin bot lane with the Jhin Leona.
And I think it's going to be a battle between who can get Aatrox, as Leona is going to be taken away.
Leona. Okay. Well, you definitely pick a support here, right? And then we save counter pick for Zeus. That's gotta feel like that has got to be the way. Unless, as you're saying, you blind the Aatrox. And we get like Gnar versus Aatrox. This is a... Yeah, this makes complete sense, right?
Yeah.
Like, we knew this was coming. You already know the matchup you're going into. And it's not the most fun, or it won't be, which... What I imagine will be a Lucian Bard?
Lucian Bard feels weird.
It's the Jarvan, right? So like, I think you have to.
Well, he is going to lock it in any minute now.
Because Lucian, I do think, is a lot better with Nocturne than Xayah would be. They have actually been able to utilize the Aphelios to great success, but I do think that was a tailor-made draft that made that work.
Still having a bit of a hover, but it is going to come back to the Lucian, and he will be locked away. And now, what are you playing, Doran?
It's like Aatrox, Gnar. I think Gragas normally would be something you go towards here if you're Doran. That is one of his best champions, but I feel like the Gnar matchup is not the best.
Ooh, Yorick.
Yorik's alright.
You can play it with the Nocturne quite comfortably, but
I like Renekton more. Yeah.
Yep.
So now, does Zeus slam the Gragas? That has been a
It's a
classic
cannon game.
counter.
It's a cannon game.
Oh god, it's not a cannon game.
It's a cannon game.
Watch them actually pick cannon. Be like, I mean, they could use the extra AP. I don't know, I'm not saying it's bad. We're seeing some smiles. That also is a classic counter pick. Won't really change the composition. That, he literally, today his skin got released. Oh my god, do it.
Oh, the Ornn in the end. Olaf would have been aggressive.
I don't think it would have been good. I don't even think Olaf works well with Jarvan, because like he can get you out.
Acronym game also pretty fun though.
Okay.
On HLE's side being Jijaro. Yeah, it's got a certain
That sounds like
vibe to it.
that could be a JoJo character's catchphrase.
T1's a little bit more obscure.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That doesn't really... No,
That's what it is.
Well, no, I know that, but that's not giving me anything.
You need to do a bit of a flick of the tongue at the end.
No, I mean, Atlas, come on, I speak Dutch. I can say it. It's just... I just don't think there's any meaning to be derived from...
Oh, is it a rude word in Dutch or something like that?
No.
Did I say something awkward? I'm so sorry.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Needed to make sure.
With the Ornn, it's actually a pretty big pivot. Gives a lot more team fighting power, but it does mean that the topside prio is in favor of T1. We got Zeka's Akali, we got Faker's Orianna.
I do think HLE have not very much damage as far as in a team fight is concerned, right? Like, there's not a lot of AoE, things like this. They can certainly find picks and things like that, but this is a classic team fighting comp.
But there's no tanks on the enemy team.
True. So it may not be as much of a problem. And remember...
Oh, that's his skin!
Yeah, this guy does have an Akali skin, and they have the tempo vibes. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 3. Man, we are so lucky. Also got Doran's 600th game. That is happening right now,
Atlas,
as we can see it.
at the start of the day, we set a very high barrier for this series.
Did we really?
We did, because we said, can it live up to the Rise match later today?
Oh, God. Well, I mean, I think so far...
I think it has.
It's getting there.
I think it's looking good.
We haven't seen the Rise match yet. And
That
we
is
had
true.
a couple of days off, right? So if you have a couple of days off from the Rise group, I feel like you become, you know,
You forget.
you forget just how incredible it is. You know?
Like really what you're witnessing, because it can't really be described in words. You have to experience it.
Yeah, and it's not really something you have an opinion of either. You know, it transcends that. You can't be like, this is good, because it isn't. It just exists.
See, here that's where I disagree with you, because I feel like the beauty of Rise Group is, again, it's a mirror. Like, it's actually, in talking about how we view it, reveal something about ourselves.
Well, exactly, but that doesn't necessarily need to be described as good or bad. It's just all of us.
Oh, that is valid, yeah.
You know?
Well, but there
As-
can be parts you like more and like less, which
That is
in
true.
turn
That is
still, you know, reveals things. As,
So I took a lot of that.
Yeah. Good reveal, Atlas.
Yeah, there it is. I saw that in the mirror. Wait, this is the Legend
this is
group. We
Legend
don't need to
group.
worry about it.
That's just, Legend Group is just League of Legends. That's why it's called Legend. League
Ah!
of Legends Group.
So here I was thinking that we spelt Rise Group W-R-I-S-E. So it's the W group. And the Legend group is the L group. Because you just don't get the good games in the Legend group, and
Yeah.
you get all the W games in the Rise
After
group.
last game, I don't know. Maybe Legend Group does have something to offer.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is looking pretty risey. We'll just have to see how this one's going to go. Already, Zeka getting a little bit bullied in that mid lane.
the
but as
early
you can
pathing.
see, CS still there, and yep. They are going to try and get a fight started. Peanut going to make his way in. The Flag and Drag going to be available, and he's just waiting for Gumayusi to flash. Oh, the flash follow! Peanut still got the hands, ladies and gentlemen! And Viper's got the bullets! That's going to be first blood for HLE! Oh man, these tempo vibes kind of getting ridiculous.
And that is not only Peanut finding the kill, that is both Summoners gone on Guma. Viper still has both of his.
Peanut, man. He did it! We thought he was just the Maokai guy. That was one of the, I mean, he knew that flash was coming.
Oh, he was
But
he was ready. I was
that
actually
was pretty impressive.
I'm not gonna lie. I was with I think Peanut's form has obviously not been the best. I was really worried that it wasn't going to happen when we all knew, and then I would have to talk around it.
Oh, no.
And it would have been painful. Instead, colossal win. Viper gets the kill as well to make it even better. As the light sets it up, we've seen this exact play a million times. Q into flash, guarantees the follow-up, and Guma ends up going down. And it makes sense. I think this is one of those games where not having cleanse is actually valid, because all the CC outside of Rel Q and like what, Jin W, it's all knockups.
Yep.
So it's not really the type of game where you go, man, should have had cleanse for that. But it does mean that if he gets caught by that, he just ends up going down, as is the case there. Viper gets the kill, keeps his summoners. And the other two lanes of Humble Life are really just looking to survive, right? So if Peanut gets his bot lane ahead, that also buys him the space to make sure that his top and mid are not getting dove pre-6. Now for Zeus, I think the threat range is a little bit further than that, right? Like I think Renekton, when he reaches like first item, level 9, level 10, 11, that's where you really have to be careful, because if he gets ahead there, he really takes over the game. But for Zeka, I think first item, get him to 6. Even now, the fact that he, even now, obviously Faker's going to catch this wave, but like as long as you're not getting taken down, and you're just able to get through the lane even in the first 6 levels, you are looking peachy. And we shouldn't be surprised because it's
Zeka. He's pretty good at this.
People in the world's doing this exact thing.
Yeah.
That did happen.
And it's only really being Closer that's been playing the Akali so far this season, I'm pretty sure.
I feel like we've seen it like once or twice.
Yeah.
But it's because Akali is such a binary champion, right? Like either you're kind of styling on them or you're not really offering a lot. There's not really any middle ground. So Guma does have his barrier back up.
He does. And T1 is still looking to position aggressively here in this lane. As you can understand, Viper going to be reloading here as Doran just wants to hit the turret. And guess what? He will be able to do that as AS does breathe on the minions. He's looking for a bit of an angle here as he does get back to that minion. As a shockwave just to clear out the wave here for Faker. And Zeka going to be able to do the same thing with his 5-point strike. So definitely just trading waves here between the Orianna and
mid,
the
that would
Akali.
actually be big. Does cancel the Faker back, which might set up a possible play towards this dragon here as Zeka. Oh, Faker actually cancels his back again. He doesn't have Shockwave, and Zeka needs like, what, 1 or 2 minions to get level 6 here. Will be an old advantage.
Yeah.
I think Alive should be able to get this. Yeah, T1. Looks like they decide not to follow through, and I think they shouldn't. Oh, he's going to go in.
Oh, yeah, Zeka actually looking for an angle here as he gets into the Shroud as well. 5-point strike doing so much work. He'll have another one. There it is. And there is the ulti through. Zeka finds the second angle, but the fear is going to come in, and a little bit of an overstep there by the Akali.
Yeah, that's kind of the Akali experience right there.
There be 2 sides to every coin.
It started out as a Zeka Akali, and then it turned into your Akali in solo queue very quickly. Because I think the initial play was great, then following through and taking a turret shot, not so much as...
Yeah, well, someone's getting paranoid here towards the top side of the map, and yeah, he's going to try and get himself out. Does invest the flash. Dustbringer not going to be enough to kill him, but Doran is still waiting. Yeah, he is going to just be able to eat. Doesn't have a lot of the blue stuff.
No, he's out. They can't dive out. Oh, maybe a little
cheeky Doran angle. Looking for Peanut here. Just
that was our micro
slice and a dice.
Come on. Narratively, they're his.
That is true. He is the Krug Lord for a reason, but Peanut does still smite it, and also manages to get the little ones with a flag.
And he also gets Dominus and wastes a lot of Doran's time.
Yeah, but Doran sent a message, and his message was...
Those are my Krugs.
Those are my Krugs. And Peanut said no, but...
It started off so well, Atlas.
It did.
And this is where he lost us. As the giant wave goes in... Oh, there you go.
Oh,
so he okay, that makes way more sense.
He needed to get to the Shroud, but the Shroud wore off.
That's why. That makes way more sense.
Yeah, actually,
my bad for not catching that one when the play came through. Very great storytelling by our observers.
Yeah.
But yeah, was meaning to just do damage, E back to the wave, and then, or to the
And it was
Shroud.
second activation as well, so like, I mean, you have to try and do something with it.
Yeah. Well, I could have just used it on the wave, right? But he was looking to maximize his damage. Still, big mistake by Zeka. Unforced error. Does mean that Faker is feeling a lot better in that matchup than he, I think, should have been allowed to, given how it played out earlier. As we do have a little bit of a fight here. But Guma, because of that earlier play, is behind, which means that the light is out of the play.
Yeah.
And it looks like no contest is coming out. And for a Akali composition, I think you're going to be very happy picking up those early triple grubs.
Having a very good time. Even Zeus feeling pretty happy in this bottom lane now that he does have the Kindle Gem as well as his Bramble Vest. This on actually with a slight gold advantage, which is kind of crazy in the neutral matchup.
Faker does know, obviously, because the grubs were just taken.
Yeah.
Look at his positioning.
Yeah, that's still Flash Cataclysm. Yeah, he has no Flash, so he's just going to find a 3-man Shockwave and likely die as the Tempered Fate does come in, but I think it blocked the Paranoia damage as now Zeka gets himself into the Shroud. He should be able to backflip his way out or Flash. And there is the Flash, but still the Umbral Blades will come through. Flag and Drag gets Peanut out of there, but that is not the trade that HLE were looking for, as Faker doesn't go down without taking his opposite number with him.
Carry up. Very nicely done there with the Bard. Extends the play. And Zeka doesn't get the kill. And that to me is the biggest deal, because if Zeka got the kill, I think you don't feel that bad about the play. But he didn't.
Yeah.
The kill went to the worst person for it to go to, which is Rel.
Well, Delight might be able to get to first item soon. Check this out. Yeah, everyone goes in and then the orb pulls them around.
Yeah, just nicely done the triple shockwave. The fact that immediately the extra turret shot, I think, actually ends up making a big difference. Otherwise, maybe Zeka gets out, gets another E right there. Probably would have been that anyway with Carry also in the area, but could have been at least a little bit closer, but not going to be the case. The inclusion of this Ornn really changes how I feel about this game, though, because if that would have been something else, I think that I would feel like there's a lot more pressure on Hanwha Life. I don't necessarily know if that's still the case, and it's actually T1's composition to me that feels very, very mid-game focused.
Yep.
Well, when you do get to the free item break point, like champions like Nocturne and Renekton, I think, are just going to lose value compared to where some of the champions in Hanwha Life are.
Yep, I do think that the Bard kind of keeps everyone able to do stuff.
Oh, it's Carrier's Bard, right? Like,
yeah, and he can often create these zones of like 3 versus 5s and things like that that can really make everyone just pretty valuable.
Yeah, and they're
straight up 5v5, it can be harder.
Their rotations are still very powerful. Their side laning is good. I'm just a big believer in ornaments, basically.
Yeah.
And we will see what Zeus can get out of those. He is not falling for the classic tank trap of overgrouping and falling behind.
He is doing very well, actually, in this lane. Currently a wave ahead. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the aim of the game. Get as many levels as you possibly can. Try and get past 13 so you can start doling out those items. We'll be upgrading his Sunfire Cape pretty quickly, as he only needs another 4 levels for that. So those ornaments will be coming through. And that's what HLE are going to fight around. The fact that they got that first Drake as well is a huge deal because they have the Ornn composition, right? That buys you a lot of extra time. Still, it's not over yet, and there is a consistent damage problem that they do have as well. Like, taking Baron isn't exactly going to be something that dies all that quickly.
Oh, their objective. I think in fights, they should be fine. I think their objective takes are objectively bad.
Objectively bad.
And you know what? It's also not great for T1.
This standing on a ward thing that they're doing here is also subpar, but still
the cancel
not going to matter. The magical journey not going to get taken. The cataclysm comes down as well as Zeka gets in. Tempered Fate does go down, but the teammates are already dead. The shockwave comes on through as the back scratcher comes out from Gumayushi, but doesn't find enough, and Faker is dead as well. Zeka just desperately wants a kill. He can't get one. The rest of his teammates had taken him all away.
Viper looking for the 4th shot, decides to just aura farm a little bit instead there, standing in front of Goomba as his team takes the dragon.
And I told a lie. I actually thought that Zeka didn't get any of those, but he did get one of them, and he can count. Look at that.
1, 2, 3. Love that.
Yeah.
Good for him.
It's as easy as the letters.
ABC?
Pretty sure. Yeah, those are the ones. The Jackson 5 tried to teach me that, but I just didn't quite get there.
No, I think you're doing great. I'm the one.
Is it also as easy as X, Y, Z?
Oh, now you're losing me, Atlas.
No? Okay. Because it's just letters in sequence.
There is a good amount of plates being taken by T1 in response to this, but this is obviously a huge trade-up for Hanwha Life. As they do not get the cancel onto Zeus, which would have been a big deal. He now has Sunfire done. Bramble there as well, so he's going to be nigh unkillable. As we take another look at... They were on Vision.
Yeah.
It really gets me. As it's the light setup that starts this. They don't get over the wall, which means that they're just trapped in the Cataclysm by the time the Tempered Fate comes out. Like, nice that Faker gets a 2-man shockwave, but doesn't... And right there, Zeus.
Oh, Zeus.
Going in with the flash, ensuring that Faker doesn't get to flash out over the wall back to his turret by flashing and then getting the shortest range E that he could possibly get. Zeka not even going to be tagged by that shockwave, which is also what set up his ability to get into the back line. And again, man, Peanut has been on point with these engages, but it's been Delight that I think has been kind of not talked about as much as the form of Zeka, and Peanut I think has been a lot more in your face, not that great. But I think Zeka, or Delight rather, has also had a similar fall off. And right, even on his champions.
Yeah, and I honestly think that HLE looked good purely because Delight was him and Viper were always rock solid, right?
Yes.
Like Malphite would agree.
But
and
then
there have been lulls in performance from Peanut, Zeus, and Zeka throughout this whole year, even when they were doing well. But the fact that that core was still so strong, and the fact that Delight has been having some poorer performances has really hurt them. You're so right.
I think he's really fallen behind where Keria and Duro are, right? And Keria, I think, is again, we talk about it so much, but it's
And
warranted.
Peter probably.
When we're
Peter's
talking
third.
about vibes, he's obviously unmatched.
Yeah.
But Doro to me has been just extremely well-rounded, extremely stable, doing really well on a team that even plays around him, right? The fact that he's getting Blitzcrank bans, he's still playing the champion and doing really well. And then Carrier, again, I think we've spent enough words on why he is such a special support player.
Yep.
Been a big topic of conversation. But the core point is that Delight had not, even on his champions, like the Rakan, like the Rel, looked as consistent. And I think that in this game, this is a really big deal if Humble Life wins this. I think it's the start of a turnaround which could make our top 3 competitive instead of just being
Imagine, like, the dream obviously is being a 4-team region.
Oh, hey,
but a 3-team region.
That's better than 2.
We're very happy about it. The orb not actually going to get utilized just yet as the Temper Fate will interrupt the curtains. Still, the Rift Herald going to be taken here by Owner. The Magnustorm comes down though. The teleport in from Zeka to deliver him into the backline, but the fight is already in a bit of an awkward spot, and Doran is so incredibly big. Zeka still looking for that angle though onto Gumayushi as the Shockwave doesn't find the mark. Still the ulti comes through, but down he goes, and HLE just bit off more than they could possibly chew, and now they're just lying on the floor.
Back to 2 teams, Atlas.
There it is. I mean, we had a brief little moment there. I'm glad we got to have a conversation about it. And obviously it's not over, but that was a bit of a mess.
I haven't... What was that TP? That's actually the only part that I just don't...
It was a flank.
But they didn't... Like, I get why you want to flank as a Kali, but I think the initial engage onto Owner looked good there.
Yeah, I don't know. I was
trying. Was it a miss? I'm not quite sure. Is they're not going to get any extra kills? It's also not the end of the world for Humble Life, but it's not. It's not a good look. They were in a pretty solid situation. We're going to take another look here. So the Geode getting cancelled is a bummer. Delight takes a lot of damage, but it feels like they could have definitely looked to turn here. Like Guma, that's got to be a misplay. Like,
oh, maybe it was, yeah.
Like Delight got they got Guma and Owner.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just trying to work out how the misclick.
I have no idea, but like to me that doesn't. Makes no sense.
No.
I don't. And the previous play, I think we did in hindsight Soul. Maybe I'm missing something here that does happen. I don't want to go in too hard onto Zeka.
The space could maybe break it down for us. We'll just have to see. Level 11s are picked up.
That is a really big deal, because these are exactly the type of mid-game fights that I think Lucian, that Renekton, that Nocturne are looking for, and that's a colossal gold swing, as we know.
Yeah.
The tempo vibes.
Starting to swing.
Oh, okay, I was saying might still be okay.
Well, we'll just have to see, because it's about whether or not HLE have taken that to heart.
If they get Infernal Soul, then, or a Soul Point, then I think but it looks like they're not going to be contesting here.
Yeah, and I think you can give that one up. A second Earth, Wind, and Fire, by the way.
Nice.
I told you, T1 just always seems to get it.
You did, Atlas, and I did listen to you, so I don't know why you're...
Oh, no, I was more just like explaining it for everyone, just
in
case someone turned up a little bit late and stuff like that.
Maybe you saw the clips of game 2, you're like, man, that looks cool. People always tell me the LCK is boring.
No.
That's never.
That's an older code.
Those people have clearly never watched Rise Group.
Exactly.
As they are contesting, in fact, Atlas, Soul Point on the table here for Hanwha.
Yeah, Zeus looking for a bit of an angle here, but Gumayushi is pressuring him away. Doran as well. On that flank, Captive Audience is in position. And Zeus does have the teleport. He is going to go back, get that health bar back up again, and then look to go for a flank angle, and there it is. The Ram can come on through, but Carrier can make this so incredibly annoying. The immediate flash has to come through from Zeus to get him back to his teammates, and now the Rift Herald is going to come down. That's looking to take an inner turret if it can, and HLE, they really want this Soul Point. And we'll see whether they can actually get in there. No one really pulling the trigger just yet, and now they're going to turn. Shockwave connects onto 2, though, as a Tempered Fate. He's going to buy so much time for Doran. Still, he is going to fall, but it's in trade for Delight, as now it is just a mess inside the pit. Owner's spinning around, taking down Peanut, the Cosmic Binding. So incredibly good here from Carrier, and Faker is not going to be thwarted by Zeus. Zeka as well, just going to have to flash his way out and should be able to backflip to relative safety, but it's not going to save the fight.
The Carrier with a crazy carry of the team fight. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
That right there is why we see these Bard bans.
He is a magician on this champion.
This is all traceable back to Barrel, by the way. I'm just saying.
It is true.
Reaching
It
for
is
the fire with you, I know. Jokes aside, I'll show me a replay of that one, because that is now a 4K gold lead once this turret goes down. That is the soul point denial, as Zayzam with the flash is obviously rough. He also isn't quite the right level yet, so he doesn't have his ornament, because it kills this turn. Faker Shockwave into the ultimate means that they don't take down Doran soon enough. And then Viper has to walk into the pit here to try and take him down. Owner gets the fear onto Peanut, and then the flash binding, which means that I think the fight was already looking rough, but with that, there just isn't really anything to be done there. They take down one of the sources of damage, as in they go, Atakan's up!
Yep, flash out attempted here by Peanut. Let's see what he can do to try and escape, as that is a pedal, not a blast cone, but he's still able to flag and drag. Okay, there's the redemption, but it's actually avoided. Shockwave finishes him off! Oh, that Tempered Fate to deny a redemption heal? Was that actually what he meant to do? Because that's insanity.
I mean, even if it's just a setup for the Shockwave, force him to walk back, it still did its job, Atlas.
Absolutely
That's
did.
going to be Atakan, surely.
There's not going to be a lot of ways for HLE to find an angle here.
The jungler.
And they will be able to secure it. So T1, they do, you know, possibly take a fair bit of damage here on this turret, but even then, like, the minion wave's just non-existent. Let's have a look at how this one all started.
I've heard great things about being a two-team region. You know, it's really not that bad.
Yeah. I've heard the two-team region is actually kind of the way to be. Like, that's in vogue. Like, that's the thing.
So, watch this. Delight, I think maybe trying to time it and just a second early. And then there, Peanut has to walk out, because otherwise he would have also died, because he would have gone in, hit by the Tempered Fate, and then would have gotten ulted by Faker out of that. And now the gold lead back to 5. Now, after game 1, or sorry, after game 2, we're not gonna
it's just,
get ahead of
HLE
ourselves.
kind of has them right where they want them.
I feel like with this drop,
Yeah, if it was, and also
true.
if it was the bros, then maybe that would be true.
According to you, the bros always have their opponents right where they want.
Exactly. But HLE are not the bros.
They might not make
playoffs. They do
playoffs.
have a fifth of a bro, though. Yeah,
that is true.
They wanted some time off.
The bros?
Maybe they got holiday plans. You don't know. Don't make judgments on things that you don't understand.
I'm sorry, I'm just being a bro auntie. I apologize.
I know.
I
guess
help
someone
myself.
has to do it. It must feel worse, though. It must feel worse. Just being pro-bro is the way.
You think, I can't believe we haven't made a pro-brono joke yet.
We did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, don't worry.
Wonderful.
I got that one in last week.
Okay. How did I miss that? That sounds right up my alley.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, we're getting carried away with Rise Group, you know? It's just...
Sometimes you just got to talk about the bros for a bit, though. That can help you feel a little bit better.
I want to talk a little bit about what is the difficulty here for Humble Life, because I think we saw it in an earlier fight as well. I think that right now they are already relying to get back any tempo in this game, any control, is to take down an individual target. But who do you turn on? Because as we can see, Faker doesn't do that much damage because he has... they're actually going to look.
Yep, looking for a bit of an angle, but the backflip doesn't connect.
Yeah, so this means that Zayas has to join the team. He really wants to be in the side lane because he wants to try and hit 14.
There is a Jhin in the bottom lane that has just gone home.
Yeah, what I really want to highlight is that the targets are Renekton, which is, you can't blow him up. He has Starix, he's Renekton, he's level 14.
Yep.
No can do. Owner's honestly not bad, but with the spell shield it's kind of hard. Faker has Roa.
Well, they go from Delight. They're looking for a double knockup. Comes down as well. The Tempered Fate to buy some space here. I don't know whether it's going to be good enough, though. They lose the Nocturne, but Delight does go down. And Gumushi, he's free hitting. Doran gets in there, and the AoE is revolting out of T1. Doran just a massive crocodile to mop them all up.
Yeah, and I was just getting to the worst of it all. There is a Bard. So if you are not engaging onto him, the fight might not necessarily be going your way, and
it's continuing to not go their way.
Nope. Oh my god, man. Delight sets up an engage. 2-man ultimates, all this CC, but it doesn't matter. Because it's all just set up, allowing for Doran to pop in and get so much value. Flash Wak Wak onto the backline of Hanwha Life. Zeka basically does nothing in the fight. The Zakali, unfortunately, has not had the snowball they were looking for, is not looking too hot in this game, and now the gold lead is truly in, okay, Homolife can still win, but it's gonna require some, some colossal mistakes.
Faker doing some creative item purchase.
Well, that's actually what I was highlighting. This is, I think, one of the games, like, in a normal game, also, by the way, he's free levels up.
Yeah.
In a normal game, Orianna is actually a target. Like, Homolife can't kill Orianna. Like, they actually can't. There's no way. He has Sterix. Sorry, not Sterix, Seraphs, but
yeah,
you know, both give a giant shield. Rather Aegis and Riftmaker.
And Riftmaker.
He's actually, like, I don't know how much health he's sitting on, but he's not dying.
He's basically Galio, but Orianna.
Yeah.
Maybe we can call him Oreo.
You know, legally, I don't know if we should.
Oh, that's a good point. We could ask for the sponsorship, though, and just point them towards.
I mean,
What about Gargoyle and Metal Ballerina?
They
might go for it.
It's like a duo skin.
Yeah.
When you have both. Oh my god.
It'd be pretty cool.
So who's Cookies and who's... So Galio's Cookies?
Cookies Galio?
Yeah.
Or maybe it can be like Glass of Milk Orianna and Dog Galio.
Yes!
There it is.
Amazing. The ball is just a... It's just a glass
just
of milk?
A glass of milk. And the
when you ult,
the ball
like the
is just no, it's just an Oreo that just goes out.
Oh.
And the Oreo just goes around. That's actually the main character. The glass just glides around.
So what I was thinking is Winds of War become an Oreo. It's just a storm of Oreo.
Yeah, that could happen as well.
Yeah.
That will definitely happen as well. We got to workshop this, but it's certainly there is a lot of potential here.
You know, the train orange skin started like this.
Exactly. You've really got to make sure that you figure it out. Just like HLE needs to figure out a way back into this game.
Okay, so...
Or they could lose. They could do that as well.
Peanuts might steal of Baron.
Got it.
Pray someone on T1 has some funny positioning. They did in game 2.
Yep. And then hope that some more items can come in. There's Bellows Breath coming down there from Zeus. Too much more going to happen here as HLE, they just need to respect the Bard. Exactly right. The Ram comes down, gets a nice knock up on Owner, but now time for the re-engage as the Shockwave comes in, pulls Peanut to his doom as Zeka goes in like a madman and just gets obliterated. Viper now finds himself as the last man standing, and he ain't standing for long. Down he will go as T1 are gonna snuff out HLE here in the end of game 3. Oh man, what a pipe dream. Game 2 led us to believe as T1 just pull it right back.
And with this loss, Homolife losing to their direct competitor for second place, a spot they were holding on to tightly, even though they had not been able to stand up to T1, to stand up to Gen G. But it was their past performances, the level they had back then, that allowed them to stay strong in that position, but
and
now, big loss. That was...
It certainly is. And now HLE become the biggest Gen G fans ever. And they also need to beat Nongshim. So it is still looking pretty good here for HLE as T1 only move one match ahead. But still, now there is hope. And T1 have their fate in their own hands. And that is the biggest thing. They've taken down Gen G before. If it's a best of 3 of best of 3s, it's the game 3 of best of 3s against Gen G to see who's the better team. It's a best of 3 a lot of times.
Trying to find my my moment. Malpoment. So I'm gonna give that some thought.
Can we go with Mopment?
Sure, if you prefer that.
I like to keep the pom part still in there.
Okay. Yeah,
and I like mops. That's I don't actually. Who did you even vote for? Or are we gonna keep that a secret?
Oh no, I mean I'm happy to tell you. It's kind of basic, but I ended up just going for Keria again. I think even the game 2 that they lost, he was...
I feel like Keria has become the Chovy.
No, but it's actually warranted though. Like, who was the POG of this game?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's almost always safe.
Yeah, but I do truly believe it. Like, over the course of the series as well.
I think, like, there's definitely an angle for Doran, though.
I think Doran would be great. I think Owner had a really good game too, but didn't really hold on to that form in the other games. necessarily. It's actually
I think
it was fine.
Yeah, I think Doran's game 1 and 3 were pretty outstanding.
His Wukong,
and
yeah.
Ona,
Yeah.
Ona was also very good.
It's hard.
It is. It's a tough one. When there are 5 really good players on a team, voting for which one's the best is always difficult. But let's have a look at some of the highlights here. As, man, yeah, Carrier's VOD, fantastic. But this start to the game was actually HLE utilizing the tempo vibes they'd built earlier in the last game. But then it all just goes wrong. Not quite here. This was still fine.
The early fight's actually going pretty decent here for Hanwha Life, but it's this fight I think that we're going to be looking towards. Yeah. Because this is where the game snowballed away. And we even mentioned this, right? Coming out in the early game, coming out of Champ Select, is that this mid-game for T1 with Nocturne, Renekton, and Lucian, if they do get a lead, you don't get to play the game anymore. And then that fight already made things tough. This fight ended the game, right? This was just where it was over. As Doran, I think, on his Renekton, just doing a wonderful job with the amount of pressure that he was able to generate in the fights.
God, Carrier, that was a bit of a binding.
Yep. Yeah. And despite the best efforts from Hanwha Life and some great teamfight engages, just wasn't quite enough. Zeka there, unfortunately, showing up a little bit too late. And then I hope we don't see the final replay where he goes in and just gets...
yeah, I'd prefer not to.
Just gets popped.
I also imagine that the Spice will have some choice words for the draft out of HLE. But sometimes these are just how it lands. I feel like this is like the perfect example of a composition that I've always kind of hated, with the Jhin being the reliable damage source.
I think this composition actually was playable. I think they showed us early as well. They just took 2 really bad mid-game fights, and against T1, you can't afford to do that, right? Nope. This is where they excel. It's specifically starting from like minute 15 to 25. They just pummel you down. You just don't get to play the game. They will kill you over and over and over. And the funniest part about this whole ordeal is that Faker somehow did the most damage in the game.
Yeah, kind of nuts. As Carrier will be able to pick this one up, moving up to 800 points.
Look at these.
Yeah, 0-1-20 ain't too bad on his Poppy as well. But his Brad, man, always just so good to see. What is like a 20 KDA in game 1,
I mean,
and a 10 KDA in game 2, and an 18 in game 3. Like, oh my god.
I mean, out of those 3, as crazy as the Bard was, I know they lost that game, but Carrier's recon performance was also disgusting. What a series, Atlas.
This was worthy of the Rise. 100%. And do you know what the best part is? It's only the first series of the day.
Still coming. On the way.
We are so blessed in the final week of the LCK for 2025 before we get into play-ins and then playoffs. Man, we're going to be doing so much. There is still so much more, but it's 100%. 6. The Rise group always delivers.
They wouldn't let us down.
They would never. They would never. And DNF, they're on the rise. They're going to figure it out. And now it is time to have a chat with Carrier before we get into that.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM Universe Translation, joined by Carrier on the side of T1. Congratulations! Losing today meant losing second place. You really needed that victory. And you took a 2-1 win. How do you feel? You know, Hanwha Life Esports, they have been performing very well. And we were definitely preparing very hard for today, and I'm glad that we were able to win. In games 1 and 3, you displayed near perfect performance. After the KT match, what did you work on? I feel like in the KT match, there are a lot of aspects, even in the laning phase, we didn't get to play our game normal. And I think it looks like Ati is really just taking the spotlight. How do you feel? Ati was cheering for you today. He's just really cute. And after Bard kept getting banned in phase 2 of games 1 and 2, in game 3 you took Bard as the B2 pick. So were you confident that you would win with Bard? I feel like, yeah, I just have a different mindset when I've played Bard as compared to other champions too. You know, I feel like our opponents always try to ban Bard, so whenever we get the opportunity to play him, we do take him. So how did you feel after securing Bard? You know, after getting Bard, I did feel a lot better, and it felt like I could win no matter what. And T1 actually has a very short average game time. But game 2 went over 45 minutes, and you played a pretty close series. So how are you able to maintain your focus today? As for today, I think we had an advantage whenever it came to the team fight, and I feel like it really came down to us maintaining our focus whenever we were able to win. And you know, game 2 was an unfortunate loss because we weren't able to focus very well. And in game 3, Doran reached 600 LCK games. Anything you want to say? Honestly, congratulations on your 600th win. I hope that we get to play for a very long time. And the long-awaited T1 World Skin was revealed just yesterday. How do you like your Pyke skin, Keria? Personally, I like it a lot. Other than me, I feel like other players' skins also came out, and they were really cool. So I think everyone's really happy. And now, take your time to sell out. I don't know if you guys like Pyke personally, but I feel like he looks really cool. So I would be really grateful if you guys all use it. You know, it would make me so happy if a lot of my fans use it. And T1's last regular season match will be against Gen G. In the rounds 3 and 4 matchup, you guys are neck and neck, so what mindset do you have? You know, being able to compete against Gen G right before the playoffs, it's quite meaningful because they're really good, and I hope that we're able to pull up our performance and secure a victory. And that's the end of the interview with Keria, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Great for Keria to show his focus with Ati just waving around behind him throughout. It was T1 get the victory here, 2-1 in the dominant closing of game number 3. And Keria, you could have gone multiple ways. The cast brought it up. Doran, I think, was a good vote as well. But definitely Keria on the Bard, just deadly as always. And yeah, votes all around.
Well, I thought Keria is going to get most of the votes, but this is quite surprising that we appreciate the Doran a lot. And also, I like the vote for Owner as well.
Yeah, I thought Owner had a really good series. His Skarner was fantastic, obviously having the great Wukong game in game 1. And in game 3, his Nocturne was great in the early game, but it became about Keria. Right place, right time. This is what being the best jungler in the LCK means right now. I think Owner is the best jungler. That's my take right now. He's probably, you know, leaning towards my first for All-Pro. He's had the best year. And the guy is just always rock solid at the early game, and he takes those leads and turns them into late game team fights as well.
I mean, and for me, I really like the idea that Doran have right now about the team fight. Whenever we need some flank or some engage from the top laner, he always brings that insane engage as well. And especially the game 1, I think his Rumble kind of saved the game for T1 today, and it was pretty impressive from his performance.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what else that we had here from Chronicler. Let's see. Keria doesn't give you a choice when it comes to palm votes with this level of performance.
Well, I gotta agree that I almost fell to Keria as well because of his Bard. You know, whenever he picks Bard, he always brings insane counter engage with his ultimate. You know, it's not about him making the play against the team. It's always disengage.
It's crazy how many games of Bard he's been given.
That is
how
true.
do teams keep letting him play that and then pick Akali? I don't know, but it might cost them their second place in this case.
I think the last time he played it, it wasn't this 10 out of 10 performance, but out of any champ that Keria has the most 10 out of 10 performances, it is on this Bard. And now confirmed, no more testing needed. I can go on and on about how good Doran was, but due to limited space, I'll have to cut it.
Oh, Pony ganked by character limit. Oh, you hate to see it.
Ah, Pony.
But at least he was able to say, character limit got me, but there's a lot more to say here, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, Pony. Pony dropping the good ones lately. All right, let's see what else that we had here. Difficult game? No worries. Owners got it all covered. Yes, definitely there by Prince. What else do we have here? Should have like one more. IRL rushing as fast as Keria at the speed of surfing through the Bard gate there.
Is that a Sonic the Hedgehog reference? Running around at the speed of sound?
I don't know. I gotta check what he said in Korean. Like Cloud Temple always brings some crazy moments as well. Oh, T1 skin, you mean? Oh yeah. So as fast as like Keria rushing to the gate, I gotta go buy the Bard skin.
There
It's a Sonic the Hedgehog reference.
All right.
All right, and here's our last one from Gogo. The owner of the Bard skin, gotta buy Bard before Pyke for sure.
Right now, I would say like definitely go for it, man. Put that T1 logo on your Tempered Fates, and try not to Tempered Fate your whole team. You know, try to play it like Keria. Wait till last possible second, time it perfectly, and turn every single team fight. It's pretty easy.
That's why Keria's Bard is special, you know. Whenever I try to save my teammate, it actually kills my teammate, you know, with my ulti.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Keria with another Palm performance. Let's take a look at the standings after this one, and it is the swap. It's finally happened. T1 officially takes second place. Hanwha Life in third. It's not permanent though. Pending the results from the matches for T1 and Hanwha Life later. Here, we saw the big board of options. Hanwha Life still have 2 outs here, whereas T1 have 4.
Yeah, that T1 versus Genji series will matter a ton, as you guys can see here. It will be the determining factor. So big to see what that's going to look like. I mean, that's our Saturday show. That's a really important matchup, but T1 already got one of the tough parts done here in taking Hanwha Life out.
And uniquely here for Hanwha Life Esports, they are playing Nongshim, who only have 2 game wins whole second half of the season. And so a 2-0 makes it real simple. T1 need to win or they don't get the second place. A 2-1, then you get into all the different options there. Man, what a way to kick off the final week of the LCK, but we're not done. It is one of the great matches here. It is DN Automotive Freaks up against B&K Firax. We'll see you after the break.
젠지입니다. 젠지 이 호랑이들의 표가 몇 달간 끊이지 않고 외쳐지고 있습니다.
Take down Genji for the first time this season.
MSI EP 챔피언을 무너뜨린 건 월드 디펜딩 챔피언입니다.
그 때마다 명승부가 나오는데 어떤 또 타이트한 게임이 나올지 벌써부터 굉장히 기대가 많이 되네요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
그룹의 왕이긴 하지만 좀 왕권이 많이 불안한 디플러스 기아 그리고 DRX 풀꽉의 악마.
근데 이 풀꽉도 승리가 필요하거든요. 과연 양팀의 승리 어떻게 될지 첫 번째 세트 지금부터 만나보시죠.
데려가실 분. 망했다. 한 명도 없네. 네가 해야지. 서포터가 해. 미안해. 형 할 수 있어. 서포 캐리 메타야. 그러니까.
가보자 했다.
가보자 해.
근데 이렇게 덥냐 근데?
조금 덥긴 하다. 이것도 올려줘야 되는 거 아니야? 낮춰야지. 덥다. 아 덥다고. 진성이 형 긴장 많이 했네.
쓰고 있어서 더운 거 아니야?
아프네. 오늘 아프네.
긴장은 좋은 거야. 고!
렛츠 고! 고고야.
야 트런들 볼 수 있어? 트런들 누구인데?
니코 높여. 밀어냈어. 니코 완전 밀어냈어.
트런들 높여?
니코 완전 밀어냈어.
빨리 돌아볼게.
넣고. 풀 써야겠다.
우라 피해? 우리 하나 프리고.
야 얘도 얘들아.
그렇게 여기 주고. 이거 우리 하나 텔 쐈어 방금.
나이스. 게이드 봤다.
우리 11을 3킬이고 잘 컸다.
11을 잘 받았어.
얘네 바로 치는 거 아니야?
바로 치는 거 같다. 바로 치는다.
나 우리 하나 되는데. 아 해줘.
우리 하나 마크 쪽이다. 마크 쪽.
니코야.
야 오라라 없어 거기 얘들아. 오라라 돌아간다.
얘들아 여기 11은 노플이야. 아 신다. 쌈보자.
싸보자.
야 오라.
싸봐. 고인 맞으면서.
트런들.
돌려.
보자.
나이스.
11. 길었다. 영어가.
그런데 프랙인데 이거.
아, 너 생각 못했네.
괜찮아. 네. 사면 뭐다.
우리 이대로만 다시 싸우면 될 것 같아. 방금 사고였어. 나 궁 돌 때 그냥 우리를 한번 보자. 나 궁 타면서. 어때?
우리 노플이니까 그렇게 하면 좋을 듯.
라이즈 타고 나
노리는 거.
나 무조건 그래서 봐줄게.
나 노릴 것 같아.
내가 공으로 커버해줄게 여서.
나 물릴게 그럼.
야 봐볼래? 가볼게.
좋아. 봐줘.
야텔 탔어.
11. 봐줘.
그래 물릴 것 같더라.
갈게 이거 봐.
그래 갈게 이거밖에 없었지. 나이스. 잘 봤다. 니코가 있네.
괜찮아? 용 잘해보자.
형도 잘해야 되지.
여기서 걸리면 싸우자. 그냥.
나 패는 되고.
그래.
갈만하다. 야 쪄 있는 거 좀 봐줄래? 나 실드 내요.
나 여기 문다.
테라만 살게.
나다 뺄게.
그래. 우리 11시가 간다.
우리 잡았어.
천천히.
나 탑에 차릴게.
실드 있죠?
이전까지 못한 건 상관없고 기회 왔거든. 이번에 잘해보자.
지르각 나면 살짝 길러도 되고 형.
야, 우리 지를게 이거. 질러봐.
지른다.
나풀 있어. 야, 우리 노플.
천천히.
야, 니코 이제. 한팀 빠졌고.
나 치긴 해야 돼.
나치텔 얘들아. 그러면 천천히. 지를 데가 없어. 야, 이거 텔로 나봐 이거 얘들아. 야, 빨리 튕거 조심해.
나 빨리 먹게. 야, 지금. 먹었다. 먹겠고.
야, 싸움 볼래? 나 가는 중.
그래, 공돈.
나 죽었다. 나 폴크 잡았어. 오케이.
해줄게.
할게 이거. 니코 높을. 나 궁이 2초.
나
날려봐.
실드
실드 받고 날려봐.
끝날까? 야, 해볼래 근데?
오케이. 해봐야 될 것 같아. 우리 풀 없는 거지? 우리한테 풀 있다고 해볼게. 이거 형 나한테 그 만실 둘 생각해봐.
얘들아 만지를 그냥 다 같이 지르자. 되든 안 되든.
오케이.
야, 국물 락을 못하게 해봐.
해볼래.
가자.
야, 우리 봐줘. 야, 우리 핏. 잡았다.
시야 그냥 공컬 해볼래?
해볼게. 공부를 해보자. 이거 대포. 와, 나이스. 노플이야. 천천히 가.
실드 한번 넣어줄래? 있죠.
오로라. 야, 펜타.
기둥 세워줄게.
와.
뭐야?
시우. 장례식장에 틀어도 되겠다.
근데 분량성도 너무 하셨네.
잘했어.
아이고.
천천히 해도 될 것 같은데. 확인해.
네, 뭐 출발 맞아.
이렇게 게임. 고생했습니다. 레전드그룹 반성해라. 이게 진정한 롤이다. 이게 롤이지.
와 마지막 상황이 시우가 정말 원더골을 넣었습니다. 그냥 부스카스랑 후보예요. 재미는 여기서 라이즈 그룹에서
스튜디오입니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 엄티 엄서열입니다.
프로님과 함께합니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
어서 오세요.
프로 이생입니다. 반갑습니다.
아니 근데 분대 촬영하는 거 처음 보는 것 같은데?
군대 촬영? 헬리우스님 보러 왔네. 드디어
아니지 맨날 나 있을 때 안 찍다가 엄팀이 오니까 이제 그제서야 찍으러 오고 나는 맨날 그냥 찬밥이고
오늘 엄지님이 오신 너무 기쁜 날인데 왜 그러세요?
너무 역하다.
화이팅!
감사합니다.
와 너무 역겹다.
이게 너무 다 비난 아니에요?
나도.
너무 너무하다. 나 군대 찍는 거 처음 봤어. 저번에 찍은 적 있어요? 없죠?
아니
와.
군대 찍는 게 아니에요. 헬리오스님 업팀님 찍는 거예요. 많이 좀 찍어주세요.
와.
헬리오스님. 서운하셨대요.
이제 필요 없어요. 늦었어. 네. 또 오셨어요?
오늘도 새로운 게스트분이니까
근데 왜 이렇게 늦게 오셨어요? 이게 다 끝날 때 오셨어요?
저희 선수 다 찍고 이제 나머지 찍는 거예요.
젠장. 또 짬통 처리야.
알았자 우리 짬 처리반이라고.
또야 또.
우리 짬 타이거즈야. 차라리 이게 게
아니 근데 이거 웃긴 게 게스트들 온다고 내일도 올 거죠?
네, 게스트
없어요? 아 그래요?
네, 헬리오스가 게스트예요.
내일 안 오실 거죠? 와 고개 끄덕이는 거 봐. 아니.
BFX인데 3세트엔 또 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 기대가 되네요.
도전을 할 때 가장 중요한 거니까.
고생하셨습니다.
고생하셨습니다.
부모님 오랜만에 군대하시는 것 같아요.
다 아는 얼굴들이라서 재밌습니다. 헬리오스님이랑 같이 해서 좀 훨씬 편하고 왜냐면 저번에 같이 합을 맞추기도 했었고 좋죠? 기쁘고 뭐 그런 반응이 있는 건 좋은데 결국에 그 소리는 누군가 일자리를 제가 뺏는다는 소리 아닌가요? 잘 도와주시고 있는 헬리오스님부터 뒤통수를 때려야 된다고 그러게 농담입니다. 엄티님은 아직 올 때가 아니라니까. 아직 선수 생활을 더 해야 되는데 벌써 넘보지 마세요. 지금 아직 프로도 지금 기다리고 있는데 어디를 오려고 에? 안 됩니다. 아시겠어요? 제가 확인해 드리겠습니다.
아, 꿈 같아. 어떡하지? 나 지금 미친 것 같아.
네, 오늘 경기 너무 재밌었어요.
네.
진짜.
진짜 꿀잼이었어요.
명경기.
e스포츠 종주국 한국의 또 커다란 기념일에서 제가 응원하는 팀이 승리해가지고 기분이 아주 좋아요.
의미 있는 날에 또 이렇게 의미 있는 경기도 함께 할 수 있어서 더 좋았지 않나 싶습니다.
광복절 기념으로 역사 인식을 다 같이 되새기고 해외에서만큼 다 같이 연대하는 분위기를 만들고 싶어서 입고 왔습니다. 항상 선수분들 응원하고 앞으로도 좋은 모습 기대하겠습니다. LCK 만세!
저는 새로운 세상에 온 듯합니다. 이곳은 어디인가? 나는 여기 왜 있는가? 잘 모르겠지만 청춘들이 이렇게 좋아하는 곳에 왔다는 걸 생각하니까 와 가슴이 뜁니다. 제가 옛날에 솔직히 여기 있는 친구들 잡으러 다녔거든요. 이런 재미가 있는 곳이구나라는 것을 배워갈 수 있는 그런 시간이 되겠습니다. LCK 파이팅!
입혀 이그나이트 We are born to be a queen Now we rise yeah Sterling, sterling, sterling you dance Run it up with toki Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Sterling, sterling, sterling you dance Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Wake up, sterling hunters Respawn
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler, and we are here. We are ready. We are so prepared for this glorious Rise Group game that we have prepared for you today. Oh man, we had a banger in the Legend Group. That only sets up for the Giga banger that does exist when the Rise Group takes the stage. Today, it doesn't matter what teams it is, to be perfectly honest. It's just the Rise Group. But it's going to be DNF and BNK battling it out in the highest tier of competition the Rise Group can ever offer.
I have actually prepped a good amount of work, some thesis I want to run by you, Atlas.
Oh, I'm very excited about that.
De facto expert when it comes to research on the LCK desk.
I'm actually married, not de facto, as it turns out.
I mean, de facto just means, like...
No, isn't that when you're not married?
No.
Like, it's like de facto?
No, it just means in any situation, just...
Oh.
It just means...
Oh, that's a multifaceted word,
yeah.
is it? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like adverbitum, you know, it just means the one thing.
Off to a great start.
Yeah, Rise Group!
Let's get into it. Rise Group, these are the standings. Playoffs have already been, play-ins, already locked in here for BNK FureX. DNF, not the most losingest team so far in rounds 3 to 5. However, still well and truly in last place by over 20 points, or exactly 20 points. So they are not going to be making it. This is not for all the marbles for DNF. This is for pride. Pride means everything. And as you can see, oftentimes these two squads go the distance. DNF haven't been able to actually take a series so far this year. Last time was in 2024, but they've taken a lot of games.
I'm also pretty sure that for BNK, there's still the opportunity to get overtaken by Bro. They can't get overtaken by DRX anymore. But if they would go 0-4, and because they're currently at -8, they're 2 series ahead. But if BNK goes 0-4, they would be sitting at -12. And then if Bro ends up winning both their series, which I did predict DK against Bro, perhaps against better knowing, because let's be real, Bro.
So you're the king of curses and yet you still curse them?
Well, yeah, last week I didn't predict them and then they won, so...
Exactly!
I want to get back on... I trust them.
You didn't explain that to me when I did my predictions, because now we know that DK are going to lose.
I'm very sorry, but I'm setting up for a feel-good series here today with DNF playing without the shackles of expectation.
And with the Quantum Realm back online as well, as it was Life that was starting throughout the entirety of this series last time around. And Quantum is now back after a couple of weeks. And we'll see whether we do get the Super Sub Life coming back in once again or not. But definitely very interested to see how this one's going to go. BNK certainly looking like frontrunners at the moment as far as the Rise Group is concerned, but can they string a few extra wins together to make themselves feel the best as possible heading towards the play-ins, where anything could happen, as those are two of the DNF Tekken 8 players, Ulsan and CBM, which stands for Cherry Berry Mango, which is such an incredible name.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it really?
Yeah, that's his name. The guy on the left, that's CBM or Cherry Berry Mango, came 3rd at EWC, and Ulsan, which is the name of a city here in Korea, which is an imaginative name, but he came 1st at EWC. Very impressive. Didn't make it out of pools at EVO, but certainly some pretty good players of the good old Tekken 8. And if you are a fighting games fan, Tekken 8 is the game in Korea. We've had, there's been a couple of players in Street Fighter and stuff like that over the time, but Tekken 8 is the big one. But this is League of Legends, and the key play matchup going to be Berserker versus Diablo. And I'm excited for this. Still can't get over, really, the Cherry Berry Mango thing. Do you know what my wife's nickname is at Starbucks? Cherry Berry.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and his name's Cherry Berry Mango. My wife loves mangoes. Maybe she wanted to have that name, and he took it away. But still.
Well, it feels like something you should take up with him. I would either recommend that you go and...
We should actually have a chat.
Have a conversation.
Yeah. I'll
don't
try
involve me, though. I don't want to get
involved.
No,
we need a wingman. Otherwise, I won't have any confidence.
I don't want to get involved in...
He's a fighting game player.
I'm about to retire. I don't want to get involved in international incidents just before I leave.
It's just a discussion.
Yeah,
about whether he can
I've had enough discussions with you. Okay? I don't want to be. I'm just saying you can go and do that. That's fine.
I'm starting to
don't wanna be
realize
involved.
why the retirement is coming in. Maybe he's reached his final straw.
Don't you put that on yourself. I will not allow you. There's nothing to do with that.
I love taking responsibility.
Not
though.
allowed.
Oh.
Not doing it. You know what I want to see today? I want to see Pioshik dance. It's been too long.
Well, he was doing the rubbing his eyes, looking a little bit tired. So hopefully the games are going to be high octane enough to give him enough energy to do the classic
I
Pioshik
think we
pop-up.
both know they won't. As Bulldog actually having is return to form too early to say. I feel like he's gotten better.
Yes.
Over the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
Now, he wasn't exactly in the best of spots.
Return to form is an aggressive way of describing it.
Yeah, that's why I was saying. It was
He's on his way home.
He's on his way to returning to form.
But you remember the stat, right? Most accidents do happen closer to home.
I do not remember
Because that's where we get a little bit lax behind the wheel, okay?
Did
because
not know
we
that.
feel like we are already there, but you got to make sure that you stay aware the whole way.
Very important PSA. Also, Actless, I've prepared a statement for you that I will drop on you as soon as we get in game.
I mean, you're going to drop a statement on me?
Yeah.
Is it a heavy statement?
No, not at all. It's just, I read it
Okay.
today, and it's just been infuriating to me ever since, and I need to share it with you.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to doing it. You can share it with everyone in Twitch chat as well, and YouTube chat, and all the chats.
Oh, they will love it.
Might be on.
If they're here right now, they know what they're gonna get. It's
really?
Rise Group, baby.
Oh, that's true. I thought they already knew what the statement was. And I was like, wow, am I the only one that doesn't know the statement?
No, but that would be funny.
That would be.
I just block you for a day.
Yeah. I'm just like not allowed to know.
Yeah.
That's right. We are getting so close to being into Champion Select.
we're
for this
in.
game number 1. Yep. It's happening. There it is. You can see it on the screens. Clear getting ready to ban some champs away. And we are ready to see what surprises lie in store here in this Rise group. It's DN Freaks on the blue side, which does match their jerseys, giving them an inherent advantage. You might have thought first pick is what does it. No, it's about matching the color of your jersey. Unfortunately, it's yellow on the side of BNK, so not exactly red.
Which is why everyone at Worlds alternates black and white jerseys.
Yeah, got to do that. You got to make sure that you stay as close as possible.
You got to believe, they believe in curses, which, you know, I think it'd be a cool statement if one day they're just like, nope, we're not doing it, which they won't.
No, that'd be weird.
That would be weird, but it would be cool. So, Pantheon, Yunara. Pantheon, Talia, Yunara makes sense. Ferris has been allowed, you know, he's okay now. I feel like we've collectively also kind of learned that there are a lot of champions that just kind of boom Varus. Sivir has also been seen as an acceptable answer. And the beauty of Rise Group, I don't know what to expect today. There were periods where I was like, BNK is actually the best team in Rise Group. That was a thought that we had and collectively agreed
They were sometimes doing the most winning.
They were sometimes the best team.
Orianna.
So Yunara is open. So that will be picked by Berserker.
And Berserker, I believe, has played it. Oh, never mind.
We are not picking Yunara. We are picking...
Oh, the anti-Yunara jungler!
So we have actually seen Yunara. I think it was the Hanwha series where they gave to Viper and then they just bullied him in lane.
Yeah, they did the Corky Nico
That would be a Diablo and Kellen angle.
Oh, God, they could actually just lock it in now if they wanted to.
Or Corky Nico?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could.
Honestly, it wouldn't be that terrible.
No, I think Corky's good.
Oh, God.
My God. Kalista Renata?
Well, they're looking at the Yunara instead, which would make more sense based on the tier list, but when you're looking down the barrel of a monkey...
I think just Wukong is still okay. Just Wukong alone, I think, doesn't really... But the problem is that Wukong is going to be followed by probably what, like Gwen...
Aurora...
Gwen and... Oh, God, you need to take Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're Rise Group.
Yeah.
We do not let anyone have Wukong Annie.
So that is not going to be let through. I think Aurora is still going to be a good choice. Aurora Nico would actually be a pretty good lock-in here for the DN Freaks, because Nico has just been such incredibly high value. See whether Quantum has been putting in the extra hours on the champion in his time off over the last couple of weeks. You can see looking ready to play, as they will be able to lock that one up. Now, what is it? What is going to be this final lock-in? Victor makes me feel nothing positive at all. And I hope that that is just
Does it make you feel
bait
negative
and switch.
things?
Yes.
Ah.
We're not the bird.
Slam an Nivea.
There it is. Okay.
You
Stuck to the script.
You would have loved the Nivea though, right?
Yeah, bird is the word.
Could still be a Nivea. Just saying, could be top lane.
True.
Aurora here for Dudu.
The dream is still alive. This is Rise Group.
So what do we pick here? Into the Wukong, just Xin Zhao.
Okay.
It's fine. You know, it's not bad. It's not great. It's just fine. I think it's a losing matchup when it comes to the mid to late stage of the game. But early on, Xin Zhao, I think, is one of the few junglers that, despite Wukong's ability to shrug off a lot of AD junglers, is at least good at setting up with Annie. So you have really strong skirmishes. Plus, you rush Sundered Sky, and as we all know, that's broken.
That's a good item. Definitely be a good item. The problem with Wukong, doesn't build it early enough.
So we ban... I was going to say Corki Varus, but I guess...
You ban Kai'Sa Varus. Keep
Varus?
it purple.
I like that. Also,
Yeah.
Yunara is the only champion allowed to be purple. Although I guess Nico is, like, close enough.
Yeah.
Huh.
She does have purple hair.
Tough.
Lulu also is the perfect counter to
Yes. Because that tastes
champions.
purple.
Yeah, exactly. She knows. And we know mukbang meta here at LoL Park.
It is.
Yep.
Gwen instead.
Yeah, Gwen gonna be the ban.
So they...
Bulldog was the one to debut Aurora when she first came out.
Yeah, so they really do think Aurora's going mid.
And I think has a decent matchup into the Annie, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Aurora
Because
has
you can
a
kind of
decent
outrange
matchup into anything.
True.
Well,
Brel going to be taken away. And now what is the lock-in here? Do we just take a spot? Do we take a top lane? Who wants to blind pick? Is it going to be Clear or is it going to be Kellen? That's the question.
Could be Clear Scion here.
That's true. Doesn't exactly make you go and like be... Oh, wow. It did
does
taste
taste
purple. We knew. It's the hard counter to Nico. But they are going to play the Corki Nico bottom lane. And so they're following the script. This does allow... Like, Kellen is actually a pretty good enchanter player just in general. As the Ambassador is going to be blinded into Clear.
It's
the
Renekton.
Judo Ambassador is...
It's Renekton.
Yeah,
It's Clear Renekton. Yeah.
Is it clearly Renekton?
Yes. I don't even think that you should go Renekton here, because I feel like Renekton... Look at the champions on the left.
Where is my Ornn?
I think you actually slam engage. I think you actually... You do, but that's not what's going to happen. They're going to pick
Renekton. The R5 Renekton is too powerful. The sandbox still lives on, all right, in being K-Furex.
It doesn't matter. Be it Summit, be it Dove.
It doesn't matter.
Be it Clear. It doesn't matter.
Nope. Just give me Croc.
There's no difference.
Give
R5
Croc.
Renekton.
And that is in the spirit of the Rise Group.
It's a straightforward comp, you know? It's like early game we're strong top side, and then Diablo take the wheel.
Yeah. Honestly, that's what they play no matter what the champions are. So
yeah,
I think it fits the script. On the other side, the DN Freaks have basically the top of the tier list in every role. Not the very top, but very close.
I think top lane will struggle. I do actually think it's a hard matchup. I think bot lane will be having a great time between the two of them. And then mid, remains to be seen. I feel like Aurora is one of those champions where the line between being really good and just kind of going in and dying and not doing anything is pretty thin.
I, for one, am very interested to see how this goes. Because the best thing about drafts in the Rise Group is that they just don't mean very much. The tempo vibes are what reigns supreme here. This is the realm of just getting a feeling for how these teams are going to go. And I'm looking forward to the statement as well. Let's get into it.
So Atlas, I know that there's no bro, so bro and brew conversations are, at this point I think they're part of the DNA of Rise Group.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't really matter. We don't need bro for the spirit of bro to be there.
Maybe we can geek and freak, because the DN Freaks are here.
I do like the show, Freaks and Geeks, which I should, that's a reference to.
We can geek and freak instead. And we can talk about geeky things.
I don't.
Is your statement remotely geeky?
No. I don't think we should.
Okay.
Atlas, what I want to start with
Okay, please go.
is, so I read this statement today. It's not my statement. I read this on a...
Statement makes it sound so serious.
No, it's not. On a coffee subreddit. And I just want to see your
God.
face as I tell this
Okay.
to you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, here we go. A soy vanilla latte is a free bean soup.
Oh my God. Oh, I hate it and respect it and love it at the same
No,
time.
I knew you'd think about it.
Wow.
Think about it.
Holy moly, we've been saying the wrong thing the whole time.
It's soup.
It is actually just soup.
It's gone full circle. We're back to soup and beans.
Oh my. I was thinking that it was going to be a tilter. But now I feel like my whole world has opened up.
You're enlightened?
Oh, that is so on theme for the Rise group. I'm so happy that you saved it for after our Legend group.
No. Yeah, because I knew we had to get this best of 3 off to a great start.
Oh my.
And this was the only way.
3-bean soup. It actually is.
Yep.
Wow.
Isn't it horrible?
It is awful. It's interesting as well because I'm pretty sure only one of the beans is actually in it. The other ones are just soaked and stuff, right?
Well, so there's the soybean.
Yeah, so the soybean's in it.
Yes.
But the vanilla bean oftentimes gets removed.
In many cases, the vanilla bean it'll just be vanilla syrup, right? Which it might not even have actual vanilla in it, but it's called a vanilla bean.
Yeah. And also, when you make a stock, and the things that you put into the stock are still included
They're still
in the flavor.
included in the soup.
Yeah,
yes.
it's still what you call the soup.
And then, obviously, coffee beans are ground up. You press water through them, and then that's...
There's got to be, there's still, the beans still exist there.
Yes, yeah. Well, you're pressing the flavor. And
exactly.
And the oils and the... Yep.
Just maybe not all of it.
Well, not the... no solids. But even if you can have a soy vanilla latte with a French press brew, and then there's actual ground up bits and coffee in there.
I might actually order one. As Diablo going to get slowed down a little bit, but this is the Slurkle, which is a bit of a problem.
Oh no, not.
What do you mean? That's canon.
No, it's not though. I don't like that one.
What do you mean? What's wrong with the Slurkle?
We've had this conversation. I don't want to be having this conversation again.
No, but I just don't understand. I liked your story about
but that one was just funny. Slurkle makes me feel horrible emotions.
What if I felt horrible emotions? You got lucky.
Yeah, no, actually, I never get to tilt you.
With the statement, but oh, Raptor making his way in. Kershik going to find him though, and Raptor's going to respect it, just flashes away.
See, Raptor doesn't like Slurkles either.
But the Slurkles are on his team.
I know, there's more of those. That's a pretty common thing.
What about Twitch chat? Do you guys like Yeah, there's Slurkle pogs in there. There's a few Slurkle in there as well, but I saw a Slurkle pog. Speaking of which, unfortunately, it's not going to get Diablo out of this one. He has to barrier Berserker. Still going forward, flashes, and picks up the first blood against the Yunara, and takes both summoner spells with him. Now, Dudu fighting against Clear, but he is a ruthless predator after all, and he will be able to stop her in her tracks.
And this is where we've seen the Yunara struggle. It's when you get to punish her in lane, and Berserker and Quantum, Diablo and Kellen are kind of the 2v2 kill kings of the Rise group. So them getting straight up beaten in the 2v2 is a really big deal.
Oh, yeah, but Mr. Cannon, so that's tempo vibes gone here for BNK.
Well, for Clear, I don't know about BNK. Although they bot lane this.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't very many. It's just now they're balanced. Because, look at that snare.
Just gets clipped by the edge. In hindsight, probably wished he flashed that, because then this could have actually been a pretty close setup. Tries to get into the brush.
Yep. And actually, if he had stayed in the brush, because he did get in there and then walked out to try and hit Quantum, it might have been a different story, as Bulldog not actually able to get over the wall, but didn't really want to. He wants to stay and fight here, and another double snare. Where has Quantum been? He went to the Quantum Realm. He was training for millions of years, because time works differently there.
Quantumania, but it's good?
Exactly. Well, I like Paul Rudd.
I like Paul Rudd. I did not care for Quantumania.
Did you say I don't know whether this is recent or not, but I saw it on Instagram or somewhere. But he did an interview where he just had, his whole face was covered in burns.
Oh, no idea.
And they, barely, I've only seen clips of it, and it's not even really addressed.
No idea.
It's very Paul Rudd. Him on Between Two Thrones is one of my favorite episodes.
He is very funny.
Yeah. Anyway.
But that movie wasn't great, Atlas.
No, it was not. It was definitely.
Vikla might be in trouble.
That's a bear. And Bulldog going to go between the worlds. Nice flash out there from Vikla, who's going to respect the monkey coming on in. Bears, monkeys. Oh my. Crocodiles.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Anything else? Bunny.
Bunny? Yeah, I guess. We can include that. And whatever Lulu is.
Yordle. But that wasn't
yeah.
really...
It's like a witchy yordle.
She is. Yeah.
Anyway. Diablo trying to get back into this game. Still ahead in farm by just a little bit. And in fact, the gold is completely fine between the two. Plate is going to be helping out there. I was trying to do the quick math to kind of figure out how it wasn't just Berserker running away with the game.
Oh, it's we have no possible way of defining who's going to win this game, Atlas.
Oh yeah,
we need to accept that. Because I'm leaning DNF because I think that their recent form has actually been pretty solid, right? They've clearly shaken off the curse that was placed upon them.
Yep. And they don't have the burden of expectation.
Very true. Which wasn't
anymore.
an actual curse, but was just, you know, human emotion.
Oh, good save there, Chronicler.
Leeching into decision-making, which in turn might be represented as a curse, isn't actually a curse, is just human behavior.
You can call it whatever you want, mate. Whatever makes you feel better.
Well, actually, Atlas and I watched a great documentary yesterday.
Yeah? Called Bring Her Back?
Yes. About curses. It was, and the conclusion was that
they're not great.
They're not great.
It was and a bit scary, as it turns out.
It was a great movie, though.
It was
if you like horror, I would highly recommend it.
It was so Australian, and I didn't know that it was Australian until I got to Kilios' house.
It was good.
And I was like, wow, we're watching an Australian movie?
And then you went off on the whole like, oh my god,
yeah,
this woman's Australian acting is amazing. She was British.
Yeah, but her Australian accent was
actually good. Yeah.
That was very, very impressive. But she's also, as we know, a pretty good actor. Anyway, B&K, they're going to do some grubs. They did manage to get the shove towards that top side. And the fact that Diablo and Kellen are shoving them out of lane is kind of nutty.
Yeah, I think post-6, the matchup really changes because Diablo becomes an actual menace. And then Kellen doesn't have Wild Growth just yet, but that does kind of put a damper on anything you might want to do. They are not contesting this, guys. No. This is a fake out. They're just faking it because Pioshik is on the bottom side of the map.
Yes.
And is probably going to be looking to trade Dragon. The age-old trade of you get grubs, we get Drake. As a, yep, that's Diablo.
Quantum does find the angle on the snare, but still, Diablo, not quite able to get the extendo changed up Slurkle. As the, yeah, it's not that. Probably use the, so when it's that one, it's much cooler. And does a lot of damage. As you can see, Berserker gonna have to go for a reset here. As Diablo still, like, nothing can change how this kid plays the game.
Nope, even that big one. Okay, never mind. Oh,
Quantum. Need to be a little bit careful there.
No, that's what I love about Diablo. Get solo, but doesn't matter.
Nope.
He's not changing how he plays. He's just gonna keep on going.
It's beautiful.
So Atlas, do you use the Slurkle terminology with everyone else or just with me because you know it agonizes me?
No, anytime Yunara is played, I will say Slurkle. I just really like it.
Well, I'm glad you're consistent at least.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
There's a lot of people in Twitch chat that don't like it though.
No, that's...
Because I did do a little bit of checking.
No, I am...
There was one person that says that they loved it in all caps though. And
so you're doing
that I really appreciate.
You're doing it for the fans.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's never for myself. I am pure...
There's no...
It feels so good to say. It just feels good to say.
I don't think that's true.
Just try it again. With an open mind. Open your mind and say Slurkle.
I don't want
Just do it, please. Just one time.
All right. Slurkle.
G-Sun even did it.
It's not good.
Did you have a good time as well, G-Sun, when you said it?
It's not...
Oh, she loved it!
G-Sun loved it. Okay. I see how it is.
Raptor is also kind of enjoying this as well, as a bit of a snare does come through onto Vikla, but he's making his bear do the talking, as the bear will die, unfortunately. Bulldog does get 50 gold.
I stand by my opinion. As Dudu might not want to stand by his tower.
Yeah.
He is still standing by his tower.
Well, we're going in between worlds, but then Bulldog does get stopped in his tracks, so we're just trading a little bit here. Public execution to try and get clear to relative safety. Hit by the Slurkle and taken down by the one who hates purple. That was
She doesn't.
honestly even Hysterics would have shaken his head at what I just did.
But she doesn't. She just says that tastes purple.
Yeah, why would you eat? Oh, I guess you'd like it if you eat it.
Yeah.
It's not really like a. It's just not like a dinosaur.
I do love the rhyming though. You know,
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this.
Yeah.
We don't. We should just do a rhyming cast where we're only allowed to rhyme. I feel like there would be.
Oh, no.
No, it's one of those things where it's really funny for 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, and
Then it gets really annoying.
Oh, I don't.
But
think,
then
my
it
self-confidence would not be able
But
to
then it
handle that. I don't think.
loops back to being funny again.
Ah, okay.
And that's just basically the whole game.
Yeah, or if you don't do it at all, then you just don't get sad.
Yeah, but then
that's the other option.
Yeah, okay, but
you can think about it.
You actually inspired me with your Slurkle usage. We're doing it for the ones that enjoy it, Atlas.
Ah, that's true. But okay.
Do I need to like make this more enticing in the form of a bet, or
I'm just. We're basically having a rap battle on the caster desk.
Well, no, we'd be doing it together, and it doesn't have to be rap. It just has to rhyme.
Oh, so okay. So we're just rhyming stuff together.
Yes.
Like a happy rap battle.
Yeah.
As Quantum's not so happy. He's going to find a Pop Blossom though, because pull Raptor up into the sky and flashes away. Berserker doing a fair bit of damage on the back end there. As DNF behind about 1,000 gold, and Diablo is looking to take the first turret off the map. And the Yunara died the first blood, guys.
I just think that people will love it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I think they would actually really enjoy it. They'd be like, man, that's so cool that they're pushing the art of casting. Not in a good way, but they are. We're doing it for the artistry.
Somewhere. And not all decisions have to be positive. As Raptor does go in, and wow, the bouncy castle for the Wukong. And Diablo just takes it as his moment to go forward. They're looking for Bulldog. He's going to flash away, but the flash to follow also comes through as Raptor,
enough cooldowns.
Flashes in for mainly the vibes.
Atlas,
yes.
I realized we have forgotten the old texts.
Of
Xin Zhao Lulu. Remember when every other game was Xin Zhao Lulu?
It's true. It was definitely
for like
tough to deal with.
It was like months.
Yep.
That happened. This was pre-Fearless.
Yep. And Chanta Xin Zhao was a huge. That was when Olaf was also there as well.
Yeah, I think it's specifically the Xin Zhao Lulu.
Just one moment. I just need to teach Jisun how to spell Slurkle.
Yeah, this fight is very obvious. They all in on Pyoshik. CC Jin's there. He dies.
Yep. And so you spell Slurkle S-L-I-R-C-L-E.
Okay.
Slurkle. Yep. It's basically
it just
circle.
It makes me
with SL instead of C.
It just makes me feel like I'm saying a mean word towards a slug. And I like slugs. They're very ecologically important animals.
Yep. You can just check Reynolds47 in Twitch chat has it in all caps for you. Wow, and maybe like, oh, this would be so dangerous. Like imagine if, okay, never mind. So potentially something happening here, but Clear's gonna get caught out by Quantum again, who's laser focused on hitting these snares. Just tangling with the barbs. Doing a great job. What was I gonna say? I think I was gonna say something. I can't remember. It probably had something to do with the game. Let's focus on that just for a few moments, as B&K are also gonna take down this bottom lane outer turret. And I just don't know whether they're, like, I feel like this game had the tempo vibes ready for DNF to take them, and B&K were like, nah, actually, no, you don't. You're not allowed to have those. We have them. And they do. They really do. It's now a 3,000 gold lead.
Atlas, I'm gonna be very real with you. I kept waiting for you to end your point because I wanted to rhyme with whatever you were saying, and then you just kept adding sentences, and I couldn't get the rhyme.
Did you have to rhyme it with every part of the sentence?
No, I was just waiting for you to end just on a definitive statement, and then it just didn't happen, and now I didn't have a rhyme.
Oh, and now we don't have the time because they're taking a Rift Herald. Right,
Clear on the flank.
Flank doesn't rhyme with Herald. Okay, yeah, Bulldog, he's going to get caught out. Pyoshik's still going in, but Clear, he's red. Blast coned away by Berserker, who's just standing over the wall. He can't contribute to this fight at all. And now Quantum's going to get jumped on by a big old crocodile. And even Clear didn't do very much, but he zoned away Berserker the entire time, and the Corki was useless and everyone died.
I don't really know what happened to DNF. They were so back just last week. They are no longer back. Not in this game one. It doesn't look like. They got first blood.
They did.
And that was the last good thing that happened.
But we can hold on to those times.
No, we can't.
They're
almost down 5k gold.
Yeah, we can. I mean, the result of this game is not going to go their way, but we can hold on to those times for remembering what they can do.
Well, let's take a look at the replay because I do agree.
The blast cone was so cute, but actually,
it's also by the time that the flank from Dudu comes around, the fight is already lost. And more importantly, he just ults in, gets Annie stunned, and dies.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
It was a series of things that could happen in this game, and they did not work out positively for DNF.
I feel like we're getting too esoteric, Atlas. I feel like we're losing it.
I don't think we ever had it to begin with.
No, that is true. But I do think this game is on the verge of...
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of a shame that DNF couldn't make anything of their decent start.
And furthermore, you know, while we're having this heart-to-heart,
yeah,
I don't know, I got nothing with I had the heart-to-heart, that was good. But then the came
But then there's only one word that you really want to rhyme, and then you can't really say it. Oh, such a shame. As Dudu, also, speaking of things that are a bit of a shame, does have to flash to get himself out of the way.
Really am rapidly, I mean, I already... You know, I like listening to rap. I like it as a genre. Really, the respect for freestyle rappers is just... It's skyrocketing.
It's very impressive. Do you see the, Eminem got challenged to rhyme something with silver and then, wrote, an entire verse, on Twitter or something?
Oh, yeah, and I'm sure,
It was pretty impressive.
You can do, it doesn't have to be perfect, right? As long as the sounds are rather similar.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ones that are notoriously hard to rhyme. I think Canada's one.
Canada?
Orange, yeah.
What about bandana?
That doesn't rhyme.
Does a bit. Depends on how you say it. Or if you just say bandana wrong. Banada. You just rearrange it a little bit, you know? Take some creative license.
Atlas, I'm letting you have Slurkle. You're not getting Banada, okay? There's limits! There's rules!
It's probably one of the dumbest things I've said on broadcast. I've been saying dumb things on broadcast for a really long time.
You can't be getting away with this! We have to draw the line somewhere!
No, I'm done drawing lines. I'm not about it. Berserker, he is drawing lines, though. He was drawing them with eggs. That was pretty cute. It's a 5,000 gold lead. They have the feats of strength. And BNK FureX are just winning everywhere.
I feel like, why are they not diving 2 turrets deep? Give me some adrenaline, BNK. Come on.
Well, there's a bear. Once again here in this, I'm getting distracted by people making fun of me by saying Canada, and it's completely within their rights to do so. It was a very silly thing to say, and I apologize. I want to apologize to everyone in Canada as well, mainly, especially Isaac, because he's one of the ones that I know well. Actually, there's a few. Oh no, I'm sorry, everyone.
Can't believe you're forgetting about Raz.
Yes. No, sorry, Emily.
Oh yeah, sorry, no.
Yes.
Raz is from the US. Emily's from, I always mix them up. I don't know why.
It's okay.
Yeah, interesting.
There's also that Joshua Leesman guy who's probably onto something as well.
Yeah.
I do feel terrible, but hopefully I can be forgiven at some point. And let's change the subject. Try to move forward.
Atlas, you don't have to say let's change the subject. Generally, it's actually more effective if you don't say let's change the subject, because now I get where you're coming. I'm trying to keep you on the subject.
Ah!
Which, based on the casting for this game, we clearly haven't been doing a very good job of. You think someone tunes in to their first LCK cast and they're just like, what is...
Yeah, I think depending on when you've picked your window,
because if you
and who you are,
if you were there for the first series, you were locked in.
We were. It was. We were right there.
No, Bulldog, don't do it. There's a crocodile.
But there's also red dots.
Bunny, no.
Oh dear. Okay. Well,
Monkey, no.
Oh, Pyoshik actually faking out with Warrior Trickster. That was actually very cute. As Clear does have to flash. The Otacon is going down lower, but could this be an Otacon throw to get DNF back into the game? The Pop Blossom finds 2. Otacon is still getting amongst it. As down goes the Annie, but everyone's evaporating. And Raptor is a raid boss. Oh god, the Xin Zhao Lulu situation is just revolting. But they're the only ones left alive, and so technically, I mean, they get the Otacon, so BNK does win, but it's an even trade of kills.
Yeah, even trade of kills. That's not too bad.
We take those.
They might. I don't think they lose Inner as well. As we take a look, Clear coming in, as you highlight, actually nicely done with Yoshi. The fake out, but more importantly, Quantum is ready. As Clear, we've seen Renekton's be tanky. If 5 people target you, you are not tanky. And then Vikla is like, I will get Pioshik. Doesn't, ends up going down, but it doesn't matter because look at Tibbers in this fight.
And Tibbers gets so angry after Annie goes down, you know?
He does. He gets enraged. And while it's nice that they're able to kill Diablo, who does use both sums, which I do think is a big deal, the Lulu goes unchecked, and the Xin Zhao just kind of runs away with the rest of the fight as the stacks now firmly in favor. So even though it was an even trade, it's still a gold value trade.
Oh yeah, massive.
For BNK, who might be looking at their only second dragon of this game, is Quantum trying to fool them, but there's no follow-up, and that's Xin Zhao.
Yeah, he was sharing pixels with another minion, really doing his very best. It was kind of like the thing where the kids are like one's on the shoulders of the other one, big trench coat.
Oh yeah, 3 kids in a trench coat?
Yeah,
it's a classic.
Yeah, classic vibe.
Who hasn't seen that happen?
Oh no, of course. Wasn't it also, it was done in like old TV show.
Yeah, there's also a big plot point in BoJack Horseman.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, BNK closing in. Pioshik, can he get over the wall? He can, as into the back line does go Dudu, finds Diablo, and down goes the Yunara, but they've lost so much of their health, and they've also lost their Nico. You can see Pioshik limping away, and maybe Diablo has just been a bait this whole time, as Dudu does actually respect it and flashes away. It's a 1-for-1.
So the Stride Breaker didn't hit. I'm assuming he wanted to try and get out, because what Lulu can like put the shield,
yeah, the Whimsy,
put picks onto Clear, and then Glitter Lance and slow you.
True.
So you could die to that. So and once you get attacked by slow, obviously you go down. Diablo really has the philosophy. I feel like he could have played that way safer, but he does have the damage maxing philosophy.
Yeah. Also, like, guys, I ate so many cooldowns.
He's done 17.5k damage here, by the way, because he's very far up. The ult's actually really nicely done from Dudu while it's Rapid that starts the fight. Like, Diablo could have kited back more aggressively. He doesn't. He's just trying to maximize his damage. No,
I mean, he did
team is ready.
The entirety of Pioshik and Dudu's health bars, basically.
He's damage maxing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it worked.
It was fantastic.
So, is it a clean game? No. Are they still winning? For now, yes. Are we eventually going to reach a point where these gold leads still matter too much? Maybe.
Is it
maybe
the Rise group?
So nothing, yeah. Well, if nothing matters, everything matters.
Well, no. It's not that nothing matters. Nothing is predictable. Nothing is set in stone. Nothing is confirmed. So everything is possible.
Would you say that even tempo vibes don't accurately explain what happens in
Oh no, this is all the tempo vibes. As Dudu gonna have to dash his way out. Thankfully he's Ambessa, so he can do that. Is into the backline goes Bulldog! DNF are looking for the angle. Another Pop Blossom is too good! But are the wallets too heavy? That's the question. Is Clear is going to bear the brunt of Bulldog as Kellen is trying to keep him at bay. Berserker is almost dead as Vikla is just going to walk after him and hit him with a little Annie auto attack, and still Quantum is going to be able to put him down. What the heck is with these even trades? It's 3 for 3.
The vibes are truly tempoing here, Atlas.
Oh yeah, but it's the same tempo. They're both dancing to each other's beat. And it just means that it's a bloodbath.
It really is, as this starts off pretty okay for BNK, but actually a really good flank here by Bulldog. Does crazy amount of damage. The follow-up from Quantum is good. Diablo still does a ton of damage, but not quite as much as before. I really do think that if Vikla just turns here with his teammates, the situation is a lot better. But instead he goes kind of ham on Berserker. Watch him disappear here, by the way.
Yep.
Watch. Whoop. Just gets mostly bulldogged with the last hit going to the Nico. And it's an even trade, and they're lucky because Clear barely made it out. So this could have very well been a favorable trade. Now that wouldn't have led to an objective, because they couldn't have done an objective on account of
Stop talking about objective. You're saying so many Legend group things in my Rise group.
Atlas, I'm trying to cost the game.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my, how can you not?
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that's what you were trying to do.
You can't.
Which means you completely don't understand the Rise Group philosophy at all. Zinko's Raptor looks for a bit of an angle here towards Quantum.
I take personal offense to that, okay? I have been co-streaming challenge. I understand deeply what is happening in front of me. Okay? So don't you get all, you don't know what you're doing, Chronicler, with me.
Well, start doing what you're supposed to be doing, man, okay?
I can't just be making up words. I'm not as good as you. I could never come up with Slurkle!
All you need to do is go to Banada for a little bit, and then you'll figure it out, okay? Oh, Doodoo looking for a bit of an angle here is okay. He will be able to get himself somewhat out of there, but this Xin Zhao is so incredibly difficult to kill. He's even got the redemption there.
They didn't get him, though. And they also used 2 flashes. It's not a great trade, Atlas.
Well, Quantum tried to split the shapes, but unfortunately, you're going to have to try and flash his way out. It does not work. They're tanking the turret momentarily, but DNF now at a man disadvantage are inside. Got the rough position, but another public execution is going to work out relatively well, but this time, Diablo creates the space, and he just makes them dead. Although Raptor did do a whole lot more of it. This Xin Zhao is just ridiculous, and that time, it's not an even trade. As BNK just delete them.
They did get Diablo. They did not kill Diablo. What?
Ziklo? He's just going to get toasted. Kellen's now in trouble as well. The flash forward. Cool guys, do not look at explosions.
All right, Atlas. You know what's
Baron's going to go down. Yes.
1, 2, 3.
That's Rise Group, baby! I was about to say it's, so I got off to the wrong foot, but I think I was on the right cadence.
Doesn't matter. We got there.
Yeah.
In the end.
Yeah, we said loud Rise Group things.
Awesome. So they go in, they're already a member down, so the fight is hard. You need to CC from the Nico. They get on top of Diablo, he flashes out, he's completely fine. Then they can't get on top of him anymore. Doodoo goes down. I can just go for that. I want to hear Berserker.
Okay. No reaction.
Locked in.
Well, mainly because he knew that the Baron was going down. He did eliminate a couple of them from the map. Takes the Valkyrie to get out of the way of Raptor, who is incredibly frightening. As Clear looking for an angle onto Pyoshik, and they're going to drop a bear on the monkey. And he is just going to die.
I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe a gorilla could deal with that.
Yeah.
The average monkey, no shot.
No, it's just not really it.
I guess it also depends what type of bear.
Well, here's Rabbit versus Crocodile. How do you reckon that one's going to go? Actually, kind of okay if you bring your weird dinosaur monster thing. As Nico was in that skin, it just looks very strange. Do like it though.
Just walks up, Clear's like, oh, I don't want any trouble. I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, Nico in a onesie, just like, no, sorry.
I'm not crashing a pajama party. That's dangerous. And right now, Diablo, I was about to comment on the fact that he's been stuck on 3 items for a while. He's not.
That's a pretty good 4th item, isn't it?
I was kind of expecting you to be like, no, even his thoughts have curses, but... That's like something you would say.
Glad I'm that far in your head, though.
Yeah, you are.
I'm feeling good about that one.
I mean, we've gotten to the point where you just look at me, like the one eyebrow raise, and I'm like, yeah.
Yep. I think most of the time, even if like I'm not at work and you're there by yourself, you do know.
No, then I think as soon as I get into work, that's when I'm just on the train, minding my own business, listening to music, playing my Switch.
That does sound nice.
I'm chilling. Yeah.
And then
so it's an 8k gold lead. Soul points there. Baron's up. It feels like BNK should be able to just get a clean.
Oh, I see what you're doing there. I like it. I respect it.
Raptor's on the ward.
Yeah. When it comes lightning, Bulldog does do a fair bit of damage here. As Raptor also takes a fair bit, as we can see. Berserker needs to be a little bit careful because there's a Slurkle that was looking for him. Don't quite lock him down, though. And Raptor once again clearing out vision. Doodoo dashing away from when becomes lightning.
Oh, we are not ending the game in this Baron Atlas. We are looking at 3-4.
That's a triple mountain soul here for BNK, though. That will make Diablo relatively tanky and difficult to kill, I could imagine.
Yes, I would agree with your thesis statement.
Thank you very much. That's in my journal.
Oh, I'm sure it was. You
put that down.
The best research.
Yep.
So they're getting red buff. There's no objective on the map for the next 3 minutes. I worry to think what that will do for the pace of this game, it's the entirety of B&K presses B.
Yeah. Well, we do need to refill on wards and things, buy some items. Death Dance done for Raptor. I love that, actually. Just going for as many bruisery, damagey items as he can possibly build. And the BF thought that should be a GA coming up relatively soon. Double Death Stance. Goodness gracious.
Might even turn into triple Death. No, he's not going.
I mean, Dudu has one.
Yeah, it's triple Death Stance. Close enough.
It would just include all 10 players. This is the Rise group. It's all about inclusivity.
Who's going to win this game, Atlas?
I believe that B&K are in a better position to win than DNF.
Very true, yes.
Do you like how I dodged the question entirely because I do not want to give you an answer?
But you should. Commit.
No, I don't.
Come on, one of the two.
No.
I'm happy to.
I will not be responsible like that.
I will happily tell you.
I am happy to leave things up in the air.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
B&K is going to win this game.
Whoa.
It's going to be a 1-0.
That is looking likely.
That's as far as I'll go.
Yep.
I don't want to make any other grand statements.
I mean, you went about as far as you can go.
Do you ever worry that we as an, as an LCK duo just kind of keep progressively flanderizing to the point where at some point we're just saying Slurkle to each other?
Yes.
It's a genuine question, Atlas.
I do think that happens. Whether I have a negative opinion about it is no.
Whether it's
no.
just piquant.
I think it's just great. Sometimes you've just got to be who you are, and sometimes Slurkle Enjoyer is what we want to be.
Okay, maybe maybe it's poll time in chat. I want to see what the people truly think. I know you're not to be trusted when it comes to stats.
Yeah, I also unfortunately, my love of Slurkle is not a democracy. I just love Slurkle. Okay, they don't love Bear. As DNF gets engaged on, still Bulldog is able to keep himself alive. The Pop Blossom connects onto 2. As this time Berserker's actually able to do the damage, the knock up onto Dudu into that backline, but now the Yunara is starting to pop off. And Clear trying to get himself in there. He takes down the Corki, and Diablo is still alive and takes 3. Only Bulldog is left alive here. And B&K, that may have been the game-winning play.
How did he even die? He was just standing there shooting them!
Just throwing orbs.
How does he even tackle that?
Well,
I know he has shield bow. Okay, wait, actually. So he had shield bow, he had barrier, he had Mikhail's, he had Lulu ult, he had Lulu's shield, and he had redemption. Makes sense, actually.
Yeah, there's a fair few. Lulu really does kind of warp things. And look, you made a definitive statement. And then it came true.
Curses aren't real.
Maybe he is not a witch. He is in fact a prophet. As, there was a 7k gold lead at the time. Still, Diablo is wanting to find more kills, but unfortunately, the Nexus is going to go down before he can. And B&K up 1-0 in this series. Looking to put themselves in pretty good form moving towards the play-ins.
You know how you have KDA players?
Yeah.
Diablo is the opposite.
No, he's just a K player.
No, not even. It's literally just, when you're in an ARAM game and you're playing like an Enchanter and your buddy's playing Katarina and he gets a quad round the first round.
Yeah.
Right? And then he just at the end of the game is like, look how much that's Diablo. Look, I did like 5 times as much as you.
Yeah, he's the guy that loses the game and then immediately opens the graphs and is like, no, actually, no, I was fine. Because I did more damage than this guy. In fact, isn't that everyone? Isn't that just playing League of Legends? That's just playing League of Legends, right?
No, I love playing support.
Yeah, but I still look at that graph, and I'm like, look at my Zara, I did more damage than our mid laner.
Yeah, okay, I'm not.
Maybe I shouldn't play Zara. Maybe I should play an actual support. That might be a good idea.
The best part's that Vikla did as much damage as Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, he was flashing forward.
Burn, baby, burn.
All the time, yeah. The Annie did manage to get it done. Even managed to get a triple kill, I think, in one of those fights as well. Very well played here by B&K Fearex, but they are not done yet. More Rise Group action coming up right after this break and the space. We'll see you soon.
시간 벌어. W 스포만 맞아. 앞에 가서
라인에 오로라 죽이면 다음 웨이브에 끝나긴 해.
오라 W 빠졌다 이거.
큐 빠졌고.
네,
그냥 몸
다
밀자.
치자 이거.
몸 밀어내면 끝날
끝나긴 했어. 이거밖에 없어 얘네. 나 공 5초.
1대 2초.
일단 딱 보든가. 부럽네. 우리 없어. 나 이거 그냥 쌈 볼게 이거.
얘 40초. 둘 잡고 끝내자. 끝내면 됐지.
lane. Morgan is unrelenting. Now Raptor has found a target. Crocker does put up the wall though, and that hostile takeover didn't quite work. Still, the Cataclysm is going to come down. And Diablo this time is just bouncing around the fight. And he's continuing to dash in closer now. The Red is on top, and there it is! But now everybody's getting pretty low. In goes Viper trying to take down Keen. He's like a raid boss. They finally get him. But now the front line being chipped away on some low health bars here. And G looking to continue in. Viper actually gets the flash here out of Canyon, who did not want to continue on that one. Really, it's just Toby who is super healthy. As now the bounces are coming in. Humble ID Sports continued for way too long. And there's the angle from Ruler as well. Jumps in and just shuts them down. Gen G take a huge fight. Essential time brewing. Nobody else is up here. We do have a TP for BDD. Peter is ghosting up here as well. Will they try to help him is the question. Yes, they absolutely will. But the ult from Perfect is actually perfect. Gonna get on the backside of the turret. And now he's got the peel from his team. The bear comes down and turns this fight around. Doran and Keria just running tail between legs. As they can't get away, Keria just trying to sacrifice himself. Nice! One by one, falling into the hands of KT once again. And they're getting the Infernal Drake. What aren't they getting off?
What a play there from KT. Perfect, handling it so well. Able to mitigate the dive with that ultimate, and then everyone's there to respond.
They went to T1's house and they said, all of your tempo vibes, please, give them to me now.
And they have right now leaning towards Baron and Anakin both up the top side.
Right, Keria going to stand beside her, whether he's exactly the engaged target. There is Doran! He'll find the counter-strike and all of them are dead! Yeah, T1 gave away their tempo vibes for a few seconds, but said no, give them back. And there they go. Nongshim just fall apart. I'm glad we had that moment.
When in doubt, Doran.
Feels like it's been this way for the last like 10-15 minutes. The same game where we're just like waiting on a tightrope, waiting for that next objection. Oh, double jump comes in! BDD! He wants to carry this game, and he might have just done it, but the peel is coming in. Peter goes down, but they took out Owner.
요즘 꼴은 너무 조용해 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 다져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러 난 원래 악기였던 거야 Now it's time, here I go 맘을 다잡고 뒤엎들어라 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워 난 원래 악기였던 거야 Roll it back 다시 날
right, Atlas. You know what's
Baron's
coming
going to
next.
go down. Yes.
1, 2, 3. That's Rise Group, baby!
I was about to say it's, so I got off to the...
You did say it's, but it was indeed a Rise group full of culture in game number 1 here. BNK FearX up 1 game over the DN Automotive Freaks. Degon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And, you know, what we can glean from this that we had in the pre-show from earlier was that Yunara has some trouble early on in the lane sometimes, especially against this Corki Nico bot lane that should be pushing, but that didn't quite happen this time here.
They did end up getting a kill after the root came through from Quantum in that 2v2 matchup. It's pretty volatile. I thought it was quite bold to pick Yunara into Wukong with Nico available as well, but they decided to go with it, right? And I think the Annie pickaway kind of made this work. Like, it made it a little bit easier. If they had given Wukong, Nico, Annie, I just don't know if this works out, but ultimately the risk paid off here for being.
I mean, I still don't understand why you have to ban Kai'Sa when you're playing Yunara. I would rather just ban Corki for the better laning, because it feels like you're getting too much in the laning phase, you know. You gotta say that, yeah, Kai'Sa with the Wukong, Nico is really strong, but I think it's kind of weird that you don't high rate the Corki nowadays, because it feels like it's really strong in lane.
Also, banning Rel here was a little bit puzzling to me. You want to have a lane partner with Yunara that can help pair with her in a 2v2, especially if you know that Corki is likely coming, if you're bold enough to ban Kai'Sa and then also Gwen instead. That was kind of strange that they decided to ban that one away, but either way, the Lulu worked out in a big way. An extra form of engage, but also lane stability.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here. It starts off by the Herald, where the flanking Bulldog ends up getting caught out here.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just don't understand why this Aurora is walking up on that side, because just look at what his teammate is doing right now. So the rest of the members are trying to entering the river on the bottom side, but because you do not have the vision control, and you all know that like you don't have the summoner spells, but Bulldog walked in blind and he got one shot, and after that there's no chance, absolute no chance for DNF.
It was just a super ambitious play from Bulldog. You want to set up the flank while his team collapses, but he's on vision. They know exactly where he is. You could see, like, even in that moment, BNK's like, not sure about this. Like, this seems kind of weird. But as the rest of the teammates of Bulldog show, they're like, no, I guess we kill him. He's actually just out there. And then he ults at the very last second, gets very little value out of it. So his whole game plan gets flipped on its head. He wants to flank and make a big impact. Instead, he's focused and makes the smallest impact possible.
Yeah, definitely the power of Annie being able to punish someone who's out of position right on the spot. And then in the mid lane, after losing control of vision by Baron, tough to check here, but DNF do their best to try and work their way on in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first try on the Ambessa was kind of poor by BNK, because they couldn't really one-shot, and they wasted all the engages on them, because Jinzhao used the flash, Annie used the ultimate and the flash as well. So I think the follow-up should be from DNF if Ambessa can come back with the full HP. But yeah, your top laner reset it, so you gotta give up the mid priority and just let them start the objective, but they're just still fighting for the mid priority. Makes no sense. You know, you don't have your top laner, you're not ready to fight, you're not in position to get a good fight angle, but they're just still just wanting to have the mid priority. Like, that doesn't make any sense here again.
I mean, they're like kiting into the Drake River. You know, like there's no wraparound angle. Corki is already relatively inherently safe. We saw what Berserker is capable of doing later on in a fight like this. If you play towards that, if you play as a 5-man, you know, which has been DNF's biggest weakness, I think, throughout this entire year, I think there's a lot of plays to be had there. Unfortunately, they play scared and indecisively, and they just get picked apart one by one. And I thought we kind of got past this. I thought we solved some of these issues, but they keep showing up.
Yeah, I mean, again, they wasted all the engages on the Ambessa. So if you just let them start objective and then fight after, then I think it could be so much better. But I think they were just in rush all the time whenever it's a good situation for them.
Yeah, and we saw that happen earlier near Otacon, where they let BNK FearX start Otacon, they had the catch, and then they tried to go in, almost stole it away, did Pyoshik. So DNF close, but it's not consistent. Doesn't feel like there's quite the process there. And maybe to help that, substitution coming on in for DNF. Out goes Quantum after a good early game, landing some Tangle Barbs, getting the early kill, but in comes Life. Life has had a lot of stability since getting subbed out earlier by Quantum.
I think that I wouldn't read too much into this for the rest of the series because they often just make these substitutions in Game 2 or even Game 3 somewhat randomly, it feels like. But I do agree that, I mean, I think we all universally agree that Quantum's impact in this game should have been much higher. It was great in the 2v2, but he just did not find those big ultimates in lane, was often looking for too optimistic of engage angles and got punished, often dying mid-ultimate in that game.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here. Maybe the life change is what they need here for the DN Automotive Freaks. Maybe BNK FearX close this one out 2-0. Let's send it back on over to our Slurkle Masters. It's Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Dagon, and that was probably my favorite throw that you have ever done. Ah, man, to be the master of a Slurkle. Incredible. Do you know why it's so good, Chronicler? Because it's the combination of slow and circle, and so it basically explains in a shorter amount of time exactly what it is. Isn't it just perfect?
Well, Atlas, you're entitled to your own opinion. Personally, I wouldn't necessarily say that I agree with you, but that's fine. I am really looking forward to seeing what Life can do as he is coming back in. To the surprise of no one, I think that we could all see coming that there was just going to be a continuous swap to come through in case that didn't quite end up working out, and the first game was definitely not the best for DNF, and I think that they're needing some confidence. So we'll see if that can be given here by Life.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's like, because I actually felt like Quantum was one of the better players in that last game. But yeah, there's certainly still some issues that DNF are dealing with. Oh, speaking of dealing with things, we'll see whether we're going to be dealing with a Ziggs from Bulldog. Could be the angle here, to be perfectly honest, because he has been pretty good at the Ziggs in the past. As what have we got, gentlemen? That's an Azir.
That's a very good Azir drawing.
It's pretty cool. That one says BNK Fighting, by the way. I know that.
Wait, I thought in the bottom corner it said shout out to Max.
Wait, did it?
I mean, I think so. Is that you?
I mean, I am a Max. There might have been a shout out to a different Max though, because I know that I'm not the only one. Like, for example, Monte Cristo's son's called Max.
Huh.
And my grandfather was called Max.
Well, that one makes sense.
Yeah. My parents weren't very imaginative.
I'm named after my grandfather as well, but my middle name, not my first name.
Ah. As we have a little bit of a delay getting into this game, but we are just going to be changing out some headsets and then getting back into it. So don't you worry, we will have some sweet Rise Group action. The really unfortunate thing is that because of Fearless, I don't get to say Slurkle nearly as much.
Atlas, there's more of those in League. You know, really, with enough creativity, isn't Victor's W just a Slurkle as well?
No, it's a Stunkle.
No, but at first it slows.
I mean, it's a
What about Stunkle. Nunu's ultimate?
Isn't that a Boomkle?
Okay, now I'm trying to help you here, Atlas.
Oh yeah, no.
By the way,
it's still
to my own detriment.
She said that if she can fill the colander with water, she... wait, I don't quite get it. Can you write it down?
That's so cute. So basically, she can never fill it up with water.
Once it fills, she'll stop supporting DNF. Okay.
That's, that's wasteful. Don't do that. But that's cool. Respect for the... Just don't try to fill it up.
Yep, that's actually an image of what's happening in her sink right now.
Oh, don't... No, that's such a waste.
Yep. That's what we're doing. Here in Korea, plenty of water. And as an Australian, it really does bother me as well. I spent most of my life in water shortages. Max, only a 1.5 minute shower, please. That's what my mother and father would say.
Would you listen?
No, I do like a good long shower. You know?
Never really appealed to me.
Really?
No.
I just find it very relaxing. I feel like I do my best thinking in the shower. That's why there's the shower thoughts thing. Like
would explain a lot.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that is how I came up with Slurkle.
No, it wasn't. I was there. I was right beside you, I'm pretty sure.
Was it raining in here at the time?
Well, I mean,
There is a leak in the roof just up here.
No.
That's
Chat,
that's
do
the
not
secret.
believe him. There is no leak. I'm looking at him right now.
There's obviously a leak. We've been leaking scripts this whole time.
Okay, but that's like a
It's like back since 2019.
That's a metaphorical leap, Atlas.
No,
It's different.
I thought it was actually it was an actual leak.
No, you didn't.
Oh wait, how dare you? There's
No, you
oh
didn't.
wow, there's bands. Okay.
Don't you try and get away with that type of stuff with me.
That's true. I am frightened of you. You're very intimidating.
Yeah. I can be when I try to.
Can you?
No.
I was going to say. All right. Azir, Gwen, and the Galio have all been taken away as the Pantheon, the Rumble, and the Talia have also been snapped up. So we are going to see the Orianna first pick here, and they're not going to pick away a Nocturne by the looks of things. It looks like Raptor is going to opt to counter it instead of going for that. We know that the DN Freaks will definitely pick Nocturne. So that's going to come in now.
It's fine. I think Jarvan is also so good, and I think Jarvan is a lot harder to deal with for a lot of players and champions compared to Nocturne. Nocturne is not fun, but Nocturne to me feels a little bit more like one player doesn't get to play the game, and with Jarvan, if you end up picking like a bunch more characters that don't have mobility, none of them get to play the game.
Yeah. Well, especially with an Orianna already showing.
There it is.
And yeah, this was very obvious. Do they lock Zeri as well?
No, you lock a top laner here. You lock something to blow up Sion. So
Trundle top.
What's it going to be? Rumble's not available. Cassante. The Dusante?
Oh, the Dusante. That's a fun one. So already a pretty powerful core here for the DN Freaks. I imagine Zeri is not going to get much further through, but certainly other things can be played alongside it. We just know that the DN Freaks do very much like that combo. Is this the 4th time that they've played it as well?
Yeah, I think so.
As
Also,
T1 have played it a couple of times as well.
You ban what, like Zeri and Kai'Sa?
Yeah, that checks out. I imagine Diablo and Kellen will just play Kalista Renata or something like that. They do need a fair bit of damage though,
Okay,
and Vikla has locked in the Rise.
But you
which does
should
do a fair
actually
bit.
ban Renata though into this comp. Like Renata does kind of boom you already.
Would be a good idea.
And also Renata to me doesn't have to, like Bard, it's so easy as Bard to not be helpful. I felt like with Renata, you definitely have skill expression, but you can also just press W and R.
Yeah.
And then you do a lot.
And you're also polite while you're doing it, which is pretty nice.
Never really thought of Renata as polite.
She shakes people's hands all the time.
Well, I know that, but I feel like it's more of a, like an evil handshake.
There's no such thing. It's always polite to shake people's hands.
I guess.
Oh, wait, no, it's like the shaking of hands in the movies where they like hold on too tight and there's a lot of tension.
She then does it with her giant claw and then throws you into someone else.
That is true. The ability isn't necessarily named in a way that does explain how violent it is.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a good point. Maybe it's a naming problem. Maybe we can fix that.
We're learning every single day on the broadcast, Atlas. It's beautiful.
Yep. Maybe we just call it a limb push.
Okay, we're not... Let's see if the champion gets picked. Okay,
Limb
before
shove.
We get, Atlas, before we get out of ourselves.
Okay. My bad.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll workshop a bit more while we
So
get
what,
there.
we ban Azrael here? Try to think like what else would you want to play in a situation like this?
Banning?
Like
Yeah.
Sivir, but Sivir, I don't actually think Sivir's that good.
Oh, they're
Right,
not
they
up.
did!
Very nice.
They knew!
Oh, no, limb shoves. I really wanted to get into it. Never mind.
Oh no. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Very unfortunate.
Yep.
So we slam, Sivir here?
Yep, you're allowed to do that because you do not have the Jarvan to worry about.
Isn't it really funny how Varus is just like, nope, Varus is bad now.
Wait, if you think about it though, if the Nocturne jumps on Sivir,
yeah,
and then the Jarvan ults Nocturne,
yeah,
you could also just put Sivir in a Cataclysm. That'd be unfortunate.
Well,
I guess you can take it down immediately.
Raptor doesn't do that though.
That'd be really good.
I think that's what will happen. Most likely.
Fingers crossed. The cow, a consideration here for life.
Oh, I know it's not happening.
Oh, Zeri, do it. There it is.
Zeri Alistair. But you know what actually would be a crazy R5 here?
What would that be?
Barrel's already played it.
Janna.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Well, the cow will come through for life. Not necessarily
happening.
a lot of
It's
power.
gonna be a rel.
Oh, Janna actually does just
I know.
really go hard.
They're a very short range composition.
And
What's
once
the
you go
options?
in as
Rel,
Nocturne,
Leona, Nautilus, Rakan.
yeah, I guess Rakan is kind of fine.
Rakan's fine. It just doesn't.
It doesn't have the same pizzazz.
I would have loved a Poppy. Now that I look at this a little bit more, really good counter engage, good synergy with Jarvan.
True.
I think it would have been great. It's good into is able to not amazing, but it can lock down Zeri.
I mean, I don't mind Rakan here either.
It's fine.
I do feel like you can accidentally die to like Orianna and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
also just Zeri.
Yeah, Zeri's existence.
Zeri like pressing R and then it's like, oh look, Rakan died.
Yeah.
Interesting. So Atlas, I want a free gamer. I want to go to the 6. Actually, while you were there, we were very consistent with our 6s.
Yeah.
I would have liked to think that I was the good luck charm.
The way I think
it's
about it,
you.
5 games isn't possible.
Incredible
Wow.
artwork.
That is very impressive.
That is so well. That's amazing.
Just covering up the picks that have
actually
already been
so
taken
good.
away. All right. Very impressive stuff. And that person got a beer from the CGV. Pretty cool. Got some light sticks and stuff like that here.
Man, this artwork, Atlas.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the culture group. So obviously, all of the best art resides.
That's where the artists are.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, what a joy. And now we get a second game, hopefully, of 3. Let's get into it. Man, there's a guy in chat who did something absolutely genius because they wanted to get more channel points. They wanted 6 games, so they bet on DFX.
That's actually so smart.
So they're definitely going to lose and win. Wait,
and win and lose.
Yeah, would you get half your points back?
No, you get your full investment.
Yeah. But I
Oh,
also
actually,
think
that's
because
not
you're
how it
covering
works.
both bases, it's problematic.
Oh, look at that. Top laners being good dudes.
Yeah, there we go. Having a bit of a dance here is clear. And Dudu just working out.
He's just doing dips.
Yeah, it's definitely a good idea.
That's really that's kind of insane.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Cassante is notoriously muscular and strong.
He's
so.
quite ripped.
Yeah.
Very true. He's, definitely not, what is it, micro Chad, according to Digon.
Oh, don't. No, Atlas. No. No. Let's not.
We could ask him about it.
I don't want to open up that conversation for many a reason.
Well, Grand Entrance is going to connect on to life here.
I am against bullying as a principle.
We were just talking about micro Chad.
No, you were referring to Digon's tweeting specifically.
Yeah, where he said micro Chad. I learned that word today. All right, Grand Entrance going to connect. They're on to Berserker. As Diablo is just focusing on the wave, as you would, as Siva. And I don't think too much is going to occur here in this bottom. As I say that, we're just healing. Like, everyone's pressing the heal button. There's Life finding a Pulverize onto Kellen to stop the re-engage. But the re-engage will come because Life's abilities are now on cooldown. And now Berserker is finding himself in an awkward spot. Diablo always happy to take a fight, guys. He is always happy. He will press buttons and run towards you.
Yeah, there's nothing that can stop him. As we saw in the last game where he legitimately just got solo killed and still just kept going.
Yeah, I think if he's dead, he would still be clicking his buttons and like moving his mouse as if he was still
one can
alive,
only
moving
assume.
forward. Yeah.
He would try.
Yep. He just does that until he's actually back on the rift again.
Can you imagine Diablo Kog'Maw?
Oh, that'd be fun.
That would be great.
He would utilize that passage so effectively.
So that is very early on, a Ghost Forced, and Berserker forced to go back. Doesn't even get to fully heal and takes what I think was a final auto.
I think that was an auto from
to
Diablo.
his face.
Wow, he's in base and Diablo is still hitting him with auto attacks. Diablo is crazy, man.
That's actually kind of... So I imagine that he just finished his back and then a boomerang or like a ricochet made its way through the wave.
Something like that, yeah.
And got him. Because
Yeah,
like I don't know how else he would... I guess he could have just been at the very end of his back, but I feel like Diablo was getting zoned away by Life, so not sure.
I am also unsure. However, it did happen. And the result is he took a bit of damage. Otherwise, not too much else. Pyoshik doing just fine. Currently is even in CS alongside Raptor, who is now looking for a back at exactly the same time. So pathing well and truly even between our two junglers as the cow is going to wander back towards the lane. It's not end of the world or anything like that. I think the Zeri has an incredible spike at level 6 especially. That is when you really want to start getting online. I think you want an item or two before you're really happy. See whether he does go for the Hexplate build, as we could have double Hexplates in this game for DNF. It's crazy. That is so many more Hexplates than I've ever seen on one team.
I think with this top laner, you do want to go actual just pure damage. Because I think there's games where it makes a lot of sense to me, but if you have a Rumble,
Life is in a lot of trouble. Berserker just trying to stand in front, but that's not going to help them actually do well in the lane, as B&K are just winning all of these skirmishes.
No, it's fine. That's why you pick Rakan, right, for his laning phase?
Got it, yeah. Well, Kellen's definitely demonstrating that that's exactly the case.
Yeah, that can really be the only takeaway.
Well, we're diving, or at least attempting to do something. Does get a dash out of Berserker as the dragon has spawned. There's a flash forward from Vikla, and immediately gets the resulting flash from Bulldog. And that means the Bulldog is dead.
Well, so is Vikla, though. That's the interesting part.
Do they die at the same time?
I think the problem for Bulldog is that there are chances that Vikla lives, I think, in some scenarios. And with Cataclysm, I do think you're just dead. And there's like there is a chance for Vikla if he gets the phase rush and or he dodges deal, something of the sorts.
Yeah, honestly, no, because also you can get feared, and if you have phase rush active, you run so fast.
You are zooming, Atlas.
So honestly, maybe Pyoshik doesn't want to press that button onto Vikla when that does occur. But now we're going to see back into the lane once again, and I think Bulldog is going to be treating this one with a whole lot of respect. Level 6 is collected.
Phage was bought, which answers our earlier query.
Yeah.
So we have Diablo sitting on a Cull, and outside of that, not really anything happening. I think that B&K is pretty happy with the 1v2. I don't think they really mind the lane swap. Because they can, what now they can do...
They can just take Drake.
They can take Drake. Not only that, they can take Drake and then rotate up.
Yep.
Like, you can take Drake, shove a bot wave, back, Clear just catches the wave, TP's bot, and you can have Sign his ult, so he can actually easily join the grab fight in case that Dudu does walk over.
It's feeling pretty clean here from B&K.
We'll have to see whether they do that, because it is B&K.
Also, the good thing for DNF, with this control of the top side, it does allow Bulldog to actually put a bit of pressure onto this turret. As a Realm Warp is going to deliver everyone there. There's the flash forward. Grand Entrance will connect as now Raptor at level 6. Just going to walk away. Paranoia going to be respected here as Pyoshik does come down. They get a massive knock-up onto Vikla, and my god, it's the Zeri that picks up the first blood, but it is still an absolute catastrophe here as the cow goes down, as well as the metal ballerina. Zeri's still got first blood. Maybe, you know, for certification reasons, that is going to keep DNF feeling good about it, but B&K never wants to go down without a fight.
I think one, according to Wolf's criteria, doesn't qualify.
I don't think so.
Right there, we see that Raptor actually doesn't quite get in range to immediately get off the ultimate, which is why this play gets a little messy. I don't know why we're throwing that many resources into just a Rise, because it means that the rest of the team is just going completely unchecked. Good flash there from Pyoshik to make sure that he doesn't die to the knock-up, but still a big win for B&K. They got the dragon, and I think they're looking good as well, because those flashes being down means that Raptor has a much easier flag and drag. He did actually hold on to his, as I'm sure we're going to be looking at a contest here towards those grubs, as Pyoshik might be able to get one, but even that might be hard with his early rotation to come through.
Yep, they are moving up there already. Pyoshik still thinking like he might have a chance to try and lock this down. As Kellen moves in, gets a bunch of vision. Dustbringer not even going to find him, as we're going all out here as Dudu looking for the angle onto Clear. Finds some slows, and the knockback does come on through, but this turret is quite scary. Q not going to connect, and the Scion is just fine. He's still down a couple of waves.
2 cookies. 2 Atlas.
Wow, he's not even eating them.
He was not afraid.
Not even hungry.
Not afraid and not hungry? That's a great place to be.
That's not bad. And he's still just hanging out, waiting for this wave to come on through. He's behind 20 CS. And as we mentioned before, I mean, Dudu is doing a great job, but it's about weathering the storm here for this Scion.
And even though there was a slight delay, there we go. 3 grubs.
Yeah.
And Drake. And Atlas, I'm starting to get slightly worried that it will just be a repeat again. I don't want that.
We need
that's not what
3 games.
I feel like we started off so strong in this series. You know, the material was peak. It was slurkles and a free bean soups.
And now Pyoshik is in a circle himself and is just dead. There is Feats of Warfare going on over to BNK. And yeah, there's quite a few...
I really do think that's one of the scenarios where just ult Rise. And maybe you die, but it's better than sitting in the Cataclysm and...
Yeah, he did just sit in the Cataclysm and die. That is what happened.
Did he not have vision? Did he not have ult? Am I like slandering Pyoshik? Well, I'll have to see in the replay.
I think he did have ult.
I'm 99% sure he did. I don't want to go in too hard and then find out. You know, I'm a little silly.
No. You just wait. You just
silly
wait.
Goose.
So he's back on the map now, and he's just immediately gonna ult. So and he's gonna make a sick play.
He definitely had ult.
He did have ult. We have confirmation.
And I think he also had vision of Rise. I'm like TPing it or like ulting into Rise feels bad, obviously, but like maybe you get out. Because dude is there, and I know he doesn't have ult, but he can still do a little bit of CCing, a little bit of Kasanteing. Maybe.
Some possibilities here, but hindsight is 20/20. I was about to say 50-50. Like,
that's
wow, that is really good.
No, that's this game, though.
Well, I mean, that's the Rise group.
That is actually, because as highlighted, me and Wadid are currently doing a prediction war. You know, and I don't want to feed into this misconception that I care a lot about predictions, but I do love winning.
Yeah.
You know, not predictions specifically, but
mainly, but not specifically.
No. I think predictions are just a fun vehicle for conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
But as you know, you've played... again, Atlas and I have played a good amount of board games.
Yes, we have.
It's gotten to the point where in some board games, you're supposed to, like... we should tell them about the Suvadis incident, right?
Which one's that?
The negotiation game where at some point you turn to me and you're like, Mao, I need to change up my strategy of tilting you because we just keep losing to Kobe. He keeps beating us.
Oh, yes. Oh, man, yeah. And he just kept getting away with it because he was everyone's friend.
Yes.
And so like, everyone was just happy to trade with Kobe.
No, guys, I'm definitely losing this time. So basically, it's a negotiation game. And I would get infuriated because Atlas would just stonewall me and make deals with everyone else, screw me over. And then at first it was funny for really both of us. I actually thought it was very entertaining. But then at some point, like...
Kobe was just winning every game!
Yeah. And then I wouldn't win, but neither would Atlas.
Yeah. And honestly, that felt like a win for me.
At first. But eventually you turned to me, you did say, in fact... I gotta swap it up.
So like the first 2 days definitely felt like winning.
I think Kobe just kept falling behind and being like, guys.
And then complaining a lot. He was so good at convincing everyone that he wasn't doing very well.
Every time. And we kept falling for it.
Yeah, every time.
What a charismatic man.
He is he's also very trustworthy. Okay, Scion going to dive on forward, but they're going to switch off the lights. See whether that helps DNF get themselves anything as Vikla able to flash out of the way. In goes Kellen, finds a lot of quickness value here as Life also doing his best to tank things up, going all out onto Raptor, but he's just all out of there with the flag and drag. Knock up will connect onto Bulldog, and just the edge of the grand entrance is looking real good here. Flash out allows him to avoid the Q, but BNK, they keep everyone alive. In fact, everyone on the Rift is still alive, but they take control of this dragon area.
Expensive fight when it comes to the summoners here, Atlas, for BNK. But they do take... I think Vikla took a very aggressive Realm Warp. That's my only explanation for what transpired there.
There it is.
No, it's the opposite. He faked one, but he was just behind them. I feel like the flanking Rise this early in the game doesn't end up to quite work out. It is just a bit of a messy fight, but Berserker doesn't have that much space. The frontline takes too much damage, and Bulldog doesn't have mana.
Yeah, he did manage to get a
And
shockwave
also-
off that was pretty good.
Yeah, but it's also the fact that Pioshik is ulting the Rise, then immediately flashed over the wall, means that one of their biggest tools is just not available.
Yeah.
And I think they need to play around Berserker. I think he's their win condition this early on. He flashed over the wall! Yeah. I'm so glad that one stuck around.
He did indeed flash over the wall. My favorite thing about that entire clip, like, because I didn't even really notice that you said it weird, but as soon as Valdez spotted it out, then it was funny.
Yes. I didn't even notice while say. I was just genuinely amazed at Pioshik making a crazy play.
Yeah. And he flashed over the wall. He really did. We all saw it. Then you reacted. And then he just said that you were Mickey Mouse. And then everyone could hear it. Ah, beautiful.
But Mouse spelled with a AU, because that's my name.
What?
Mickey Mao.
Ah, Mickey Mouse.
Mao, yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Mao.
I get it. I was a little bit not on
it's okay.
not on track there. I'm distracted by just how overwhelming this game is.
Well, there's definitely forms of whelming it is.
Oh,
I don't
no.
know if I would go with over.
Okay, so if DNF...
Some would say under. I would just say whelming.
Yeah. 10 things ahead of
It
that.
just exists. Yeah, no, I mean, it was an obvious joke. It wasn't that good.
Oh, it's a banger. It's always good.
Well, I mean, it's one of those jokes that, you know, it keeps... It's like puns. You just keep doing it.
Yep. As Clear also just gonna kill Bulldog. Wow, this is almost bullying at this stage. As, Pioshik now going to chase down Diablo. Dudu is going to make his way in as well. So Siva for Orianna is going to be the trade. Triple knock up there from Life as well, as Berserker needs to do damage if they want to win this fight. Great knock up. Going to try and set up for Dudu, but now it's ulti time for Berserker, and he's zapping them all. It's a lot of AoE damage, actually, as they're standing a little too close. And Vikla just looking for that angle. Doesn't quite get it. Berserker is able to get himself over that wall very nicely. And Dudu secures the kill onto the enemy jungler. Down he will go, though, as Kellen locks that one up. And now Pioshik looking to just create a ruckus for Berserker to play in. And Bulldog has made it back to the fight from the grave. He'll shockwave down Kellen. And now the Scion is not going to be able to find anything. It's in fact a double for the Orianna, and now we're just doing battle. As DN Freak's feeling pretty good about this. And honestly, if I was a Tekken 8 player, that's the type of team fight that I would relate to. Just constant biffo.
Now let's move over to our Tempo Vibes assessor of the moment. Atlas, have the vibes shifted?
I am seeing some turbulence in the vibes, Chronicle.
The
You're
vibes
absolutely
have
right.
shifted, everyone. As it's Diablo, guys. We are diving so deep for an Orianna that's not doing so hot, and you're leaving out the starter dry. So Diablo just dies, which really creates a very big problem because they don't have damage.
No. They do have a very tanky Rise.
They could have also, well, not only Rise, but also Sion. They could have,
Sion.
They could have opted out for this at any point. By the way, also, I want you to look at the Casanting that's happening.
Oh, Dudu is do-santing like nobody's business.
Yeah,
somehow he lives that last turret shot as well, which is absolutely absurd.
Kind of insane. Now, at any point, BNK could have decided not to handshake this fight. That's not how they roll.
That's the beautiful thing about it, is everything is a conscious choice.
My God, that's the movie, the beauty of BNK, and it's just a fist fight.
Yeah.
Now, does this matter? Depends on whether they miss Soul Point because of that or not.
Because the beginning of stacking up a quad Hextech.
Those are the two avenues in front of us, Atlas, and as you know...
Wow, but Zeri already has enough electricity.
Oh, you never have enough. You can always have more. Have you not seen any electricity-based supervillain? They're always like, I need more! I need more electricity!
It's true. They generally do
all of
electricity.
Them. And they're like, oh yeah, no, it starts out small. It's just a house, and then it's an apartment building, and then it's like, I need to go to the power supply every time.
More batteries,
Time.
Then we must harness the sun and all that sort of stuff.
The core of the earth, I must absorb it. Yeah.
Yep. Every time. Supervillains, man. Why do they keep doing it?
Do we have a Wolf certification update?
Oh, Wolf update? That's kind of interesting. Let us know. Because that last fight was pretty good for Berserker.
Breaking news, we do not have the update yet, but it
Wolf
will be coming in soon.
And then Wolf said 1 sec. As, okay, Cassante going to go in. Dudu does find a bit of an angle here to drive Shelly forward.
I'm happy to note, safe for it, we have in fact not
We have not certified Azeri moment.
It has not happened yet. The certification has not come through. Could happen in this fight.
It could.
Do keep an eye on Berserker. He has both sums. Level 11.
The update was, there was no update. As, okay, special delivery from Raptor by himself as Dudu's going all out, finds the kill on the J4. That should guarantee the Drake, but down goes the top laner. He may have bought enough spaces. Now Bulldog could be in trouble. He's put in prison. His life follows the Pulverize beautifully, and the top wave picks up the backline. The Rise is going to go down as Kellen is trying to dance his way out, but Berserker is now popping off. And I want the Wolf update after this one because I think that we are prepared for some certification. As, yep, Clear will go down. That's going to be the ace. And BNK, I hope they meant that, because that means they love us and we want us all to get 6 games.
We knew it was coming. It was just too obvious as the blast cone into the combo into... I can't believe this play worked, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Still no. We're not certified yet.
Oh, still... Wow. Okay, well, I'm going to follow the certification board on that one. You
Absolutely.
know, just like you with Tempo Vibes, Wolf is the certification expert.
Life like that, the flash poll to get Vikla was pretty cool.
Yeah, no,
I don't know whether it did much, but it was definitely
playing
very
like
cool.
a demon. That fight was awesome. Also, again, the decision making on BNK's side is very BNK, to the surprise of absolutely no one. And I'm feeling good about that Game 6, Atlas. It looks like you were the lucky charm all along.
This is how we do. The Rise group always delivers.
This is how we do it.
If the Legend group goes to 3 games, like there is no chance that we don't get
Rise group,
the real one.
Can't stay behind.
Nope. And this game has only just begun. Right?
Oh, it's a 45-minute game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
There are going to be some sick plays, some turmoil, some drama that we are going to see. It's peak Rise group.
Yeah, DNF did put in a very, very late contender from the most memorable game I've ever costed.
Oh, yeah, not for a great reason.
No, it wasn't. Well, Bro won, you know, we were happy about that, right?
Is Dusante back, by the way? Because that is a very dead Vikla, and he is just taking names. And he's not afraid of anything.
Mostly Vikla's name.
Yes, he's taking that name more than...
Vikla's name has been taken a good amount of times in this game so far. But the snowball is very rapidly becoming... In some other...
Would you call a snowball a slurkle? Nah, it's fast, isn't it?
It's also...
It's not very slow.
No, it also doesn't slow.
No.
Like, it doesn't...
That'd be a snurkle, wouldn't it?
Atlas,
it's a snowy circle.
First of all, no. Secondly...
It's a sphere, isn't it? So it's a sneer.
No, Atlas...
Which is already a thing,
Atlas,
I guess.
No... Slurkle... what's it called? Oh my god, I'm blanking on this. I can't believe this. No Slurkle inflation, okay? You keep it for the one thing you invented it for. I will not be having this.
Not everything can be a Slurkle. That's a really good point.
Yes.
And also, I was trying to attribute it to a sphere, and that's not okay.
Even though you many times have told me that anything can be a thing.
What about snorkeling? That's a question.
It's
from the Blanca prompt.
It's a fun hobby. I don't really.
I quite liked snorkeling.
It's
the
fun.
Great Barrier
It's a
Reef
good time.
is a beautiful place.
All right, DNF, don't Otacon throw, please. That's all I ask. Just don't do it. Oh, we're fighting.
Oh, Berserker does a damage to the Rise on his way through as Vikla is going to turn up and take a dissonance to the face. We're trapping the cow in the paddock, and Life doesn't like that, as they will be able to get a bit of a trample onto the Sion. Can we find an angle here as Bulldog is just going to get thrown around like a ragdoll? Does he have another Command Protect? The answer is he doesn't need one because he will survive Teleport in hand. He can get himself back.
The flag?
Oh, they do stop him from backing away. Pyoshik wanted to get himself back out of there. As, all right, there's the knock-up. But now Berserker is starting to get the depth. What the hell? Dudu, you monster! He gets into the backline, does so much damage, but does go down. They'll trade their jungler for it, though. It's BNK, they all have to go home. Wait, no one's going to take it? What?
1 for 1!
That's a 1 for 1, ladies and gentlemen, and we had a bit of a skerfuffle, and
Atlas,
now we will go back to the Otacon.
My favorite part was because there was so much chaos. Did you catch the shockwave?
No.
It's just... Okay, now I'll take a look at the other end of the fight. You look at the shockwave. You're gonna follow the ball.
I also thought that it was Bulldog that went down really low and tried to go back home.
This fight was a mess. So we have a very nice attempt here initially from BNK as they get Pioshik out of the fight. They're looking for the re-engage. They can't quite. Oh my god.
We don't even get it?
Bulldog, you can't die.
Well,
Bulldog, no.
Yes,
Bulldog,
he
no.
can.
Bulldog, no.
As
No,
it
no,
turns
no.
out, he can die.
No.
He did do that.
Oh no.
But do you know why?
That's gonna
because
be
he's got 8 seconds on his shot.
What? Just take Dragon. Don't do Otacon.
We got to stop the
Don't do
Otacon.
Otacon. No. No.
We can't let them do this. Pioshik, get in there. Get in there and stop it. He doesn't have ulti.
BNK, you deserve to lose. Sari's gonna jump in and murder you.
Big triple knock up as Berserker is throwing down the ulti, but the hero Kellen, no, but she just skates out of the Cataclysm, and now she's zapping them to death clear, just not seeming too tanky, but it is the Otacon lockdown by BNK. Berserker still trying to get the damage as he dashes away, and the Dusante is going bananas, but the Zeri is still going to die. We're certainly not certifying this particular moment as the teleport is going to come in. Bulldog. Oh goodness, I thought he was just going to get knocked up and die. As Diablo, we know, he just goes forward. The Shockwave cleans up the Scion. And guess what, Chronicler? No dragon. That's right, Drew, baby! There's another one. We got 2 today.
We're gonna keep getting Clear's buying Knights Vow. He's like, I don't care. I just
we need a soundboard.
We need a soundboard.
Can we just get a sound? G-Sun, if you wouldn't mind, we could just record that that's Rise Group, baby, and then we can just say,
I want everyone.
G-Sun, cue the track.
I want everyone. I want as many people as possible.
Yeah. And Wolf is also going to do a lecture on Zeri certification.
I can't believe that they don't.
I know that there hasn't been the big moments
that they don't just go for just the straight up, very straightforward take dragon, take the soul point. But no, they try to flip the game. Or they do flip the game because I think this could have gone very poorly. Really well timed exhaust on the Berserker there. I think actually ends up saving them a ton of damage. But as often is the case,
flashes forward and then insta dies.
Yeah, so he flashed forward, which I do think they needed to secure the kill, and if he doesn't, I think that his Cassante dies earlier, but he does then just get ricocheted.
As go.
Soul Point's a big deal.
Yeah, Raptors in the pit. They get the information of it.
Diablo's here.
Whether Pioshik can find an angle with this ulti. Can they lock them down with a Shockwave? They are staying so spread out. There's a Cataclysm to lock up the Zeri, and Berserker can't get out. But he does manage to survive for a little while longer. Still, they do lose the jungler, but down goes all of the damage outside of the Cassante, and he will fall soon afterwards. No smite required if you kill everyone on the enemy team. And BNK will lock up Soul Point.
DNF, no! This was the one! This was the 6 gamer!
They had the high ground.
We were so back!
They had the high ground.
They had the high ground, Atlas!
Oh dear. Well, let's see how this one happens.
So I think we can pinpoint as Berserker just goes in onto the Jarvan, then gets flag and dragged, charmed by Rakan, and just dies. The Shockwave doesn't keep him safe. Diablo, by the way, is full health in this fight.
Yeah.
Diablo's, I want to repeat that. The Sivir with no flash is just full health in the fight.
Yeah.
So now they have Soul Point. They also got...
They got Baron.
They
did get Baron. They are not that far ahead yet.
Atlas, you're sounding like me.
I am a very optimistic man.
Yeah.
And I think that
I think I need to do electrons. Yeah, Wolf, actually, I think in general we'd benefit from more lectures, you know? Knowledge is always good.
Yeah, and I also think that we need a little bit of an update because it's been a while since we've had like a Zeri meta. And Wolf
people might not know.
He did clarify exactly what the requirements were.
I mean, we know, but I think it might not be clear to the audience.
Yeah, but also, like, we don't really know. We always just kind of refer
what
to
do you
him.
mean?
Even when he's not at work, we often just message him and say, like, hey, is this a certified moment? And we do.
Well, I mean, he's the one that has final say, right?
Yeah. Well, Dudu is looking for final say here, as he is going to do some buttons towards
Oh my god, a League of Legends champion, right?
Yes.
And they're an attorney, and words are their weapons, and their ultimate is final say.
Oh, that's cool. So that's when they have the Phoenix Wright crossover with League of Legends?
You know it, dude!
Oh
Okay, so
Gumshoe would be like the best character in the game.
Okay, so his Q is obviously objection.
Wait, let's just go in here for a moment, find some angles. The Flag and Drag just kind of eats all of the CC, though still!
Like a Raptor!
Zeri is looking for the angle. And Berserker is still at full health, but maybe not for long as he's put in prison and taken down. In goes Dudu, out goes Dudu via the Death Chamber, and this 3-item Sivir is a massive problem. Man, I know like we've been talking about justice for supports, and it'd be great if top laners got more votes. Diablo's getting this one. This guy is playing like a menace today.
I could see a Raptor vote.
Yeah, honestly, maybe it's not that clear. Maybe I'm just a bit of recency bias.
I mean, you do love Boom Boom. Is that just it? That can't be it. I would just want to get into the whole the Phoenix Wright champion. We need this. Okay, thank you.
Maybe this is the Phoenix wrong time. Because we're on the Edgeworth of the end of the game.
I don't like any of this, but it's really good stuff, Atlas. Berserker tries to get as much done. They blow up Raptor in a matter of seconds, but it's actually Callan actually smurfed this fight.
Yeah.
Because Clear, otherwise no way he's hitting the Zeri with that ultimate. So Callan, really nicely done there. Definitely the one that saves that one. I do feel like the fact that it was as crazy of a fight as it was is not the best time for being Who cares? It's Rise Group, baby.
It is.
So Q's objection, right?
Yeah. What does it do?
What does it do? I don't know. That's a good question. He just points at you and he
says no.
just like...
So we're saying he's probably not a very good champion.
No, that's okay.
All right, we're flashing in. A surprise Teemo there in the middle of it from hopefully not Bulldog, because, yeah, this is not exactly going well. Berserker's also already dead. Life is going to follow suit. Yoshik's trying to get out of there, but he will not be allowed to leave. And Clear is keeping the Dusante busy, and my goodness, is he busy. He does eat a whole bunch of CC, but unfortunately, he only has that button once. And there is the clean ace, as B&K Fearex will 2-0 DNF on this day where we were promised 6 games, and they will say no. We're going to the play-ins, and we need to make sure we crush our opposition. And they absolutely did so here today.
I'm curious to see who will get POM in this one. There were, for me, 3 standouts.
Yep.
Callan actually had a great day. His Lulu was awesome, so was his Rakan, but it's Lulu, so like, come on. Even I'm not voting for that one, unfortunately.
What do you mean?
No, I'm sorry, it's Lulu. Then, I think for me it's a 2-horse race between Diablo and Raptor.
Raptor's game 1 was kind of ridiculous.
It was, and even his game 2 on the Jarvan, I think it was actually his target selection was amazing. And then Diablo, come on, he's the main character of this team. So I think either of those are great votes. I think Vikla's probably not the one today. That I am certain about.
Yep, I think Clear played some League of Legends today, but not.
No, I think Clear's his sign actually. He was just good, but he wasn't by any means the guy that the game revolved around.
I do get warm and fuzzy feelings when Kellen plays well. Because
he's just
he did
a nice dude.
There was a lot of flack, you know, when he wasn't performing. But there he is, looks a little bit tuckered out, and that's what happens when your shoulders get a little bit tired.
It's just Kellen.
Yep. And you got to work on a comment. Maybe he's just Kellen, if you did vote that way.
I did not.
Is a decent one. As I don't know what a Raptor one would be.
Oh, it's always Jurassic Park.
And diabolical performance. That'd be a new one. I don't think anyone's ever said that one before about Diablo.
Never.
So that would also be a really good. You can have that one if you want it. Because I'm not allowed to comment. Anyway, I did get my 2 in for the year.
Oh, apparently, I think this was referring to Slurkle, but apparently you made it up when Dan was beside you, not me.
Yeah, no, I did.
Oh,
yeah.
Then I'm just a dummy. Sorry, Dan. Very important.
Wait, did you say? I didn't even.
Oh, you didn't correct me either, but that's.
No, I think I misunderstood what was stated there. Because yeah, no, I didn't come up with it. And Dan was also like that was a day.
It was a day.
Yeah,
just like today.
I said some. What else did I say that I really didn't? That was when we came up with Tempo Vibes. That was the same day. And I promised Dan that I'd never talk about it again. And then that's all we've been talking about for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, Tempo Vibes really was the good thing that came out of the day. Slurkle was not.
Yeah, so I thought that Slurkle was the obvious winner in that instance.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, but I like actively apologized for
You put your finger on the
vibes.
pulse with tempo vibes, Atlas.
Yeah, I had the tempo vibes on the
The
tempo
Waters
vibes.
rebrand has never hit so hard.
Oh man, this was we almost got there, but maybe it's time to retire the Oriana Nocturne now. It may have just run its course, as Berserker unfortunately could only get over one part of the wall, and so was then stuck between a wall and another wall, because he's basically already in a Cataclysm if you're in the Dragon Pit. So that's unfortunate. Means it's not quite enough to get you out of there. This is the final fight. And yeah, Bulldog just wasn't actually able to do anything, and they still had CC to spare to lock down the Zeri. His composition just worked exactly how it was supposed to here from BNK. And Diablo, as you mentioned, was kind of just full health for like the second half of the game. And as you can see here, he's basically just taking incremental AoE damage and stuff like that, as he's otherwise just shielded up and ready to go. And they just close this one out. Feeling like business as usual here for BNK. How's the POM in? How did it go?
Oh, I put something in.
Did you feel good about it?
No, it's not my best work, but it's fine. If you're costing, you get a pass.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're desking, it's like, come on.
You got more time to think
about it. It's part of your core job. If you're on the cost, you know, I think votes, you get like a little hand wavy with it. It's fine.
The boom boom damage vote is very tempting.
Oh, if Diablo gets it, I'm not going to complain. He's the core of this team. I hope it goes to Raptor, though. I think his team fighting was awesome in both games.
The Xin Zhao was very, very scary, and he's going to pick it up.
Yeah.
Both of the Demacian junglers as well.
Oh, you know there's going to be comments about spears.
Oh, it's very, very cool, though, isn't it? Because, you know, they're training together, and he, like, utilizes both of their strengths game after game. A lore-related POM victory? Absolutely amazing work.
Golden material for this.
Yeah.
I did not. I should have.
But, I mean, it's okay, because you get a pass because you're the caster. And you had to deal with me talking about slurkles for this entire series.
It did.
It's been a bit of a mess.
It did kind of get to me, Atlas, but I did hit you with the bean thing.
Yeah, you remember Banada happened as... Oh my goodness, it's a disaster. It's now time to throw it over to Raptor, though.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Raptor on the side of BNK FearX. Looks like you are qualified for the play-ins, but you were able to clinch Rise Group's second place. How do you feel? You know, it felt great that we had a clean game in Game 1, but I feel like we gave the enemy some edge and some winning opportunities in Game 2, so I think we have a lot to work on still. Yeah, Game 1, you guys had a dominating victory, and the enemy actually released Yunara in Game 1. How did the team react to this? You know, Diablo is pretty confident with Yunara. And Yunara's, given that she's a good champion, I think we just had a good opportunity to play her. You know, Diablo personally doesn't like playing her, but it's just a good pick. And Raptor, your Thunder Sky Xin Zhao was absolutely unstoppable. And we're seeing how OP Thunder Sky is lately, so how do you feel about the value of this item? No, Xin Zhao is really strong in team fights, and I feel like with Thunder Sky, it makes him even more OP when you get into team fights and just trading in general. And Xin Zhao Lulu comp was just simply broken, so how did it feel on stage? It just felt like I became the AD carry. Yeah, honestly, it feels great to be an AD carry with a Lulu especially. And in Game 2, just looking back, you know, it really came down to which jungler could pierce through better, and your Jarvan was able to stay sharp to find your angle. So what was something that you found important against Nocturne? I felt like as long as I'm able to waste the Nocturne ult, it would give us a good chance, and also just make sure that we can engage during when the enemy splashes are down. But in Game 2, DNF actually was at control of the game at one point. So did it feel dicey at all? Every time we lost the team fights, it felt like we might lose, but because we had a better comp, I feel like we had every chance to actually come back in the game. And we have this one highlight ready. Can you walk us through what happened here? This moment, the Scion, our front line, was pretty solid. And because Zeri was coming in aggressively, I think we just was talking to Killen and Clear about, trying to sustain and make sure that we can kill them off. And I was trying to really manage to block off a lot of Zeri's damage, but I think Clear found a really good angle. So, does Diablo usually ask for a lot of help during teamfights? Yeah, actually he yells at us all the time when he's not able to get a good positioning for dealing damage. Yeah, he really wants us to try to set him up for success. And now you'll play in the play-in stage next week, and your head coach mentioned that you guys need to refine your team fights. So what do you want to improve on? I feel like we were really on the same page today, and we were able to pull off good team fights. So I think as long as we're able to keep playing like today, I think we're in good shape. And your last match of the regular season will be against DRX. What resolution do you have? In the rounds 3 and 4, we lost against DRX, so I want to make sure that we can finish strong by winning against them. And that's the end of the interview with Raptor, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya. Guys, you ready? 1, 2, 3. That's Rise Group, baby! You can't be the only one getting to do it, guys. We wanted to do it as well. Congrats to Raptor for picking up the POM. He was dominant in these team fights. Again, a vote could have gone over to Diablo, which a couple did. Nice little shout-outs there by Jonas Strong and VNcast. Down over to Kellen as well, but Raptor takes this one.
I'm kind of surprised that Vigla didn't get the vote, maybe because of his game 2 Rise, but I respect that game 1 Annie. He was really proactive on his Annie, so I think all the members from BNK today was pretty popping off.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough vote for me. I ended up going for Diablo because he played consistently, and every now and then you look at the set, you look at the KDAs, and you're like, there was a great game 1 here for this player, but game 2 a little bit worse. Great game 2, but game 1 was a little bit worse. Then you look at Diablo's KDA's big damage, and you're like, that boom boom damage was just right there. I really want him. You're hankering for it. You lock it in. That was me.
You've been the boom boom damage guy. When we were doing Justice for supports, you kept voting for
forget about it. You think Ruler just does boom boom damage, doesn't crush the 2v2, and then take that lead and push it forward? Don't leave.
All right. So I voted for Raptor because I just mainly think about the team fights, because that's more I think that matters the most right now. So the meta is all about the team fight, and I think Raptor always brings with a great engage in the team fight. So I feel like he deserves a vote because of his abilities.
He doesn't afraid of anything. Essentially,
no.
A cool kid who doesn't panic.
Yeah, he's been very consistent throughout BNK FearX's run. As Kwani goes with Raptor as well. You telling me a Raptor won this team fight? Question mark. I think it was the Sundered Sky one. Yes, it was the Sundered Sky one of the Xin Zhao. Pony also calling that one out. He who draws the Sundered Sky shall reign over the jungle. That's the Pony. Ooh, that's the Pony comment we love. And
he makes Sundered Sky seem poetic instead of just completely broken and OP. He's a wordsmith.
Yeah.
Also, that's what good palms look like, not, hey, I can't fit what I want to say into the character limit. Here's Prince saying, never turn your back against him. That's right, because that's when he strikes, as he did. And here's our final one from Cloud Templar. That's a clean cut through the mess. He used Xin Zhao, he used Jarvan, he was cutting through. Yeah.
It's a good comment because it's very accurate. It's scarily accurate.
Yeah, all right. Well, there it is. BNK FearX tuning up for the plans as they've already qualified, and 1 game left in the 2025 season for the DN Automotive Freaks. As we take a look at the standings, BNK FearX have fully secured that second spot. There was a tiny chance that the Bros could have caught up with game score, but now the Bros got to worry about DRX, who are right behind them.
Yeah, I mean, this is just putting them out of the race entirely. They have one more match left to play, of course, and see what that final match does look like. For DNF, I think this is a pretty disappointing loss. You've only got 1 week left. This is 50% of your final week down the drain, and I think it was not a performance that they would be proud of. Maybe for Berserker a little bit on that Zeri game too, but otherwise, probably walking home feeling a little bit rough about this one.
Yeah, I gotta say it was clean to 0 by BNK, especially when you think about how DNF was struggling about their team fight. Especially their setup was not there, even though they had such a great early game laning phase with the Kalin and the Diablo on the bot lane. I think when it comes to objective, it was a struggle and rough situation all over again. But right now, you have the clear engage by Raptor, you have the clear setup from Kalin as well. So I think it was pretty clean just in general, and I think it's looking pretty positive when it comes to planes as well.
Yeah, Otacon strikes again for the DN Automotive Freaks. All right, 1 day down, 4 more to go here in the LCK. Tomorrow's matchup, it's a huge one in the group of culture, the Rise group matchup for the Bros. It is D plus Kia versus OK.
But what about
Breon?
Gen G versus KT? That's
Gen
a
G
big
versus
one.
KT coming off of a huge upset. And Gen G has been dropping some games against Hololive.
I mean, listen, like KT stormed T1 last week, right? And with the insane performance, that was not like T1 performing bad.
BDD climbing maybe for a number 2 All-Pro vote right now.
Perfect. You know, the top lane.
What was it, like 9-0-6 on the Ambassador?
Yeah. Escaping some dives,
Genji,
you know.
Historically breaking streaks by losing to KT in the past. They always play against each other close.
Who did you vote, by the way? Who did you
I went
pick?
Genji.
Yes.
All right.
But I mean, you never know.
Oh, you never
That's
know.
Right. You never know. You never know. Well, that's why you've got to tune in and watch tomorrow. Now, earlier we ran this graphic on how the second place battle could shake on up with this 2-1 victory that T1 had earlier today. That means Hanwha Life Esports needs to win and T1 needs to lose for them to get the second place spot. Any other option, it goes the way of T1, a huge victory from earlier today.
And that means Nongshim can actually just push T1 into second place if they get the upset. They have not gotten any so far yet, but maybe that's the matchup, you know? Nongshim, a lot to play for here. I think at the very end of the season looking a little bit better. You really got to keep that momentum forward if you're going to make it into a relevant run in playoffs.
Oh, and look at the fan signs earlier. Got the chance to meet them. Coming from Osh. Whoa. Shout outs to Atlas. And,
Digon?
Yeah, that was really cool.
For Digon?
4,800 miles for Digon?
Whoa.
I'd fly 4,800 miles for Digon.
All right. Well, with that, thank you to all the fans watching both here in Lal Park and across the world. We very much appreciate it, and we're excited to have you back tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye.
끊이지 않고 외쳐지고 있습니다.
Take down Genji for the first time this season.
MSI EP 챔피언을 무너뜨린 건 월드 디펜딩 챔피언입니다.
때마다 명승부가 나오는데 어떤 또 타이트한 게임이 나올지 벌써부터 굉장히 기대가 많이 되네요.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.